The man is told that he cannot be given the position he applied for, but in the future he will be able to apply for another one. He answers politely, but his voice trembles from the understanding of his own failure. The interlocutor continues to speak, promising that he will contact him in the future. But he has work to do, so the man hurries to take his leave. His colleague apologizes for how things turned out and offers to call a taxi. But the candidate who failed the interview is not tempted by such a generous offer. He refuses, politely thanking the employee. As they leave, the colleagues talk among themselves, and the man says that he heard that this man studied at the same school as Mr. Darwin. Then he went to university, and his ex stole all his money. The recruiter was outraged by the impudence of this man, and he looks gloomily ahead, realizing that his last chance has been missed. All these words about care and help are just a farce. In fact, this man is a grown-up loser named Harry, and so going down into the subway, he decides to take desperate measures. Standing on the platform for some time and thinking about his potential actions, the man finally makes his final choice. Hearing the sounds coming from under the wheels of the train and seeing electric trains flashing by on the adjacent tracks, Harry is about to commit suicide. But the next moment he finds himself in pitch darkness, and realization hits him on the head like a dusty sack. The lights were out, but no one can see the puzzled expression on this man's face, and that is the unshakable truth. Harry turns his head from side to side, trying to discern anything, any sign of life, and a bell rings nearby. When looking in the direction from which the sound came, surprise appears on the man's face. He becomes puzzled, but for a different reason. Harry sees some kind of cube floating nearby in the air and emitting the brightest light. It reports the readiness of the system report. The newbie's gift set opens, and with the help of the accumulated consumer value, the man will be able to fulfill his desire. He stands frozen, puzzled, and the mysterious cube, calling itself the system, asks him to make a wish. A pillar of light appears before him, taking on an almost physical form, and realizing that he has no other choice, Harry makes up his mind. If this is indeed possible, then this person is going to go back in time. And he reaches out to the corresponding button with his finger, confirming. This time Harry wants to be successful, and the next moment, he is flooded with magical light, forcing him to cover his hands to protect his eyes. He feels a measured swaying and hears the familiar sound that comes from a train moving along the rails. Carefully removing his hands from his face and opening his eyes, Harry looks around fearfully, and the realization hits him that he really is on a train. He moves closer to the window, peering into the rapidly passing landscapes of the night world on the other side. What is happening makes Harry doubt reality, and he moves even closer to the window to dispel doubts. An unhealthy blush appears on his cheeks as the young man touches his face, feeling it in disbelief, because it has become younger, just as he wanted. Harry turns his head to the side, his face frozen in an expression of deep surprise, because he realizes that he has actually traveled back in time. A beautiful girl sits nearby, listening to music and thoughtfully looking out the window. A blush flares up on Harry's cheeks, but of a completely different kind. He knows this girl very well, but considers this meeting impossible. This beauty's name is Yasmin Chain, and she, seeing such an unusual look from the guy sitting opposite, asks if he wants to tell her something. Harry nervously denies it, and then corrects himself, saying that he only wanted to ask where they were passing, but mentally, he is perplexed. It seems strange to him that the most popular girl in their school is sitting opposite him now. But then, an idea occurs to him. Harry seems to understand what exact summer day of the last month and what exact year the magic cube took him to. Leaning his elbows on the table to lean closer to Yasmin, the guy asks if she remembers him. She takes the earphone out of her ear and smiles sweetly, suggesting that they went to high school together. Harry asks if his interlocutor did it. She sheepishly confirms these words, and the guy says that she went down the wrong path. Yasmin asks again, and then asks in confusion, "Doesn't this bus go to Townsend?" But that's not what Harry meant at all. Leaning back, he adjusts his glasses with a smart look, explaining his words. Throwing back his hair, he confidently says that Yasmin's path must lead to his heart. The girl, dumbfounded, looks away and leaves the flirting unanswered. She becomes noticeably uncomfortable. Harry, meanwhile, moves closer to her, saying that their meeting is destined for them by fate, but Yasmin becomes frightened, asking him not to come closer. She asks a man named Palmer Seamus to come to her aid, and he appears behind Harry almost immediately. He shows Harry a fist trembling with rage, ordering him to immediately remove his hands from the girl. Harry returns to his seat, hiding his face under the visor of his hand. The shameful sight of his past is simply unbearable. He does not understand why he was like this. He was eating instant noodles, and this guy Seamus is exactly the same as before. And perhaps the past Harry would have tried to sort him out, but the current one wouldn't do it for any amount of money. He draws boiling water to brew noodles, and the system, with a characteristic notification bell, informs about the closure of the wish function. But the consumer system, unlike the previous one, officially opens, and Harry sees a window of his status in front of him. But, looking at it, the guy is surprised, not understanding what all this means, and wondering what kind of characteristics are presented before him. Harry feels sick just from the sight of himself at 18, because he is a real talentless loser. He reads the rules and finds their simplicity wonderful, but when he sees two drivers with different levels, he wonders why and how this could happen. But the guy quickly realizes what kind of driving we're talking about, and he feels a little awkward. Harry studies all the rules in more detail. The mandatory conditions include earning money and improving consumption. He understands that if he can improve everything to the 5th level, he will be at the top of this world, despite the fact that before that he was an ordinary gray mouse. Now Harry will be able to surpass everyone and become a new type of person, one might say God, because it turns out to be real. The guy is pulled out of his sweet fantasies by the next passenger in line, who asks with an indifferent look if he has finished. Carrying the noodles to his seat, Harry's face darkens a little, because spending money is not a problem, but first, you need to earn it. Seamus asks Yasmin for permission to treat her in the dining car, but she replies that she has noodles. The guy does not back down, hiding behind the girl's mother. She begins to lose control, saying that each of them has their own life. They shouldn't be confused, and asks him to stop patronizing her. Harry, who became an involuntary witness to this scene, smiles, and Seamus's cheeks become covered with a bashful blush. He turns to the person sitting opposite. He asks what's funny about that, since he and Yasmin were in love as children, so taking care of the girl remains his duty to this day. A girl interrupts the conversation, turning to Seamus and saying that she wants to eat what she wants. She says that she will buy snacks in the dining car, and her interlocutor asks the girl not to be angry. Every fawning on Harry's part helps his rival. A few minutes later, when the guy is already drinking coffee, Yasmin returns with a depressed look, saying that almost everything is already sold out. Harry offers the girl some duck legs, and she asks how much they cost, intending to refund the cost. The guy names the price, adds that he thinks it's excellent, and Yasmin reaches into her purse to get what she needs. She says she doesn't have any small bills, but she'll try to find something that's not much more than the price. Harry still thinks it's a large sum. He offers Yasmin to take half an orange so that they can even the score, and the girl, smiling, agrees to this barter. Smiling sweetly, the girl says that she couldn't even imagine that her interlocutor would be so caring. Harry only wishes bon appetit to these words, and feeling a little awkward laughs, because Yasmin has an incredibly beautiful smile. Suddenly, a trembling Seamus appears next to her, shaking money in front of the girl to show that he has it, and saying that he can pay for the entire dining car. But Yasmin decides to accept Harry's leftovers instead. The girl asks her childhood friend not to be so rude, but he can't be stopped. He shouts about Yasmin preferring to eat a disgusting packaged leg instead of going to the dining car with him. The girl also flares up, addressing Seamus by his full name and asking if he thought about her feelings. She asks him to mind his own business. Harry, meanwhile, covers himself with a leaf to become as invisible as possible and not get caught in the crossfire. Yasmin gets up from her seat and tells Seamus to finally leave her alone, because they are not right for each other. She walks around her interlocutor, angrily pacing the carriage, and he asks where she is going. Yasmin replies that she wants to throw out the trash. Despite the fact that Harry has been silent all this time, trying to avoid the enemy's wrath, the latter pays attention to him, and this look does not bode well. Seamus closes the distance between them and grabs the guy by the shirt, and he gets confused, and this hesitation costs precious moments. The guy pulls Harry towards himself, and then throws him back with one strong throw so that he flies a decent distance. Seamus comes closer to the man lying on the floor, saying that he is the one to blame for everything. Calling Harry names, the boy kicks him in the stomach, knocking the air out of his lungs. And then, as if nothing had happened, under the stunned and frightened gaze of the other passengers, he shakes himself off, ordering her to disappear from his sight. Harry leans his hand on the hard surface, helping himself to keep his balance. He didn't think that at this age his body was so weak. But this still won't stop him from achieving his goal, so Harry turns to his rival. Wiping the blood from the corners of his lips, the guy hides the smile that is tearing itself out, believing that Seamus is his golden ticket. The train continues on its way, and in the medical unit, Yasmin asks the doctor how Harry is, and he replies that he is in a deep coma. The pupils do not react to light. Perhaps the guy suffered a traumatic brain injury. This situation is rather pessimistic. He needs to be taken to the nearest medical center as soon as possible, because in addition to the TBI, this person has many other injuries and traumas. This guy doesn't even realize how much trouble he's caused. Harry sits down and the next moment an insult is thrown his way. And then Seamus angrily asks how he could pretend. But, looking at the enemy, the guy says only one word, monster, because he remembers what this man was like in his past life. Back then, he solved all issues exclusively with his fists, and understood only one language, the language of violence. Seamus grabs Harry by the lapels. He asks again what the latter just said, and he repeats his words with a smile on his face. The eyes opposite are filled with a frantic desire to prove what it means to be truly ruthless. Harry says that without Seamus's help, he would have really struggled to cope, and for this the guy is grateful to his opponent. The veins on the guy's temples appear from overexertion due to anger, and he begins to curse at his opponent. And the next moment his fist hits Harry's face, causing him to fly back. A wave of disapproval rolls through the carriage, and the onlookers gathered around begin to think about calling the police. Seamus attacks the enemy again, vowing to beat him to death, and someone from the surrounding area, unable to watch from the side, orders him to be let go. He even grabs Seamus by the arm, preventing him from landing another blow, and he breaks free, wanting to give free rein to his anger. The other hand is free, so the guy decides to attack with it, but a painfully familiar voice is heard nearby, calling his name. Yasmin, who had arrived by this time, looks at her childhood friend in fear, asking what he was doing and ordering him to stop immediately. He immediately becomes frightened and accommodating, starting to stutter and asking the girl to listen to him. He's about to say something, starting his story with the words that the blame lies with Harry, and involuntarily turns his gaze to him. He smirks, mouthing the single word. Harry calls Seamus a loser. Yasmin, who had not noticed this, pushes her childhood friend aside, breaking through to the victim and asking him how he feels. Without waiting for an answer, the girl glances around the carriage, asking where the doctor is, because they really need him now. Harry reaches out to the girl with a trembling hand, his voice weak from helplessness, assuring her that he is okay and there is no need to worry. The next moment his hand falls limply, and his gaze loses all meaning. The girl is lost in the face of such helplessness. Fearing that something irreparable will happen, Yasmin screams in a piercing voice, calling a doctor. Seamus tries to justify himself to the police officer that he was not the one who started the fight, but a witness to the incident refutes these words. He says Seamus made advances on the girl, and she didn't like it, and then they got into an argument when she went out to take out the trash. That's when Seamus attacked Harry. Another person confirms these words, but also adds that the latter did not resist. Hearing this, Yasmin thinks that everything happened because of her, but she didn't want this man to get into trouble because of her mistake. Seamus begins to justify himself, admitting that he threw the first punch, but saying that Harry was bullying him. The policeman interrupts him, asking if he doesn't think about the consequences when he hits someone, because the facts speak for themselves. You can't beat people just because you're rich. If something happens to Harry, he'll be held accountable and Seamus will go to jail. The guy who imagined this turns to his girlfriend, asking her to say at least something because she knows that he is not that kind of person. The girl looks at the guy at first stunned, and then silently dodges his touch, anger and tears in her eyes. Seamus looks at his childhood friend with a disbelieving look, saying her name as if it might change the way Yasmin feels about him. Sweating, he's about to call his father. His parents love him, so they must find a way to help. The father's gentle voice comes from the speaker, asking his son if he has eaten and if he is now with Yasmin. To the stunned gaze of the other passengers, Seamus holds the phone in his hands as if it were a divine artifact and cries to his father. Harry's painful voice is heard nearby, announcing incredible pain, and Yasmin immediately turns to look at him. The girl kneels down next to him and, touching his hand, asks how he is and asks if it still hurts. Because of the girl's touches and such closeness, fountains of blood splash out of Harry's nose, which also flows abundantly to his face. Yasmin starts to panic even more, asking where the blood is coming from, and the guy covers his nose with his hands, coughing and saying that everything is fine. Harry looks at the girl from the corner of his eye, becoming more convinced that she is a real goddess. Yasmin's gaze expresses mixed feelings, but sadness prevails in them. She admits that the guy scared her. She says that they will soon arrive at the station and she will go with him to the hospital. Harry says that he is fine, and the girl notes the knocked-out teeth. The guy is silent, but he doesn't worry about it at all. Before, every scratch gave him a headache, but not now. Covering his face with his hands to hide the smirk on his lips, Harry says he has something he wants to say, and Yasmin listens to him attentively. The guy says that Seamus suddenly attacked him and started beating him, so he needs to examine him for a report. Yasmin thinks her childhood friend is crazy, not knowing why he would attack a stranger. She is very worried because something bad might happen and then she will also be involved in it. The door opens and Harry comes out. The girl turns to him in surprise and even a little scared. She arrives in time, not allowing the guy to fall and supporting him, asking him to be careful and not to fall. Harry thanks his assistant, telling her that she really is the goddess of their second high school, which she is amazed at. He continues by saying that she is beautiful and kind, and Yasmin asks if he is also from the second high school. He smiles weakly, flattered that she remembers him, and the girl notices that even in this state he still behaves insolently. Harry looks thoughtfully ahead and says that the girl reminded him that in the future he should devote more time to training. He says it would be better if he was beaten when he was alone, but he should be able to protect the girl who is nearby. Harry brags and Yasmin praises his excellent thinking, but still believes that he should focus on himself first. Meanwhile, Seamus is reaping what he has sown, because this time he will actually be detained, and Harry hopes that he will change his hot temper. The guy opens his eyes and sits up abruptly on the bed, seeing a light ceiling in front of him, and realizing that he is in a hospital. He asks the nurse if he is in heaven, and she laughs at the guy's joke, with Yasmin sitting next to him. The woman, meanwhile, says that this room is specially designated for him, and is provided with all the necessary medications. He can rest here until he recovers, and Harry thanks the woman for her hard work. Yasmin smiles shyly. A little later, the guy looks at his experience points. Even though he didn't pay the medical bills, they still counted as his. Lying on his hospital bed and thinking, looking at the system windows, Harry notes that the payment for his treatment has turned into experience points. A satisfied smile appears on the guy's lips. This definitely suits him. But suddenly a familiar voice is heard behind the door, notifying that its owner is entering, and Harry shudders in surprise. Entering the ward, Yasmin hands her friend a bouquet of flowers, greeting him with a smile and asking how he is doing. Harry suggests that the girl change their way of addressing each other, arguing that this makes him uncomfortable, and she agrees. Yasmin asks him how he feels about her calling him Cool Guy Hero, and he becomes embarrassed. He says that she laughs at him on purpose. He laughs himself and can't help but smile. Yasmin, meanwhile, hands Harry the glasses, addressing him as Cool Guy and saying that she brought them especially for him. He thanks the girl and watches as she begins to fuss over her other affairs and remembers the past. In their past life, they had little contact. Harry had only heard that this girl's wedding was a truly grand event. Putting on his glasses, he watches Yasmin peel an apple and thinks that this girl is not only very cute, she also has a good character. He thinks about how he should thank Seamus for the opportunity, and Yasmin says that her dad will be here soon. She offers to exchange contact information and asks if he uses the same messenger as her. The guy looks at Yasmin, not believing his ears, and asks again about the name of the app. They are silent for a while, and the girl fills the void with the assumption that the guy has this app. He picks up the phone, clicks something, and says that he sent a request, and on the other side of the door, there is a warning that they are entering. A nurse comes inside, followed by several people, and the woman invites them all to move on, showing them the way. Yasmin throws herself on the neck of the man who enters, who turns out to be her father. He asks if she is hurt and asks to take a look. Harry, meanwhile, notices another man heading straight towards his bed, his fists clenched tightly. The man bows in an apologetic gesture, saying that he is very sorry, and introducing himself as Seamus's father, he adds that he failed to raise his son properly. He says they came to apologize, and Harry is puzzled and says there is no need for that. The guy sits up in bed about to say something else, but the man stops him, saying that with such an injury, he shouldn't move. The woman who came with the men says that an apology is appropriate, because they have spoiled their son too much. They say they are making up for their son's mistake, and Harry, feeling awkward, says that the incident was partly his fault. He says that when the guy started beating him, Harry called him a loser and admits that he shouldn't have done it then. Seamus's father says that he heard about it, but his opinion does not change. He offers to think about the offer, because he is ready to compensate the entire amount. The man continues, offering a substantial sum as payment for settling the conflict. What was said penetrates the young, passionate brain like a sure arrow, and Harry's eyes light up in anticipation. He is no longer as confident as he used to be, wondering how many points he can get for such a large sum. Seamus's father, straining at the prolonged silence, says that if that's not enough, they can add more, and his mother confirms this. Harry is convinced that this man really spends a lot of money on his son, and thanks the head of the Palmer family. He brings Yasmin into the conversation, saying that he is no longer surprised why the girl told him that Seamus's father is an intelligent man. There is just one thing, but the man tenses up when he hears these words and asks what it is. His wife is also tense. But despite their fears, Harry says that if they want to solve the issue with money, it only proves their responsibility and care. Still, it is more important to make his son understand that if he does not correct his behavior, it could lead to the destruction of his life. The father agrees. The man promises that when he returns, he will properly discipline his son so that there will be no problems in the future. Harry says that he does not need money, After all, it was more important that Seamus did not harm the family, and it was his father's attitude and his sincerity that convinced him to resolve the matter in this way. The man literally cries, saying he will bring his son here to apologize as soon as he is released from prison, and considering Harry to be reasonable. His wife asks to let the patient rest, and besides, it's time for them to leave. He literally jumps up on the spot, coming to his senses and apologizing. The man asks Harry to rest and take care of himself, promising not to bother him anymore, and pushes his wife towards the exit. Smiling sweetly, the guy waves goodbye to the married couple. As everyone leaves Harry's room, Seamus's father flies up to Yasmin's father and grabs his hand, apologizing for the trouble his son has caused. He assures his interlocutor that this will not happen again, and asks him not to allow this incident to affect the long-term relationship between their families. Smiling politely, Yasmin's father agrees, thinking to himself that he will personally kill Seamus if he does something like that again. He politely remarks that his interlocutor may have some business to attend to, as they are already delayed in this place, and he agrees, promising to contact him when he is finished. As they part ways, Yasmin's father, noticing the unusual look in her eyes, asks her what's wrong. The girl replies that her childhood friend was somehow strange back then. She didn't recognize him at all, and the man is happy that everything is okay with his daughter. He promises that Seamus will not bother her again, finding it surprising that his wife asked him to look after Yasmin on the trip. The girl is going to definitely talk to her about this later, and believes that if the escort was as mature as Harry, everything would be fine. The man smiles and notes that from the outside it looks like they have a good relationship, and points out that they have only known each other for a day. Yasmin replies that this is not entirely true. This man is from the same school as her, and besides, he was beaten up because of her. And she also thinks that he is easy to befriend and thinks that he is a good person. And then she asks her father what he thinks of him. The man thinks, remembering everything he knows about this guy, and concludes that he behaved very maturely and sensibly. Yasmin wants specifics. He believes that at his daughter's age, boys who are so mature are usually shaped by the circumstances of their lives. For such people, success prevails over personal feelings, and if his daughter asks him if he will have a promising future, he is sure of it. Being persistent, adaptable, and easygoing as well as decisive is worth a lot. Harry is truly an outstanding young man. Yasmin covers her mouth with her hand, hiding a grin, and says that his father underestimates him, and he gasps and then clears his throat. Taking on an extremely serious expression, the father says that at the same time, he considers himself simply obliged to remind us of something. Being in a relationship with such a guy can be quite difficult. Mentally asking her not to fall in love, she connivingly confirms these words. The girl asks her father not to worry, saying that she is not interested in this man. Harry meanwhile checks his score and concludes that the previous increase in points was not a mistake. The money spent by others turns into his own points, because the last 2 days' fees were added as points. Harry remembers that Seamus's father provided money for medical expenses and believes that he will be able to get points for it after the treatment is completed. At the moment, he has a large number of points, but he does not yet understand how to use them. The guy thinks about it, and almost immediately an idea comes to his mind. He wonders if anyone will notice if he improves his vision, heals his facial injuries and everything else. He recalls that in his past life, he had many problems due to poor eyesight. He even mistook a dog for his grandfather's grandson, walking him. He closes his eyes, having previously completed all the necessary manipulations, and mentally says that he is counting on the system. Opening his eyes after a while, the guy sees a system notification that his vision has been restored, and he sees this inscription very clearly. He gets out of bed pleased with himself, unable to contain his joyful grin, and eagerly rushes towards his goal. And, of course, the guy's target is the bathroom mirror, to which he literally jumps and takes off his glasses. A charming smile appears on his lips as Harry pushes his hair back and says that this view is absolutely stunning. Eyes are called the mirrors of our souls. As a wise master once said, alluring eyes have a multi-layered clear structure, and the bright, saturated color. No one could even imagine that a simple eye treatment could change someone's personality so much. This increased Harry's attractiveness rating by 3 points, showing that different features can influence each other. Focusing on improving just one aspect can greatly increase the overall result. A message comes to your phone. Harry returns to the main room and picks it up, reading the sender's name, which turns out to be Yasmin. The girl says that she is currently in a public catering establishment and asks, sending an appetizing photo, if he needs to bring anything. Harry tells her that he still has no tooth, so it would be better to bring him a good book to read instead. The girl apologizes and writes that she completely forgot about this moment and promises to fulfill his request soon. Harry sends her a cute smiley and asks her not to apologize, because there is nothing to apologize for, and also informs her that he will wait for her. He asks if the girl had any problems with the Palmers, because he is worried about her. Yasmin is embarrassed, looking at the screen. Looking back at his daughter stretching serenely over her shoulder, the man thinks that he suddenly has a very strange premonition. The next day, the book ends up in the guy's hands, and he looks at it with a mixture of not the most pleasant emotions on his face. He confirms his request that he wanted a book and asks the girl if she thinks a book on acting is too much. Yasmin asks if he doesn't like it, and Harry says he feels like the girl is laughing at him and asks to take her away in exchange for a refund on the cost of the trip. Yasmin admits her joke and hands the guy one of the popular novels. He clears his throat and reaches out to take the book. Smiling, he calls her a real goddess who will never disappoint him, and the girl smirks. She notes out loud that her interlocutor's mood has changed incredibly quickly and asks to call her not a goddess, but a sister. Yasmin winks slyly at the guy and does something he never expected from her. The girl closes the distance between them, leaving a small gap between their faces, and looks at Harry with bewilderment. He pulls back, embarrassed, and asks her not to do it again, arguing that he is not selling his body. The girl folds her hands in a stubborn gesture and says that no one even thought about it, but she thinks that Harry is more charming without his glasses. He asks if she really thinks so, and then becomes arrogant, saying that when he recovers from his injuries, he will become even more charming. Yasmin giggles, asking if she understood him correctly, and he claims that he is quite attractive and that the glasses were just getting in the way. And then, he takes a book on acting, and, saying that he won't bother him anymore, gets ready to leave, promising to visit before leaving. Harry asks why she doesn't want to listen to him, and Yasmin suggests that she prepare a better speech to impress her dad. He waves goodbye to the girl, but to himself he thinks about why Yasmin suddenly decided to mention her dad. Later, Seamus's voice is heard from Harry's room, even on the street, apologizing and saying that he shouldn't have behaved that way. The guy says that he was too reckless and did not manage his emotions well, and sincerely apologizes to the victim. As the son finishes his speech, expressing his hope that Harry will accept his apology, his parents can barely hold back their tears. The victim says he accepts his apology, saying Seamus has loving parents who shouldn't be made to worry. Harry asked a lawyer to look over the contents of the agreement, and it turned out that Palmer had been very careful, but there were no problems. In addition to the compensation, Seamus's father spent a quarter of it to pay for the victim's treatment and other expenses. And now that Harry has such a lot of money, he will be able to upgrade his characteristics to level 69. In addition to this, he will still have money left over. And this sum is not small, but much more will be needed for future improvements. Lying on the bed, the guy thinks that he could simply spend this money on buying a cozy apartment. But tears come to his eyes at the thought, because in that case, he will have to eat only noodles. He jumps up in bed when he realizes someone has entered the room and responds, saying that he is still here. Yasmin smiles sweetly, saying that she and her father came to visit a sick man and asks how his recovery is going. Harry extends his hand to greet the girl's father, but the latter asks him to stay in bed, ready to come over himself. The man says that they will soon be leaving, but they wanted to visit him before they left. And Yasmin's father also wants to give Harry a gift. He shows the guy a red envelope, asking him to take it. And Harry looks at this small gift in surprise. The man said he had never said this before, but he was there to make it up to the boy for the damage he had done. Harry almost screams that he can't accept this money, because Yasmin has nothing to do with Seamus's madness. He doesn't consider the girl guilty, so, to the surprised looks of her and her father, he says that he cannot accept this money. The man places his hand on Harry's shoulder in gratitude, along with words about how the boy is a true genius among the youth. He says that he understands everything and invites him to come visit after he recovers, and he thanks him with flattery. The man thinks that Harry has good grades and asks him to look after his daughter if their schools are close. The guy freezes, going into a state of shock, struck by this request like thunder. And while Yasmin looks at him with eyes shining with delight, full of hope, Harry names the educational institution where he studies. Looking away sheepishly, he admits that this university is an ordinary liberal arts university, and a third-level one at that. Yasmin is horrified to hear that the university the guy is studying at is only level 3. Amid the oppressive silence of father and daughter, Harry begins to justify himself, saying that he was young and frivolous then, so he went down the wrong path. But after that incident, it took him a long time to come to his senses and change his thinking. Since he can't go back in time, all that's left is to start a new stage in the form of university. The man finds these words powerful. Smiling, he suggests that Harry start his own business, and Harry says that it would be a good idea to settle down and think things through first. The guy believes that Yasmin's father will still be strong even after 20 years, so he himself wants to inherit this spirit and become even better. Turning to leave, the man laughs, saying that he will wait for this moment. But now it is time for him and his daughter to leave. He lets the boy continue to rest, and Yasmin turns to Harry to say goodbye, waving her hand one last time. The guy waves back at her with a sweet smile, wishing her a good journey and finding the girl incredibly cute. And as soon as the father and daughter are out of sight, Harry resolutely clenches his fist, realizing that it is time to act. The nurse asks the boy if he really wants to leave the hospital, and he confirms his determination. He remembers that the country will develop rapidly in the next few years, and in 2 years prices will skyrocket. This will bring very big profits for those who take advantage of this opportunity. They will become incredibly rich. Taking one of the bus seats, Harry looks out the window, thinking about the fact that he doesn't even remember the last time he rode on this type of transport. Turning to the appropriate place, the guy hands his card to the employee, saying that he wants to buy a small apartment. The most important thing for him is the location, which should be close to the university. He says he will pay the full amount if there is a suitable option. The woman says they have what they need, and the view from this apartment is good, and the price will be much more affordable. The price turns out to be even less than Harry expected, and he remembers how his parents left him a down payment for the purchase. He thought he should buy it and then, when prices soar, sell it at the highest price, but now it all makes no sense. After all, later the guy enters an apartment that looks much more luxurious than the one he bought in his past life. Harry cries, realizing that this apartment is incredibly luxurious, because before for a long time he could only afford cheap housing. He spreads his arms out to the side in satisfaction, realizing that he now has over 1 million points, and it's time to improve. The first thing the guy thinks he needs to do is spend his savings on treating his teeth. He waits for some time, but does not feel any positive changes in himself, so he turns to the system. It turns out that healing teeth requires a higher level than he currently has. The limit is 69 points. Harry realizes that he will need to move up to the second level later, and begins to distribute the glasses, wanting to do so as evenly as possible. The next moment, the guy feels like a special feeling of power begins to overwhelm him. Even his brain becomes clearer. Only this happens too abruptly. Too much information enters his already inflamed brain at once. The guy asks the system to stop, fearing that it simply might not be able to handle such an overload. The next moment he falls down, powerless, with his arms spread out to the sides, thinking that he should have guessed everything and acted gradually. Opening his eyes and realizing that he is still in his apartment but not dead, he wonders what day it is. The guy jumps up abruptly, assuming a sitting position, and noting inside himself that he feels as if he has been born again. Putting his hand to his forehead, Harry now understands why older people talk about not eating too much at one time. Checking his status window, the guy is surprised to find that it's not just his speed of thinking that has increased. In addition, skills such as accounting, finance, marketing, and literature are upgraded to level 3. The gap between people is not only the way of thinking, but also the stock of knowledge. For some it is useless, but for others it is very important. The main thing in this matter is the correct management of them. With enough time and experience, Harry can also become an elite. He thinks about his bright future, and soon the phone rings. The guy answers it. A voice comes over the speaker asking if Harry is going to miss the semester now that his vacation is up. They tell him that if he doesn't show up, he'll be expelled. And the guy, politely apologizing, says that he's not fully recovered yet. He promises to let you know as soon as he feels better. And the next moment the system notifies you that there is a notification. An increase in the number of points and charisma is available, each of which requires 200,000 experience points. Harry thinks that he doesn't like this situation at all, because 200,000 points is a lot. It even brings tears to his eyes. This is the cost required at the moment. Upon reaching the 5th level, it will increase to 10 million. Harry tells himself to forget about it, because it's still too early for him to think about level 5 upgrades. And now, 200,000 doesn't seem like such a steep price. The guy's attention is drawn to the words that a new gift function is available. Every time he spends money, the probability of a gift from the system decreases. All gifts that are received will be stored in his inventory. Putting his hand over his eyes and letting out a heavy sigh, Harry voiced his thoughts out loud, finding what was happening incredibly difficult. Later, when he walks down the street past a crowd of girls, they look at him with loving eyes, wondering if he is the new guy. Smiling dazzlingly at passers-by, Harry silently greets his university, solemnly announcing his return. Confidently walking forward, the guy plays in his head what manipulations he did with his body. It even affected the bridge of his nose. He corrected it a little, fixed his nose, and is now incredibly glad that he spent the glasses on improving his face, because it is worth the admiring glances. Before entering the teacher's room, Harry knocks on the door, then introduces himself and says that he has come to check in. The man, whom the boy calls Teacher Luke, asks his student to go into the back of the office and sit down, and he apologizes for disturbing him. He says he was in the hospital for a few days due to a minor concussion and gives the man a certificate. He looks at the sheet as if he saw a ghost and admits that he did not expect this, because it was hard to believe that his ward was in the hospital. Luke suggests forgetting about formalities and getting straight to the point, and the guy agrees to these conditions. But he himself thinks about the fact that the man did not help him in the past. At the same time, he has poor thinking and an underdeveloped body, so the student does not consider it a problem for himself to cope with him. Harry thanks Luke and leans forward, looking bored, and asks how things are in their university dorm. The teacher replies that the dormitory where the boy was placed is very noisy, and he expresses understanding about this. Harry hands the man a red envelope, saying that the doctor told him not to be in too noisy rooms. So the brightly smiling student prepared a small gift for his venerable teacher. Luke accepts the envelope, promising the guy to apply for a 4-bedroom for him, but it will cost more. Harry recalls that in the past he shared a room with 5 crazy people who bullied him, but he has no desire to repeat that experience. Showing the map to the teacher, the boy tells him not to worry about anything, because he is ready to pay for his comfort. There is a beep, and Yasmin picks up her phone to check her email. Harry sends her a photo of his room and says he's back. The girl types a message back, congratulating him and reminding him not to forget to eat right and get plenty of rest. Harry is pleased to know as well as to see that Yasmin cares about him. And as he moves further into the room, he wonders if he can improve his appearance to 79% before winter break. But he has already changed a lot, and he still has no idea how to explain this to his mother, and he still has enough money left, and the guy decides to go to the store to buy groceries. As Harry leaves the store and goes through his pockets, he tries to find his phone. He peers into it, wondering what he should do next, and behind him sits a bookseller. Turning in his direction, the guy's gaze becomes surprised. He comes closer to examine the goods. The bookseller turns out to be a friend, and remembering that his family was in a difficult situation, Harry decides to help the student and buy one of his books. The book is called 66 Ways to Change Yourself, and the salesman names its price, and the potential buyer doesn't like it at all. He asks if the dealer sells used books at the original price, and he knocks the price down by almost a third, offering a magazine as well. To sweeten the deal, this collector's edition is super hot, but Harry isn't interested in it and lets her keep it. A notification from the system is heard, and the guy reads with interest what news it contains, and it's all about books on self-transformation. This feature triggers the gift-receiving feature, giving Harry the opportunity to receive an additional bonus. Looking at the book in front of him, the boy wonders if this means he should improve more. After all, it bears the name of the original Oath of the Pharmacist Garden Lux. Harry decides to immediately flip through it to understand whether he is right or not. This writing is nothing special, but it can increase your IQ a little, and it requires a lot of experience. And it is for this reason that Harry considers the bonus given to him to be simply incredible luck, but he forgets about caution. And it is worth the shame under the puzzled gaze of the bookseller, who asks what his customer does. The teacher follows Harry in and asks the audience to be silent, and also announces the arrival of the last student in their group. He invites the guy to come up to the board and introduce himself, and his classmates to support him with applause. As Harry steps up to the podium, he remembers his past life. As in the past, his lack of confidence led to him being laughed at after his performance. Only now everything has changed, and he does not feel any fear or uncertainty at all, opening his welcoming speech with the first words. Smiling, he admits that he was hospitalized for health reasons, so he couldn't show up earlier, and he regrets it. The girls listen to him with rapt attention when Harry says that it is an honor for him to be their classmate, and then follows the reason for choosing the faculty. He says that he wants to be rich, but at the same time a kind person. Although he understands that it is difficult, he is not going to give up. Harry ends his speech by saying that despite all the difficulties, he hopes that they can go through this whole journey together, and he also hopes that they will also all achieve success in the future. And the girls lovingly note how beautifully he speaks. The teacher starts applauding first, saying that it was excellent, and soon the whole group joins him. One of the girls, without taking her eyes off the new guy, asks Layla Scott what she thinks about this man, but her interlocutor's gaze is indifferent. Harry, meanwhile, remembers 2 things. The first of which is the question of the headman. He asks him to come to him if there is anything to discuss. His subject will be payment for extra assignments. The second question is whether there is at least one student who likes him, because he is very young and has never been in love. So if she is interested, let her meet him in person, not in public. Beaming with his own superiority, Harry, waving his hand, leaves the department, and one of his classmates is indignant at his presumption. One of the guys says he hasn't seen him since the morning and asks if he will live with them. His neighbor answers exactly the same. As Harry passes them, he glances sideways, realizing that the two are his former roommates, Scott and Lark. He doesn't think that they will be a hindrance to him in this life either, so he doesn't bother and chooses a seat in the back row. Several girls get up from their seats and approach the new guy, forming a tight circle around him and starting to ask questions. One of them takes it upon herself to ask one of his social networks. He agrees without any problems. Another girl approaches them, carefully pushing her classmate aside and politely apologizing for her behavior. She places her hand possessively on the sheets of paper lying on the desk and greets her new classmate. Introducing herself as the group leader, Layla offers to discuss his payment and expresses her desire to add him as a friend. Harry remembers her very well because this girl is one of the 3 goddesses of the university and won the title of the most beautiful 3 times. And even though she is beautiful, in her past life she let him down so much that he almost had to drop out of university because of the girl. Harry laughs, noticing that she makes demands so quickly, and she returns the laugh, answering why he can make them and she can't. But the guy hopes to change everything in this life. Asking why he should add her as a friend, he is very interested in the answer to this question. He was just looking for a girl, so could it be true that she liked him? Layla is at a loss. Her cheeks are covered with an embarrassed blush. The girl straightens up to her full height, saying that Harry thinks too much of himself because, frankly speaking, she is not interested in him at all. He agrees, exhaling, and asks how much the lesson will cost then. The girl is upset that the guy changed the subject so quickly, and with an unperturbed look names his price. The guy gives her the money and asks if she will notify him about any events. Layla takes the money and leaves, answering the question in the affirmative and saying that she will notify her classmate 3 days in advance. Another girl pounces on her from behind, hugging her and asking if she has found herself a handsome guy, and she gasps in surprise. Harry agrees with these words with an indifferent look and says that he will not bother Layla anymore. Julia Jake sits down to the right of the new guy and introduces herself, saying that her hometown is in Townord. Harry puts on a slightly embarrassed smile and compliments the girl on the beauty of her name. Julia says that she likes his name too, and asks with a loving smile what the guy is interested in. But Harry doesn't even deign to glance at his interlocutor, directing all his attention to his smartphone. The girl's gaze flashes with embarrassment and sadness. She is not happy to realize that no one is paying attention to her. Julia refuses to give in so easily, asking what brand her classmate's phone is, a question he answers. The girl thinks that this man's character resembles that of a child from a rich family, and she asks why he chose him. Harry answers in monosyllables, and the girl's face twists with anger. She almost shouts out her thoughts, but stops herself in time. But the guy continues to ignore her, and a bright appeal to him escapes from Julia's lips. But even then, the newcomer ignores her. The offended classmate leaves, thinking that she was only trying to be friendly, and Harry thinks that he doesn't want to deal with people like her. In her past life, she also tried to be friendly, and after that, she manipulated people, extorting money under various pretexts. One of the girls asks why Harry didn't talk to Julia. She is very beautiful, like their head girl. The second asks to be more friendly with her. The guy says that he doesn't want to communicate with her. And even though the class leader is beautiful, this doesn't mean that you should only pay attention to her appearance. Moreover, Harry gives preference to the girl's character and intelligence much more than to her beauty. There is a large crowd standing near the elevator, and seeing a classmate passing by, one of the students asks if he will wait for the elevator. The guy replies that his room is not far away, so he's going to go down the stairs. One of the guys asks the others if they have cigarettes, and if they can give them to him. The door opens, and the blonde turns his head in its direction to see who has entered, his gaze indifferent. It turns out to be Harry, and the student flips over the chair he had been resting his foot on and jumps up from his seat. He's overcome with indignation as he screams at the man who came in asking why the hell he came here wanting Harry to go away. Now the eyes of all those present turn to the newcomer, one of whose owners giggles disgustingly. Harry turns to the blonde, asking him relatively politely to leave his seat and reminding him not to forget to pick up the fallen chair. He laughs colorlessly, blowing cigarette smoke out of his lungs, and asks, what if he's not going to do it? Realizing that arguing is useless, Harry walks over to the chair and lifts it himself, asking where the blonde's bed is. He presses the new guy's finger with his foot and replies that it's on top, and also asks why he needs such information. Harry answers only what he understands and climbs up with an indifferent look. The blonde watches his movements with an angry look, and the neighbor lying opposite him, smiling, says that this guy is really interesting. The blonde agrees, but adds that he feels like he is being too arrogant. Harry, meanwhile, opens his bag and has a very interesting idea. He takes out something that looks suspiciously like a hammer, and the guy sitting on the chair flinches in surprise. His face stretches out at first in amazement, And then, at the sight of Harry's crazy grin, it takes on a frightened expression and begins to sweat. The new guy's gaze becomes even more insane, and the grin on his face takes on an increasingly creepy expression. The man sitting on the chair says nothing, as if he has lost the gift of speech, and only points to the second tier of the bed with a gesture. The blonde looks at his comrade in bewilderment. Burning with interest at what had surprised his neighbor so much, he turns around and tries to look up at his floor. Harry holds a hammer in one hand in a strange position, and a blue book in the other. His eyes are tightly closed. The neighbors look at him with bewilderment, at a loss to guess what exactly he is trying to do. The blonde's patience runs out sooner, and he turns to Harry, clenching his fists furiously. A friend jumps up to him and immobilizes him, asking him to stop. The blonde turns around to look at him in bewilderment. The man who stopped him asks what kind of normal person would carry a hammer in his bag. Didn't he see how this madman got it out? And while he asks him to be calmer, the third neighbor also decides to behave more discreetly and leave his place. Meanwhile, Harry is distracted from his work and, turning to those wishing to leave unnoticed, asks where they are going. Pointing to the blonde man, the short-haired guy says haltingly and with a nervous smile that his girlfriend asked them to come out and help her. Harry's lips stretch into a creepy grin as he asks again who exactly called them. The blonde feels as if he has been doused with a bucket of ice water. His gaze becomes frightened, and beads of sweat slide down his face. It only takes a split second for all three to leave the room with a loud slam and close the door. Harry looks towards the exit, slightly puzzled but smiling, wondering if he scared them too much. He leans back against the wall and lets out a heavy sigh, lost in his own thoughts. Even though he has a system, the guy doesn't think he should rely on it too much and looks at the status window. He thinks that he can acquire new knowledge, but it will not be able to influence his mind to the full extent. He needs to try harder himself. The students are sitting at the table and eating. One of them asks her interlocutor if she wants to say that Harry is from a rich family. A guy sitting nearby notices that they are also studying at the finance department, but they live in the university dormitory for international exchange. He thinks life is unfair. Julia winks and asks if his family is rich, how many houses he has. The guy sitting opposite her, who turned around indignantly, is almost surprised when he asks if she owns several houses. Layla pretends that she is not at all concerned about what is happening and, not paying attention to anyone, peacefully sips her drink. In fact, at every opportunity she gets, she stealthily glances to the side at the person she is interested in. It turns out to be none other than Harry himself, stretching sweetly and talking about how good it is to be young. And just as he is about to put his snack in his mouth, a voice is heard from behind, attracting his attention. A girl with menthol-colored hair in the company of her friends waves her hand and wishes Harry a good morning. At first, the guy's gaze expresses indifference, but he forces himself to put a sweet smile on his face and return the greeting to his classmate. Later, Julia approaches Harry and says that she heard that the guy lives on the ground floor and asks how he was able to do this. Someone in the crowd thinks that it has something to do with the teacher, but Harry replies that what is happening is the result of luck, nothing more. A blonde guy we know walks down the corridor and says that he is already tired of this university, and the teachers irritate him. He continues, thinking that these people have stupid faces, and the expert politely asks Harry to move out of the way. The latter looks at him with an indifferent look. The blonde turns his gaze in their direction, about to say that someone dares to disturb him, but he cuts himself off mid-sentence. Fear freezes on his face. The guy recognizes the psycho from his room. The cigarette that was in his hands a moment earlier falls to the floor. The space is filled with silence for a while, becoming almost ringing. One group of students looking at another. One of the girls dares to whisper a question into her friend's ear as to why they are looking like that, and she replies that she doesn't know, but Harry is out of luck. But the guy himself doesn't think so at all. He looks at the already familiar student with a calm and straightforward gaze. But the blonde's gaze clearly shows his confusion and fear. He literally starts to sweat, and a call to Harry is heard nearby. One of the hooligans addresses the latter with respect, greeting him politely, and his short-haired friend asks if he has had breakfast. As the blonde prepares to escape, Harry, smiling sweetly, asks if he will return to their room today. The guy stops and, slowly turning to the person who asked the question, asks again and answers negatively, referring to the fact that he has things to do today. Julia turns to the group leader, asking if they know each other, but she remains silent, but looks puzzled. The blonde says that if Harry needs help, he can turn to Duncan Sands and Dean Didion, who look at the guy ingratiatingly. The sound of the elevator arriving is heard, and Harry, looking indifferent, replies that he doesn't need it. Pressing the door opening button, he asks if the other person will be coming in. His appearance is frightening. Only instead of hooligans, Harry's classmates come inside, pushing him against the wall, and one of the neighbors replies that they will follow. As the elevator doors close and it begins to move, the guy notices the girl who is next to him. She turns out to be the head of his group, and Harry once again notes that her figure is beyond praise. The elevator makes a distinctive sound to indicate the next stop, and the students turn away from each other, not wanting to attract unnecessary attention. Someone leans on Harry's shoulder, and the next moment the boy hears a voice paying tribute to him, noting that Huffy and his friends are afraid of him. But he takes the stranger's hand off himself, instead of answering politely, which goes against the expression on his face, asking the guy not to touch him, because he doesn't like it. The boy notes his strength and then notices how his wallet is taken away, thanking him for taking care of his wallet. His previous owner apologizes and runs away, saying goodbye, and Harry thinks that sometimes you can resolve a conflict without resorting to violence. The guy hears a voice behind him that makes him turn around, and his indifferent look immediately changes. Layla, crossing her arms over her chest, asks if he wasn't going to be friends with everyone. So why was he so rude to that student? Leaving the girl alone with her thoughts, Harry walks away, throwing words over his shoulder about how he doesn't remember saying such words. As soon as the guy enters the classroom, Julia waves her hand at him in a friendly manner, drawing his attention to herself and saying that she is there. Dissatisfied with the behavior of her classmate Lyle, she rushes forward, pushing him. She takes a seat next to Julia, drawing her curious gaze. Taking her favorite place, the class monitor props her cheeks with her hand and informs an approaching classmate that she has a question. Looking at the guy with a direct and relaxed gaze, Layla asks what kind of friends he wants to make. He answers with an extremely intelligent look that he likes friends who don't ask a lot of questions. Julia bursts out laughing and the group leader turns to look at her, confused and taken aback, clearly uncomfortable. The girl apologizes for not being able to hold back and admits to Harry that she finds him funny, and tears even come to her eyes from laughter. And then she rises from her seat, leaning on the desk, and says that she has a few questions, and then asks to add her to the messenger. He rubs the bridge of his nose, answering evasively, maybe later, and says that he rarely communicates. His phone is always on silent mode. Harry continues, saying that he can't be expected to give quick answers. Julia's expression drops, and Layla turns away from him as if she's offended. But suddenly she turns to her classmate again and asks why he didn't answer her message, and she is the class monitor. Looking at the girl with a puzzled expression, Harry remembers that he delved into economics last night. But out loud he apologizes condescendingly and says that a lot of things happened to him yesterday, so he was very busy. Layla snorts in displeasure and takes the book in her hands with a stern look, thinking that she doesn't even want to look at her classmate. At the same time, she involuntarily thinks that the guy has very good external data, but the girl considers her classmate's character to be terrible and is going to deduct points for it, as well as keep her distance from him. And yet, Layla can't help but glance Harry's way, her own becoming stunned at the moment. A classmate sitting nearby is moving his pen across a piece of paper very quickly. Layla has never seen such speed before. Harry himself is so engrossed in learning that he doesn't notice other people's glances, believing that at the third level of skill he doesn't understand much. Although these questions are not very difficult, when he can fully understand this information, he will be able to direct his knowledge to earn money. The guy believes that acquiring knowledge is not the same as understanding it. Harry assumes that the more knowledge he gains, the more difficult it will be for him to understand it. It is impossible to accurately extract the necessary knowledge at the right moment, and that is when all the acquired knowledge becomes a burden. Harry believes that it would be better for him to gain this knowledge now than to have potential problems in one area or another in the future. He considers it necessary to create a plan in order to rely on it in the future and act according to instructions. Meanwhile, the headman cannot take his eyes off the student who is diligently writing in his notebook, thinking about what he is writing down. She can't stand it, and, thinking that her classmate is solving the problem, says that the teacher hasn't finished yet. Harry retorts. He says he can figure it out himself, and Layla gets annoyed, thinking that with his ability to learn on his own, he wouldn't be here. Taking a book in his hand, Harry shares with a classmate that after the summer holidays, he got into a fight and ended up in the hospital, missing out on the entrance exam. In fact, he is a genius. Only in the past he lacked motivation, but now the guy is trying to fix it. Harry says that it is Layla's own business. Whether to believe these words or not, the girl flares up hurt. She says that she does not consider what was said to be true, because these words, in her opinion, are absolutely similar to a lie. Julia attracts attention to herself by addressing Harry familiarly and saying that she believes him to be a genius. The girl confesses to her classmate that the moment she saw him, she felt that he was different from the other guys. Harry looks at his classmate silently, realizing that she is not stupid, and remembering how in her past life she played with naive boys. In the end, she married a rich man, as she wanted. So it is not surprising that now the girl wants to get closer to the newcomer. Harry has an idea and asks the headman, since she doesn't believe him, what she thinks of him then. The girl rises from her seat, agreeing to answer this question, and admits that although he is indeed a genius, there is a nuance. She believes that because of his terrible temper in high school, he stubbornly refused to study, and something happened on the eve of the entrance exams. Layla thinks that Harry's girlfriend cheated on him with a rich guy. Because he didn't study, he can't even get into a second-level university. He couldn't come to terms with this and went to take revenge, but in the end he was seriously injured and had to be hospitalized. But he came to his senses only recently. Harry was angry and wanted his tormentors to pay for everything, and this is what prompted him to study hard now. He keeps the phone his ex-girlfriend gave him to motivate himself with this reminder and not give up. Harry forces himself to keep his distance from pretty girls to avoid the mistakes of his past, so he ignores Lila. She chuckles, remembering the words spoken at the performance about the guy wanting to find a girlfriend to forget his ex-girlfriend. But Harry didn't take any action or respond because he was in pain. She is confident in her words, considering them reasonable. The boy points at the head girl with his pen, asking if she has ever tried working as a short story writer, and the girl blushes with embarrassment. She quickly gets out of it by asking where she can find time for this, because she needs to study, manage the class, and solve student council problems. Harry, seeing this reaction, understands that he has hit the nail on the head and finds this turn of events quite entertaining. Pretending to be busy with his own affairs, the boy looks at the headman on the sly, remembering that in his past life he had never even heard of this. Even though Layla set him up back then, her results in all aspects are truly impressive. This girl has a strong personality, self-control and self-discipline, which is difficult for ordinary people to approach. He thought that after graduating from university, Layla would live a good life, but he heard that this was not the case at all. The boy never even thought that the headman had such a side. In his past life, he never heard that Layla wrote novels. Harry thinks seriously, because this proves that the girl is very careful and wonders what he should do now. The thought doesn't take long to occur to him. He remembers that he once came to Layla's office to use the printer. The girl was in a hurry and allowed Harry to do everything himself, and also threatened not to touch her files. Then a message arrived on the class monitor's laptop, which was accidentally seen by her classmate. That message said it was time for the monthly update, and that Harry didn't understand what it meant. Now, if he assessed everything correctly, that account was created by a girl in order to write novellas. Harry looks towards the headman again, duplicating in his head the information that he is damn interested in this. He can't wait to find out what secrets this girl might be hiding. Meanwhile, Layla opens her textbook, running her eyes over the lines and trying to understand what is written. But she is doing a poor job of it. The girl picks up a pen and bites the edge of it, thinking that she doesn't understand herself at all and wondering what she's doing. The headman is depressed by the fact that this guy manages to lead her by the nose in this way, and there is something else that bothers her. Layla turns her head towards Harry and mentally wonders why he suddenly said something about the novellas. Did he really find out everything? The bell rings from class, and Julia invites her classmate to go to the cafeteria, but he refuses, saying that he has unfinished business. The girl throws herself at her friend, saying that no one has ever rejected her, and Layla thinks that she is just playing with him. She gives Julia a friendly slap on the forehead, advising her to simply ignore her classmate, and she winces. As dusk falls on the city, Harry walks through the city, thinking that there will be no classes tomorrow afternoon. He needs to buy a computer. He also needs a phone and a new SIM card. And as he approaches the door, the guy expresses regret that mobile phone service is very expensive these days. The thought of having to be frugal brings tears to his eyes, but he shouldn't think about that now. Harry goes inside his room and, judging by the silence around him, concludes that all his neighbors are already having their 10th dream. But as the boy moves deeper, his presence awakens Huffy. Seeing his neighbor moving forward, the guy does not at all understand that he is depressed. His sick imagination draws terrible scenarios. Harry puts his bag down on the bed, and the sound, a reminder of relatively recent events, wakes up another one. The blonde's face reflects the entire spectrum of variations of fear, and the awakened Dean rises up on his elbows, looking down. As Harry leaves the room, curses are heard from behind the door, and a male voice says that he was very scared and wants to move out. The guy smirks, looking back and thinking about how he enjoys scaring his roommates. Harry is evaluating smartphones through the display case, and a consultant who has come up to him at this time, smiling falsely, offers him his help. The guy takes advantage of the help by asking to show him a certain model and asking about another store that interests him. When Harry buys a phone, he thinks that even though the price is high, for the next few years, this phone is better than all the others. In addition to everything, phones of this brand are used not only for office work, but also for use in everyday life. The guy remembers that he also needs a computer, but decides to buy a laptop because many PC stores deceive people. Deciding to cool off, Harry buys a soft drink and is told that he can get half the cost back if he returns the bottle. He needs to save money now, and the guy pours the contents into himself almost in one gulp and returns the bottle. After all the necessary purchases, there is still money left. But despite the fact that Harry wants to go to driving school, this is not enough. Besides, he has to save money. But when he passes a store with SIM cards, he remembers that he didn't buy one. It's stupid to have a phone without a SIM card, so Harry goes into the store to buy one. The system immediately notifies you about the activation of the gift function and offers to accept it. The guy looks at his purchase in surprise, trying to guess what gift he can get after buying a regular SIM card. But Harry still decides to accept the affordable gift, even though he hardly considers it useful. There are only 4 advantages, one of which is the ability to intercept calls from absolutely anyone. Much like the above, Harry's attention is drawn to the ability of the number to be impossible to track without the owner's permission. The guy looks at the priceless acquisition lying on his hand with wide eyes, wondering if this is even legal. As Harry inserts the SIM card into his smartphone, he thinks that if he uses it correctly, it will definitely be useful. Looking at the phone screen with satisfaction, the guy is going to use it as his main SIM card. Julia asks her friend who she thinks their new classmate really is, and her friend asks her why she's asking. The girl says that Harry lives in an international dorm, which leads to the idea that his family is very rich, as are his roommates. Julia notes that they are inferior to him in temperament, and the guy himself is rude. And Layla replies that this is his character. A smartphone lying next to the girl reading notifies her of a message, which turns out to be from the person the students were just talking about. Harry shares his phone number with Layla, and allows her to add it to the messenger she asked for, but not to tell anyone. The girl looks at her classmate's number with an uncertain expression on her face, mentally repeating his words to herself. There are many levels of telephone numbers, the highest of which can be sold at auction and are owned by government officials. Only those in the know understand that in fact such numbers are not ordinary numbers. They may consist of the first batch of old phones, values inferior to others, and the area code. People who understand the rules of counting use them to make the number perfect. And right now, Layla is looking at Harry's number, puzzled. A friend's squeal is heard from the side, and the headman turns his gaze in her direction, asking what happened, but she waves it off. She says that nothing supernatural happened, and her friend shouldn't pay attention to it, because Julia is just playing. Layla looks back at her classmate's number, wondering who he really is. As Harry's fingers click on the keyboard, his expectations are dashed, and he is left feeling disappointed. The group he was looking for is nowhere to be found, and the guy approaches the screen as if he is having trouble seeing again. He wonders if he spelled the name correctly, suggesting that it might be because the girl hasn't created the group yet. Along with this, the thought creeps in that Layla could have created this group in her second year, when she already had a fan base. And if she had a fan base, it only proves that the girl's work was popular. Harry thinks that soon there will be a golden era of online literature, and many works will be adapted into films and TV shows. Although he doesn't have time to write novels, he knows better than anyone that they will be popular in the future. With Layla's talent and Harry's foresight into the future, this couple could have achieved mind-blowing success. The guy refuses to give up, driven by such a powerful incentive, and is going to try searching again. And this time the search is crowned with success. Harry manages to find the second account of his classmate, and his face reflects delight. But here there is a pitfall. First of all, 3 questions need to be answered. And the guy begins to think about the legality of Layla's actions. It looks like she's doing something forbidden. Harry puzzles over what he should do in this case, answer or not. Another brilliant idea comes to the guy's head, and he starts clicking on the keys even more diligently. The idea turns out to be a failure. Nothing is found according to the request. Harry finds it hard to believe because he remembers something completely different. Before starting her studies, Layla had 6 jobs that were either completed or abandoned. So did she really give up on all of them? The guy is typing on the keyboard again, personal factors aside. Now there are only 2 authors left, and success awaits him. Harry enters the classroom and is drawn to a girl waving at him and calling his name, which turns out to be Julia. She invites a classmate to take a seat next to her, and almost no one pays attention to her anymore. When the guy walks between the rows, he hears his classmates talking. One of them thinks that Julia is stalking him, the other denies it. Harry accepts the invitation, surprised at such interest, as it is not at all like this girl's style. Julia tells her friend that the guy is here, but she only makes a short coo, not taking her eyes off her phone, and he is even surprised. The girl openly ignores him, but Harry believes that the advantage is on his side, because the bait has been thrown and all that remains is to wait. Looking around the auditorium with the students inside, the guy finds the observation of such a situation amusing. Although Phoebe Phage becomes closer to Scott, he likes Lila more, and he will date Julia, who will cheat on him after the wedding. Scott initially liked Charlie, but he is the captain of Julia's fan club. She and Phoebe will never be friends while Julia and Lila have a good relationship, but it is only a superficial friendship. Harry looks at his classmates with anticipation, noting to himself that their exciting student life is just beginning. Julia asks with a worried look why her classmate didn't respond to her messages, and he says that he read them and didn't notice. Hearing these words and seeing the accompanying picture, Charlie tisks in disdain, realizing that the guy's words are just an excuse. Scott moves towards him, throwing his arm over his shoulder in a familiar manner and offering to compare Harry with them. He thinks that the difference is insignificant. Harry himself expected this outcome, because this man never misses an opportunity to laugh at others. Julia suddenly gasps, as if remembering something important, and turns to her neighbor, asking a question. The girl is interested in whether Harry is going to take the translation exam or not. He looks at the speaker indifferently. Layla eavesdrops. The guy is surprised, because other classmates turn to him in anticipation of an answer, and he asks the question that interests him out loud. Why is everyone looking at him like that? It's too early to talk about the translation exam. It won't be held anytime soon. Julia, fawning, agrees and says that with due diligence and preparation, Harry has every chance of passing the exam. Scott asks his neighbor if he wants to try to pass the test, and his neighbor returns his question, saying that he doesn't think they have a chance. But the student, smiling maliciously, suggests that Charlie try, arguing that there is still plenty of time, they will have time to prepare. The blonde notes that it is easy to brag, but in case of failure it will be very embarrassing. Scott agrees with these words. The latter says that, unlike his classmates, he will not have to work after graduation, so he will not need this exam. Slightly surprised, Charlie asks his friend if his family doesn't have 4 apartments located in the very center of the city. Scott smirks arrogantly, asking who said that his family only owns 4 apartments. A student brags that his family owns 4 apartment buildings, and the room immediately fills with murmurs. One of his classmates asks if his family is really that rich, and another chimes in. That sounds too luxurious. One of the girls in the front row turns to Scott, asking what area his house is in, and he smiles mysteriously. Julia figures, sighing enviously. It turns out that her classmate can only earn big money by renting out apartments. Harry can't resist asking again, and Scott says that they're not that expensive, and after working for 2 years, you can rent any apartment you want. Harry privately considers his classmate to be the destroyer of his family, since the words about 4 houses are in fact a lie. His family owns 8 small houses and a small store opened by his parents, although he can actually live in comfort. Harry looks at his classmates with a condescending look, not understanding how they could fall for this so easily. Layla turns her gaze to Harry, thinking that she finds the guy much more interesting in comparison to them. While Scott's family does have money, considering the other aspects of his balance wheel, his overall score is really low. This guy can be seen as an ordinary person who has some usefulness, which cannot be said about Harry. In Layla's opinion, he is good in all aspects at once, and is very different from everyone else present, although they are the same age. The girl even adds half a point for his calmness and ability to hold on, but even that seems not enough. The headman is thinking about adding another half for impressive appearance indicators. Charlie, meanwhile, approaches Harry, noting his diligent study and asking if he is really thinking about taking the exam for transfer. He waves it off with the phrase, "We'll talk about this later." Phoebe becomes interested, asking where the guy wants to transfer. Harry remains silent, continuing to do his own thing while his classmates are embarrassed by his ignoring instead of him. Phoebe thinks that he is very different from them. It seems like he is not interested in anyone present. Harry finally speaks up, having finished one of his tasks, reminding that he has already answered something similar. It is still too early to think about it. Julia notices that he has already finished his work, but also wonders why he needs math if the guy wants to transfer. Harry tenses up as he catches the displeased looks of his classmates. This behavior is very similar to his former girlfriend. But at the same time, he still finds it funny to watch how the children around him behave, and he thinks about playing along with them. Charlie speaks for everyone, recalling what was said and asking if maybe the matter is something else, and the guy just doesn't want to reveal the secret. Scott adds fuel to the fire by asking his comrade not to say that, and playfully suggesting that Harry has big ambitions, which is why he doesn't say it. He names 2 prestigious universities, asking which one his classmate is aiming for, and the latter replies that he needs to weigh everything carefully. Phoebe, smiling awkwardly, starts to speak, but her neighbor finishes for her, making it seem as if Harry is very good at bragging. Charlie says if a classmate can get into one of those colleges, he'll eat a pound of his goddess's shit. She jumps up from her seat, indignant and embarrassed, and from the side there is cheerful laughter and a question as to why she is reacting so sharply. Harry says that the girl can always discuss this with the debater. Let him feed her better food so that it tastes better. Julia is silent, angry, and discouraged, and her neighbor, also red, makes an inarticulate sound, accompanying her incomprehensible reaction. Finally, the girl comes to her senses, indignantly hitting her deskmate several times. He asks her why he got caught in the crossfire, even though it was a completely different person who suggested this matter. Julia says that Harry shouldn't be like Charlie. At least he shouldn't be allowed to be as disgusting as his classmate. One of the students asks if Charlie is the only one who can be so disgusting, and adds that Harry really knows how to joke. Charlie thinks about discrimination, because his classmates find his words disgusting, and Harry finds them funny. Julia continues to quietly pat her neighbor on the shoulder, and Scott doesn't understand why she looks so embarrassed. Puzzled, he looks at the headman and tries to remember the last time the girl laughed so joyfully. The guy thinks that he can't let his classmate outshine him, because otherwise he won't even be able to find a girlfriend. He attracts attention to himself by saying that one of his houses is located near the university that Harry is aiming for, offering housing. Charlie says that he is ready to remove the rent especially for his classmate, but the guy will have to study hard. He hopes for agreement. Harry thinks that Charlie is trying to provoke him, and answers out loud that a discussion is possible, but only when the time comes. In addition, not all universities teach finance-related specialties, so the choice will be difficult. Silence reigns. Layla looks at Harry, wondering if he didn't see the provocation in Charlie's words, but immediately dismisses the thought. This man could not help but notice this. He simply could not pay attention, being carried away by his work. The students begin to talk among themselves. One of them whispers to another that Harry's decision to take the exam has nothing to do with Charlie. Layla decides to cheer up her classmate, saying that with his level of mathematics, while he is not aiming high, the guy should succeed. She says that she thinks Harry's knowledge is good, and his learning abilities are excellent, so it shouldn't be difficult for him. The guy is puzzled, wondering if this girl really just praised him. It was too unexpected for him. Charlie turns to his classmates and asks them what their math level is, thinking to himself that he would like to see that. While the guy is writing, he gets up from his seat and goes over to his classmate to pick up what he has written. Charlie's look becomes puzzled when he sees that the student can actually solve the written mathematical inequalities. Layla chuckles, suggesting that her classmate doesn't even know what formula to use in at least one of the assignments. While Charlie silently swallows the insult and makes an angry face, someone's hand reaches for the sheets from behind. Nimble fingers tenaciously grab the edge of the stack and pull it towards themselves. The kidnapper turns out to be Phoebe. Looking at the solution, she asks in surprise why there is no calculation process. The owner of the sheets came up to her, returned what he had taken, and said that this topic was too simple, so he was only writing the answers. Phoebe admires, calling her classmate amazing. Because she herself did not even understand the first chapter, Julia puts in her 2 cents. Harry replies that the knowledge is worth the effort, and is now equivalent to that of a second-year university student. But he thinks that this is not enough, and the girls, echoing each other, note that their classmate studies too much. Several girls approach Harry's desk and begin asking for his help, since some of them are also aiming for the transfer exam. Charlie starts shaking with anger, not understanding how an ordinary guy can act like he's better than people like him. Moreover, he believes that Harry is just pretending to be smart to show off in front of girls, and they so naively believe him. Charlie doesn't understand why everything changed so quickly, and even the headman is now on this guy's side, offering his support. He asks again if Harry can really remember all this, and talks about the exceptional abilities of his classmate. Charlie wishes the guy success in entering university, and expresses hope that he will be able to quickly find a good job. He laughs, saying that with hard work and a little help from family, he can save up for a down payment on a house in 10 years. Charlie continues, saying that immediately after graduation, his income may be limited, and utility and rent costs will hit his pocket. But his classmate generously allows Harry not to worry, and to rent one of his apartments, since he will be given a discount in a friendly manner. Scott joins his friend's game, asking if, since the student is living in an international dorm, he needs one of the apartments. He waves it off, citing the huge difference as an example, and ironically speaking of it as insignificant. They continue that, without a good income, it will be very difficult. And Julia thinks about whether there might be competition between the families of her classmates. Layla dreams of a conflict breaking out. She can't wait to see what this guy will look like after he loses. And all this so that at the very last moment she herself could intervene. The girl literally looks forward to finding out what her classmate is capable of. Now Layla looks like a real master of strategy. burning with a thirst for knowledge and shooting her interested gaze at Harry. But he only chuckled under the angry gaze of his classmate, asking how much Charlie's family's most expensive house cost. He flares up with indignation and embarrassment, saying that each of his family's houses can be considered expensive. Harry only smirks at these words, expressing his incomprehension about his classmate's lie. Since his family only owns small houses, Charlie tenses up but doesn't say anything, and the guy asks him about it, and then asks him another question, whether he's right or not. The guy is silent for a while, trembling because of the revelation, but, having mastered himself, asks what the interlocutor means by these words. There are confused voices all around as Charlie gets up from his seat and heads back to his classmate's desk. Meanwhile, Harry gives the address of the house and with a sweet smile asks if the guy knows it. And then it gets even more surprising. Charlie hesitates as the student begins to reveal details that few people knew. Overall, the building is unremarkable, and the rest of the houses are rented out by Denise's family. The leading question becomes whether Harry is right or not. But then he suddenly catches himself, as if remembering something, and mentions a small room that was purchased for the store. Harry looks back at his classmate, asking him to remind him of the average price of houses in the area he lives in. Charlie starts to speak, but stops after the first word, completely confused by his classmate's knowledge and public disgrace. And Harry says that now he will ask his question again. Among the properties owned by Denise, which house is the most expensive? Charlie again says just one word, after which his throat spasms, because each of his classmates' words is true. The headman is puzzled along with everyone else present, and seems to share a common question with them. And Harry is merciless. He continues his game, supposedly remembering that not only the Denises were able to get their new homes. He came from a village that was about to be demolished, but the locals came together to prevent this. Yet Charlie's family had no part in the decision, but came to the ready-made when local residents reached an agreement with the developers. With a serious expression, Harry announces that what the Denises have now is nothing more than a result of luck. Charlie could make an effort to improve his life, as this wave of urban development brought prosperity to his doorstep. But his family's prosperity is not as exaggerated as he says. And even if there is wealth, it does not relate personally to the guy. Harry asks his classmate to remember two things, the first being distance, and the second being a request to untangle the contradiction in his own words. Charlie's current situation is rather questionable, since he himself has nothing, and the guy can't think of anything better to do than ask how the guy found out about it. Harry's lips stretch into a grin, and he says that he came here to study, but his family didn't want him to cause trouble. The guy ends everything with the words that he himself does not like it when people bother him, and with a slightly arrogant and confident smile. Harry says there are 64 people in their group, and he has found information on each one, so he knows who to hang out with and who not to hang out with. As for Charlie, he must understand and determine his own level. He looks completely confused and helpless. Harry advises his classmate not to allow the same situation to happen again in the future, as it could end badly for him. Charlie swallows nervously and takes his seat, saying that he understood everything more than clearly, except for his voice. There is silence in the audience. The bell rings for class, and the teacher enters the room, saying it is time for a lecture on deepening the global economy. And as he continues to introduce his students to his discipline in detail, Harry admires his classmate's reaction to his words. Layla watches her too, mentally calling Charlie a loser, and becoming disappointed that he is unable to even stand up for himself. But despite this, the girl considers the performance of another classmate to be amazing. It is difficult for her to even take her eyes off him. Only now her plan has been destroyed, and the headman had hoped that she would be able to intervene and stop the conflict that had escalated to the limit. But she comes up with the idea of writing a story about a powerful CEO who is in love with her. But the girl holds herself back. Layla recalls that someone once said to speak softly but act boldly. The ability to be gentle and cruel makes a man. Her classmate's behavior was even more perfect than she could have imagined. One must show mercy when tolerance is required. The girl has an incomparable desire to get closer to this man. And meanwhile, the lecture is coming to an end. The students disperse. Julia asks Harry where he will have lunch, and offers to go with her and the head boy to the canteen. The guy waves it off, replying that the canteen is too expensive for him. He cannot afford such luxury. Meanwhile, the smartphone informs about a friend request, and Harry picks it up, checking the sender. Julia, recognizing the phone model, says that she doesn't believe her classmate, because this smartphone was released very recently. Looking at Yasmin's request, Harry agrees with the girl, saying that he spent all his savings on it and is now broke. Julia goes to extreme measures, saying that in this case she is ready to pay for her classmate, but he says that he will not be able to repay the debt. The girl is angry, trying to contain her rage and understand what is wrong with this man, because she was not going to ask him to return anything. The next moment she says it out loud and directly, expressing her intention to treat Harry. He will not owe her anything. Harry looks at his classmate with completely round eyes, full of surprise, and for some reason, the thought of a dating simulator creeps into his head. He looks at the girl standing in front of him with wide eyes, thinking that it looks like he was able to change the script of this character. The guy finds this arrangement quite interesting and hides the smile that is trying to come out, because it goes against his next actions. Feigning embarrassment, Harry says that he feels awkward behaving this way, and the girl is confused by this reaction. But she definitely likes him, because the next moment Julia comes close to her classmate and grabs his hand. The girl asks the guy to stop resisting and come with her, and he giggles, agreeing and saying that he only wanted to tease her. Following Harry's lead, Phoebe lets out a laugh, and Julia reacts emotionally, asking why they are all laughing. Even Layla can't help but burst out laughing, covering her mouth with her hand and remarking that the two of them look very funny. But it's hard to hold back, and under the embarrassed glances of her classmates, a ringing laugh escapes from under her graceful girlish fingers. This situation makes Julia feel even more embarrassed, and she doesn't hold back. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl pinches Harry, who is standing next to her, causing him to scream, and turns to him, asking a question. Julia asks if her classmate is making fun of her on purpose, and he grimaces, saying that it hurts. He asks why the girl thought so, because Harry didn't even think about making fun of her, and his classmate snorts with displeasure. She wonders why she is trying to invite this guy along and assumes that he thinks she is frivolous. Touching Harry's back, Phoebe says that if he doesn't want to have lunch with Julia, he can join her, and he is surprised. He says he doesn't mind being paid for, but he doesn't like the food in the cafeteria, adding that the girls can discuss it. Looking at how his classmates actually negotiate with each other, the guy thinks that they became interested in him thanks to Denise's stupidity. But he is not interested in this. Despite the fact that these girls are beautiful, he does not want to enter into a serious relationship with them. Phoebe wants pure love, and Julia dreams of marrying a rich guy, and for both of them, it will all end sadly. Seeing her classmate packing his things into a backpack and not looking in their direction at all, Julia concludes that he is not interested in them. But the girl is not particularly upset, thinking that, given his past behavior, this guy has already had many beautiful girls. She thinks that a guy like him will be very difficult to get, but if his family is rich, it will be worth the effort. When Julia decides to approach a classmate, Phoebe asks her if she bought a new skincare kit, and the former doesn't even have time to answer. A classmate decides for her, saying that in that case she doesn't have that much money, and offers to pay for Harry herself. Julia is at a loss. She admits to herself that she did not buy any set, but tells her rival that she has enough money and there is no need to worry about it. Phoebe giggles and agrees, but sets the condition that her classmate does not come to ask her for money later. Even Harry, standing at a distance, reflexively clutches his backpack tighter, noticing the tension in the air between the two. In order to somehow diffuse the situation, he makes a noise, drawing attention to himself and asking if they should go already. While Harry is busy on his phone on the way, Julia catches up with him, getting ready to say what she has wanted to say for a long time. Looking over his shoulder, a classmate asks why the guy bought himself a new phone. He replies that it happened because the class monitor started making up stories, otherwise the whole university would start talking about his ex-girlfriend. Each of the students would not have been too lazy to point a finger at him and sympathize, because, in their opinion, Harry would have been heartbroken. Having heard these words, Layla asks not to drag her into this story, refusing to take responsibility. Phoebe appears out of nowhere, asking her classmate if he's really never had a girlfriend, and he confirms it. He adds that when he was at school, no one noticed him, and Charlie, standing nearby, clicks his tongue in disbelief. His friend looks gloomy. The guy turns around, about to say something about his classmate, but doesn't manage to finish the sentence. Harry catches the words directed at him and asks what they are talking about, because he couldn't hear something. Scott, who was disgraced by him earlier, tenses up. He shuts his comrade's mouth, asking him not to pay attention to what was said, since nothing serious was said. Julia comes up to Harry and, smiling, says that she really considers him a modest person. He looks at his classmate in surprise. On the other side, Phoebe approaches him, asking with a sly smile what type of girls he likes and asks him to share with them. Layla watches her classmate's efforts from the side. She looks slightly tense, and her posture is constrained. Harry repeats the question to himself, and out loud asks Phoebe to give him time to think. It seems that for him this is quite a task. An image appears in his head, and the guy begins to characterize it. His ideal is not only a beautiful, but also a gentle girl. She must understand and share common values with him, and an important factor is comfort when they are together. Julia says she is no longer surprised that Harry didn't have a girlfriend, as he is a fairly traditional person. But she adds that it's okay, because a guy like him deserves better. The student looks at the girl puzzled. Unexpectedly for those present, Harry asks what qualities make this or that person the best. Now the girls are puzzled. Julia answers evasively, saying that the answer is personal for everyone, but to herself she thinks about her breasts, believing that guys like them. Phoebe agrees with her classmate, saying that Harry's preferences are important, and in her mind the girl tries to think of what her virtue is. Layla thinks that she doesn't have feelings for her classmate, but she really doesn't like being an imaginary rival of her classmates. She thinks she wouldn't lose if she actually participated, but these girls act like children when it comes to competition. Julia takes Harry's arm and guides him, saying that if they stay any longer there will be nothing left for them. Layla's gaze is tense. Approaching the place where her company is eating, Julia shows from afar the bag of fruit she bought. She is about to say something to her classmate with a bright smile, but she interrupts herself. The girl looks at the place where she last saw the guy, but he has already disappeared without a trace, and asks where he went. A familiar voice comes from behind, leaving a mark of surprise on his saddened face. Harry announces his location. Showing the girl a piece of cake, the guy says that he couldn't eat their food for free, so he bought something too. According to his assumption, everyone likes desserts, but not knowing other people's tastes, he bought several types to choose from. He invites the girls to choose what they like best, and their looks are full of anticipation. Only Layla looks surprised. The classmates start sharing desserts, and the guy sitting nearby thinks about how easy it is to please them. But his gaze falls on one of the girls and becomes surprised. He asks the headmistress, who is looking suspiciously at the strawberry cake, why she isn't eating it. There is no need to worry, because this pastry contains premium cream, which is healthy. And if the girl doesn't think about eating it, Harry is ready to take it for himself. But as she pushes her chair back, the girl giggles, asking why she should give her portion to her classmate. She picks up a fork and starts to devour the cake, and now Harry laughs, realizing that this trick still works. Julia turns to the guy and asks how he knew she wanted dessert from that place, and then thanks him because it's expensive. Harry takes the chopsticks in his hand and notices with anticipation that the dishes the girls treated him to are also not cheap. Phoebe smiles in agreement, as one of these dishes contains 2 large chicken legs, which is not cheap. Julia confirms these words, saying that since she is treating Harry, the food must be excellent. But secretly she is angry at Phoebe's pickiness. The latter says that she is worried about her classmate's wallet, and she retorts that as long as Harry needs something, she is going to support him. As he puts the noodles in his mouth, the guy says that it was inappropriate, because if he eats like that every day, the girl will run out of money in a week. But Harry finds a solution, saying that to prevent this from happening, Phoebe will buy food for him tomorrow. The said one shudders in surprise. The next moment, anticipation and determination appear on her face. The girl intends to feed her classmate something tasty. He smiles, and the girl gives him a high five, telling him to be sure to come tomorrow. The rest become silent witnesses to this picture. Julia allows him to treat a classmate. She will not compete, but says that she will no longer treat Harry herself. Phoebe doesn't mind, and the guy chuckles maliciously to himself. Noting the similarity of what is happening with the Wheel of Fortune, Layla looks at them with disdain. However, there is something that slightly worries Harry, and he thinks all these girls are exactly the same as in his past life. He thinks that people grow only when they cross certain thresholds, and the headman is watching him. Taking out the citrus, the guy continues his thoughts, thinking that only in this case can one rationally evaluate the stupidities committed in the past. Layla continues to watch the guy peel the fruit, and, based on his behavior, concludes that he is not interested in these girls. While eating a tangerine and seeing the headman's gaze directed at him, Harry asks her if she wants the fruit. Only the last slice is left. The girl refuses, politely thanking her classmate and allowing him to finish the unfortunate slice himself. Harry looks at Lila thoughtfully for a moment, finding her more interesting than Phoebe and Julia. As he puts the last piece into his mouth, he thinks about how this girl has complicated his life in the past. The guy wonders how to repay her more severely, but is in no hurry, because the most interesting things are yet to come. When Harry returns to his room, Dean greets him, and the guy, in response, says hello, asks if he had lunch. He answers negatively. The neighbor says they are just getting ready, and Harry wonders why it is so late, Dean's appearance making him uneasy. He also asks if he had dined himself, since they could have done so together, taking advantage of the opportunity to get to know each other better. He replies that he has already eaten and asks, casually, if they are going to walk around all night again. Dean answers in the affirmative. He worries, saying that the campus is very small, and there is nothing to do here except surf the internet. Harry pretends to find these words funny, allowing himself to chuckle. But in reality, he knows very well how rich kids spend their time. Now they just sit on the internet, but in the future they will find new ways to waste time. In many cities there are clubs with private areas. Harry had previously wondered about the source of their wealth, but since then his curiosity had noticeably diminished, believing that there was nothing to worry about. Later, he will be able to surpass each of them in wealth by a significant margin, and he still has many unrealized opportunities ahead of him. Dean introduces himself by saying that he is from the northeastern region. His hometown is quite small, and his family is in the timber business. His friend with glasses doesn't keep him waiting. Taking up the baton of the presentation, he is from Taunus. His family runs a factory. Duncan offers Harry a cigarette, but he politely declines, saying that he doesn't smoke. The bullies look at him puzzled and are silent for a moment, but then Dean continues on his way, finishing what he started. Throwing his arm over Duncan's shoulder, he says that Harry is different from them. It is good not to smoke, because smoking is harmful to health. The guy with glasses is about to say something, but his friend doesn't let him, covering his mouth with his hand and saying that they smoke for pleasure. Harry realizes that he has really scared his neighbors, and thinks about the need to create a friendly atmosphere in their dorm. He says that since they are all in the same dorm, there are things that shouldn't be hidden from everyone. He has his own problems too. Harry shares that he is highly sensitive, has low self-esteem, and is introverted, with unpleasant things always weighing on him. He doesn't know what to do with it. The guy admits that his reading of Buddhist scriptures scared his neighbors, but this is his way of dealing with his inner demons. In fact, Harry values friendship very much, but he cannot express it correctly. Their meeting is like a destiny destined by heaven. He asks to take care of him in the future, and expresses hope that they will all be able to become good friends in the future. Dean tenses, mentally wondering why this guy just said that so suddenly. Duncan smiles awkwardly, remembering the words about fighting inner demons, saying that he doesn't think his neighbor has any. Seeing Dean double over and shaking as he says he wants to go home, Harry looks at him sympathetically, asking what happened. As Duncan leaves his room, he says that if it weren't so hard to find a place to live here, he would have moved out a long time ago. His friend doesn't take his eyes off the door. He thinks about something for quite a long time, and then asks his interlocutor why he has the feeling that their neighbor lied to them. He, sweating, admits that he thought about it too, but now considers it not so bad, although sometimes creepy. Dean approaches him from behind and claps, suggesting that he think about the good. Duncan screams in surprise and gets scared. The guy suggests that they consider their neighbor a godlike figure who protects them. Perhaps he can provide assistance when needed. In the future, they will walk, radiating confidence and authority, and Harry will walk behind, holding a hammer in one hand and a Buddhist scripture in the other. This guy will protect his friends. Dean can see this wonderful sight as if it were real, but Duncan destroys these dreams. He asks to forget about them, because even he himself does not understand this man. Dean switches gears, plunging into other dreams, and says that may be so, but Duncan's sister will be able to understand. The guy believes that there is no person this girl cannot handle. Duncan immediately jumps up to his comrade and hits him on the head, calling him an idiot. After that, he shows him the middle finger with an angry look and says that he is not going to give his sister to anyone. Dean looks at his friend with hurt and sad expression, saying that his words were just a joke, and asks why he got so angry. A group of students are sitting at a table, and one of them indignantly points a trembling finger at Phoebe, who looks sad. The girl waves her hand dismissively, as if brushing away an annoying fly, and asks why her interlocutor speaks as if they are scoundrels. Julia is silent, and Layla, who had been watching this squabble until now, looks away, her expression puzzled. The girl grabs her friend by the hand, furiously asking her to pay attention to Harry, who yesterday used her classmates' things and ate her food. The guy enters into a dialogue, calling the accusations false, because he really did eat someone else's food, but did not touch any things. He hands the girl a bag, saying that he packed her things in it. The looks of those sitting opposite him change instantly. Julia snatches the bag from someone else's hands, saying she was just joking, and Harry gasps and asks why she did it so aggressively. The girl calms down, thinking that this guy, although a little rude, is reasonable, and she definitely wants to get him. Looking at such a strange expression on her face, Harry wonders in his mind what this girl might be thinking. He has some thoughts on this matter. He is very tempted by the idea of using other girls to tease the class president, but time passes very slowly. His current tasks are focused on only 3 things, the first of which is sports, and the second is studies. This vicious circle of routine is completed by planning, and thus it turns out that Harry lives a very ordinary life. He won't even be able to give a proper answer if someone asks the guy if there is anything interesting in his life. While going his way, Harry again meets 3 girls who discuss his personal life. They are very interested in who the new guy will ultimately choose. He himself did not understand at what point he became famous, and now he wonders how he can get rid of this unwanted fame. Duncan says goodbye to his roommate, letting him know he is leaving and intends to bring Harry something upon his return. The latter says goodbye in return, wishing his friend good luck, and he closes the door from the other side, leaving Harry with depressing thoughts. The guy thinks that tomorrow the holiday starts, and there will also be a meeting for those who remained in the hostel. He moves closer to his computer monitor, noticing how an argument is starting to flare up between his classmates. Even though these students are only freshmen, conflicts are already arising among them, and only Harry suggests that Layla should soon join this conversation. And that's what happens. A smile appears on the guy's lips because even the reasons for these people's quarrels do not change. He thinks that the headman is trying to calm everyone down in private messages. Harry redirects his thoughts to thinking about how many people will be able to get certificates after completing their studies. Layla is the class president because of her personal charm. If everyone respects her, every word she says will be effective. Only in a situation where a quarrel breaks out, no one will pay attention to all this. And Harry is forced to help the girl. After he managed to put Scott in his place, his popularity increased. And with it, it became easier to contain the upstarts in the group. Only now the guy is not sure which family he belongs to, and this seriously throws him off track. A message comes on his phone, and when Harry picks it up, he sees that it is a thank you for his help from Layla. The girl informs her classmate that they have managed to come to an agreement, and in gratitude she is ready to pay for him. Harry asks how much it will cost, and Layla says it won't cost much. But the monosyllabic consonant answer makes her angry. This will be the first time the girl is going to spend money on a guy, so such a meager reaction outrages her. Harry watches their dialogue thoughtfully. He gets the feeling that the girl is angry, but he doesn't understand it. The guy wonders, breaking out in a cold sweat, whether he said something wrong, but alas, he is not yet able to understand it. For this reason, Harry is going to communicate in a different way and picks up his phone. Last time he spent a lot of time sending the application. He checks his email and realizes that the girl replied to him from another account, thanking him for reading her work. This makes Harry very excited, but he reassures himself that he needs to make sure of something first. The guy calls his parents, happily telling them that he is doing well and asking them to rest more, promising to take care of them later. His parents notice that his voice has changed, and he says that he doesn't know what's wrong, and then boasts about the respectful attitude of those around him. As Harry approaches the meeting place and ends the conversation, a dazzling Julia waves at him. Phoebe stands silently nearby. The latter asks the girl if she is not going to go home. She has enough money, and she asks her not to worry about her. The students shoot each other with their eyes, striking invisible sparks, and Julia only presses herself closer to the guy, believing that her rival is up to something. Harry frees himself from the grip politely and invites the girls to go and meet everyone else. The guy notices Scott and Pierce heading towards them, but Charlie is nowhere to be seen, and he wonders where he is. Layla notes that everyone has gathered and informs those present that she is going to buy tickets for the metro, offering to follow her. One of his classmates wistfully remarks that their classmate's legs are very nice, and Harry thinks about it. He turns to the guy and asks what is so attractive about this girl's legs. Although deep down he admits that long training sessions for Layla really were not in vain, her legs are amazing. But Harry likes more than just the girl's legs. He finds her entire figure graceful, and delight appears on his youthful face. At the moment when the guy thinks that she is a queen, a question is heard from behind him about what his classmates are chatting about. Layla reminds them that if they don't hurry, they might get lost, and Harry agrees with the girl, notifying her that they are going. The headman thinks that this is their first joint event with the group, and this guy is with them, which adds to the guarantee that everything will go as it should. But she stops and turns her head to the side, hearing curses. The girl's look becomes puzzled. Scott says that the subway is full, and he is tired of walking, and asks if his classmates really want to visit this place. He gets the answer that he would like to, since the last time they went there they were children, and besides, it's not expensive with a student card. Scott sneers, pointing out to his classmate that he uses the low price as an excuse, and offers to lend him some money. Pierce says that no one is making fun of him, because no one forced him to come here. The guy starts to get angry. A conflict begins to flare up between them on this basis, and the space around them seems to become heated to the limit. The headman looks at the quarreling people with a questioning look, not understanding how everything happened so suddenly. The girl's patience runs out, and she approaches her instantly silent classmates, asking what they are doing. Julia, taking advantage of the moment, suddenly clings to Harry, grabbing his hand, saying that she is scared from the knowledge that a fight could happen. The guy says there will be no fight and asks the girl to let him go, but she continues to hold on, saying that she is afraid. Phoebe, who had been watching all this with displeasure until this point, also decides not to miss the moment and tries to use the same strategy. Harry looks at them, trying to control his irritation, but he can't help but swear, asking what the hell they're afraid of. These guys are always fighting. The guy tries to understand why these two suddenly became so active, because the only one who should feel fear is him. He uses cunning, offering to let him go. And then he will quickly resolve the dispute that has arisen between his classmates. But the girls unanimously blurt out a word of refusal, arguing their categoricalness by the fact that the guys might attack Harry. When he says that it could be too dangerous, let them figure it out themselves, don't interfere, the guy starts shaking. Harry thinks to himself that if these girls don't want to let him go, he's simply forced to take decisive action and show character. This is what happens, and the girls, letting out disappointed and offended cries, leave their classmate alone. Harry breathes a sigh of relief, glad that it finally happened, and thinks about the fact that in their past life, they didn't even look in his direction. Now everything has changed dramatically, and Phoebe and Julia so desperately want to get closer to him. The guy turns his gaze to other people. Layla tries to calm the quarreling couple down, citing the fact that they had already had a fight at their first event together. The next moment, the girl's gaze turns to Harry, and he tenses up, at first not fully understanding what is expected of him. But the headman skillfully signals with his eyes, in the look of which a cry for help is clearly visible. A classmate moves from his place and heads in her direction, his behavior causing questions from Julia, who is standing nearby. Suddenly he drops sharply to one knee, and the latter raises her eyebrows in surprise, trying to understand what happened. Layla looks at Harry with hope, but her gaze also changes dramatically when the guy blurts out a phrase about how he urgently needs to go to the toilet. The headman is angry, angrily clenching her fists in frustration and cursing this man with all her might. Her nerves can't take it anymore. The girl tells her classmates to immediately stop their squabble and, if they wish, go to another place to sort things out. She tells them to go where there are no people, so as not to spoil the mood of others, and gives the command to disperse and meet here in 2 hours. The female students, seeing their class leader leave angry, call the guys who started the fight crazy, because they managed to piss off such a person. Sometime later, Harry receives 2 simultaneous messages on his phone, one from Phoebe and one from Julia, inviting him to join them. The guy doesn't really know what to do and despairs for a while, but he forces himself to pull himself together in time. Reminding himself that he needs to focus on his goal, Harry decides to text Lila, not wanting to ruin his relationship with her. The girl still can't believe that this guy actually ran away, because she was counting on his help. Sitting down on the bench, Layla puts her phone aside with the firm intention of never talking to Harry again. But soon the smartphone notifies about a message from the same one asking for help. The girl turns her head, forcing herself not to think about it. But something makes her change her mind, although Layla writes it off to the fact that the question won't be considered a full-fledged conversation. Seeing the content of the answer, the girl does not hold back, because Harry asks her to bring him toilet paper, because he did not take any with him. Layla replies that she can't help him with this in any way, but secretly rejoices that this guy has finally fallen into her hands. A conversation begins between them, and the girl catches herself thinking that she will give in if the interlocutor calls her the way she wants. Harry tries different options, trying to find the key to the girl's heart, but all of them do not evoke affection in Layla at all. The options with Madam and Dear also fly by, making the girl only get angrier. But the guy doesn't give up trying, asking his classmate to help. Layla thinks that this man was sent from heaven to mock her. Only a fool would pay such attention. She doesn't want to believe that Harry is not able to say a few beautiful words to make a girl happy. She is strengthened in her convictions, remembering that this guy did not show interest in his classmates even when they flirted with him. She's pulled out of her thoughts by a familiar voice asking what she is thinking about. The girl shudders in surprise. Turning around, she sees Harry already next to her, holding out the ice cream, reminding her to eat it faster, otherwise it will melt. A love story that does not evoke emotion is not a good love story, nor is a similar strategic move in literature. First, you need to anger or upset your chosen one, and then come up with a surprise to create a significant contrast. With the help of emotional fluctuations, it is possible to significantly strengthen relationships, but insincere flattery will not work in this case. Only by mastering this knowledge is it possible to strengthen and maintain relationships. The question is whether it will be possible to truly attract another person. Sitting down on a bench, the girl turns away, and Harry asks her to get some ice cream, saying that he stood in a long line to buy it. Holding up some toilet paper, he says his stomach is still feeling bad, so he should go back to privacy, and Layla turns to him sheepishly. She tells him to just go to the toilet if he needs to. No need to notify her. Harry smirks, remembering that this girl is rather aloof and has a bad attitude towards jokes of this kind. The guy holds the ice cream up to Layla's face, telling her that if she doesn't take it voluntarily, he'll put it in her mouth himself. Taking the cone with an embarrassed look and trying to look displeased, the girl asks if Harry washed his hands after using the toilet. With a straight face, he asks why he needed to wash his hands when he didn't touch anything, not wanting to miss the opportunity to make fun of him. The girl starts laughing and Harry is confused, not understanding what caused it, and he asks Layla why she is laughing. And she, stuttering, asks her classmate to wait. She will give an answer later, but now she needs to take a break. He looks away. The girl involuntarily admires him, noticing that this guy is always positive. Now she begins to better understand Phoebe and Julia. As she starts eating her ice cream, Layla thinks that although Harry can be annoying at times, he is very funny and kind. And even though she doesn't think she likes this person very much, she would be lying to herself if she said she had absolutely no feelings for him. And if this is the case, then Layla thinks it is possible to try to give her classmate a chance. Meanwhile, Harry himself notices such a sharp change in the headman, who has become arrogant again, and wonders why all of a sudden. A system notification sound plays, and the guy notices that he has just successfully mastered a new skill, location. Remembering that he still has some points left, Harry decides to use them to increase his newly acquired skill to level 3. Now he has 3 level 3 skills, and they are not only needed to communicate with girls, he can check other people. Harry asks the head girl if she likes the ice cream, and she replies yes, adding that it has a strong milky taste. The guy, smiling slyly, asks if she feels anything else besides this. Layla becomes wary, asking what exactly she should feel. The girl's face distorts, acquiring angry features. She begins to shout at her classmate, calling him names and swearing. To prevent her from hitting him, Harry jumps up from the bench and backs away, saying that he meant something completely different. The taste of love. The girl continues to shout curses as she follows the guy and tells him to stop right now. A girl runs past, unintentionally pushing Layla. To top it all off, the girl stumbles and slips, flying straight into her classmate. Her cheeks turn red with embarrassment when Harry manages to not only stay in place, but also support the girl. The guy asks her to be careful, because there are a lot of children here now, and they are so noisy and energetic. Layla turns and leaves, saying something about the behavior of their classmates who, in her opinion, are much more rowdy than these children. The girl thinks that their group has more weirdos than she ever saw in high school, and that her job as their class leader is a backbreaking job. She sees her group as a bunch of troublemakers because even when they go somewhere, they end up fighting. Harry says that human energy is very limited, meaning that people can only do a limited number of things in a day. All the remaining energy is wasted. It is a great waste. The reason why others are easier to control is money. Their case is different, since they don't have much money. They can only entertain themselves with games on the computer and phone. Although there are minor conflicts in their group, they do not cause major problems. But the situation is the opposite at the academy. Whenever something happens, it becomes big news. Harry advises the prefect to learn to understand the difference between the two. Layla says that her classmate's words make sense and his insight is good. But in the current situation, she doesn't know how to be effective. The guy, looking smart, notes that it will not be possible to get rid of conflicts completely, since in the future, there will only be more of them. It's better to focus on doing the things that really matter. Layla mentally believes these words are true, because this approach is important. Harry says that the girl is too lazy. She should direct her energy where it is really needed. The headman thinks about it. Although she has ambition, she lacks that kind of thinking. This guy really has something to be proud of with such inner strength and vision. She says that Harry's words really make sense, and in the future, Layla will focus on important things by learning from him. But the girl vows to one day surpass her teacher, becoming much better in the future than he is now. Harry looks like he doesn't mind this outcome at all, wishing Layla luck. And the girl is angry because of the tone of the interlocutor, as if he considers her a child. He is about to refute his classmate's words, but a strange, but also familiar voice is heard nearby. Julia hurries towards the couple, turning to the leader of her group, and rejoicing that she was finally able to find her. The girl looks at her interlocutor with a look full of hope and empathy, asking whether he is feeling better or not. But seeing that her classmate is not alone, but with the object of her affection, Julia's face noticeably changes, wondering why they are together. The girl looks sad when she suggests that the guy didn't answer her because he was with Layla all this time. But Julia manages to control herself and comes closer to the couple, asking if everything is okay with the head girl, who gets up from her seat. Without her friend noticing, the girl throws the ice cream wrapper into the trash can, saying that everything is fine now, she can't stay angry for long. Smiling happily and hugging the head girl, Julia says that she was upset because she didn't respond to her message, and she apologizes. While Layla invites her friend to go to the elephant exhibit, Harry admires how harmoniously they look together. But then he remembers that Phoebe is supposed to be at this very exhibition, and his face takes on a puzzled expression. Julia, meanwhile, ingratiatingly asks her classmate if he wants to visit the elephant exhibition with them. Only when her gaze finds the place where the guy was sitting just a moment ago, he is no longer there, the girl asks, offended, where he disappeared to. And Layla says that she will call now to ask. When the boy accepts the challenge, the headman asks him demandingly where he disappeared to, and the answer is not long in coming. Harry says that he urgently needs to finish some important business and asks if the girl is willing to help him with this. Not even realizing that she is on speakerphone, Layla screams into the phone that no one will want to help him and backs it all up with a dose of strong language. The girl is outraged by this, and Julia looks at her suspiciously, asking what they were doing here. Layla replies that Harry is in the toilet and is deliberately making fun of them. The girl considers such behavior childish, and her friend only groans. Yasmin looks at the photo of a monkey that her friend sent her and can't help but smile. She wants to go to the zoo, too. Harry invites her to join him next time if he has free time, and the girl replies that she is looking forward to it. The guy thinks his girlfriend is really cute, and then he glances at his watch, realizing it's time to meet his classmates. The head girl looks at the students who are arguing again, and she is overcome with anger. She does not understand this attitude. Suddenly, Harry appears behind her, offering to resolve the dispute in his own way, and Layla looks at him in surprise. First of all, Julia supports her classmate. The others pick up on her enthusiasm, because they also find the idea sound. Standing in front of the delicious food stalls, Harry is asked what he would like to try. The interlocutor's attention is drawn to the fried squid, which, in his opinion, looks quite decent and appetizing. Harry finds it hard to believe the girl is serious, because he assumes that this culinary miracle is expensive. Julia turns to her classmate and asks him what he thinks of her ears, whether he finds them cute. The guy gives an ambiguous answer. He asks if the girl wants to find the others, thinking about Phoebe and Lyle, and assuming that she would have much more fun with them than with him. Julia says that if she goes to her classmates, Harry will be bored, and to herself she thinks about what happened between him and Layla. She takes the guy by the hand and drags him somewhere, saying that there are still many interesting places they can visit. He gets embarrassed. While walking around the city, Julia approaches a jewelry store window and literally becomes glued to the glass. Her gaze is drawn to a necklace that Harry finds familiar. He rummages through his memories and remembers that this accessory is connected to a story from his past. Julia did not appreciate the gift then. The guy asks her if she likes it, and the girl replies that it is very beautiful, the next moment offering to go inside. While Julia examines the necklace from all sides, Harry is immersed in memories. He gave her this accessory as proof of his love. Only the girl had never worn it, and now that she had become uninteresting to him, Julia suddenly liked what she had despised. The guy can't help but grin, thinking about how funny and ridiculous this situation seems to him now. Harry approaches Julia and the consultant, intending to buy the necklace and end an era of his past life. The girl looks flattered when she hears these words and says that she must brag to her competitor. But Harry stops his classmate, saying that if she keeps talking like that, he won't buy the accessory. After the deal is completed, the system informs that after such a large purchase, a bonus is due. The guy is surprised. A bonus is the animal leash, which helps to strengthen obedience and recognition of the animal you are walking. Harry grins, noting that this thing would come in handy if he had a husky, and someone calls out to him from behind. Smiling sheepishly, Julia asks her classmate to help her put on her new outfit, and he agrees, although he says that he is quite clumsy. Turning her back to the guy, the girl assures him that everything is fine, and asks him not to rush anywhere. He looks at his result, and realizing that he has succeeded, notifies Julia about it. She smiles shyly, happy about such an unexpected and expensive gift, and Harry, hearing a strange sound, turns his head to the side. On the other side of the display case, leaning as close to the glass as possible, stand their classmates, including the class monitor and Phoebe. Harry looks at Layla with a puzzled expression, wondering what she is doing here and whether she was able to interpret what she saw correctly. But he doesn't consider himself guilty, because he was simply helping a classmate with a necklace. There can be no questions for him. He's only interested in the girl standing by the window on the street side, and Harry realizes that in order to get her, he needs to act decisively. Lack of determination will have serious consequences, and he will not be able to gain access to Layla's heart. As Harry leaves the jewelry store, he asks the head boy and Phoebe what they are doing there, with an embarrassed Julia following behind him. Phoebe says that they were gathering all their classmates and asks with a grin if something happened, if they really disturbed them. With her breasts on display, Julia refutes these words, saying that they were just about to go looking for them. Pierce approaches the students from behind, saying that since everyone is fully assembled, it is time for them to head back. The headman agrees, noting that it is already starting to get dark, which means it is time to disperse. Their event has come to an end. Pierce is surprised, asking if that's all, while Scott, on the contrary, is in a hurry to leave the company, saying that he was very bored. One of the students, leaving, says that she had a great time, and Pierce, who is accompanying her, suggests that they go with her next time. Hearing these words, Harry smiles, because he knows better than anyone that there will be no other chance. In the past life, their group did not get together again. He can't help but recall the quote that life is a journey from loneliness to loneliness. As he watches the girls walk away, he thinks that most people in this life just pass you by. And what he said earlier also applies to himself. Harry believes that he should not allow random people to influence him. It is pointless for him to communicate with those who behave like a child. First of all, the important factors for him are building a career and earning money. Returning to the dorm, Harry breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that he can finally relax and have a good rest. Opening private messages, the guy is happy to see a response from Layla from the second account. She shares the messenger number with him. So far, everything is going according to Harry's plan, and he sends the girl a request from his fake account. Layla is embarrassed, not knowing how to react, but she accepts the request without thinking, because this is her first reader who decided to write to her. He even gives her a gift, and the girl's emotions start to go completely off the charts. She has no idea how to behave, so at first she just throws away her phone in anger. But interest takes over, and she goes into the messages, where a few pleasant words and questions from a new friend await the girl. Layla does respond, and Harry admires the uniqueness of her writing style, but given the situation, there is a catch. If the class monitor continues to write for the desk drawer or does not finish her works, she will not be able to achieve success in the future. She is too immersed in her writing style, and for this, the girl neglects the development of the plot and elementary logic. Since Harry is going to cooperate with her in the future, simply cheering Layla up without addressing the issue won't work. The guy tries to point out the problems gently so as not to offend, and the girl is convinced that this user is really her biggest fan. Seeing how accurately, yet delicately, Harry was able to identify her main problems, Layla realizes that he has read her novel in its entirety. The girl admits that thanks to the support she feels better and asks for advice from the reader's point of view. Harry is surprised that Layla wants help from a random reader, wondering why professionals are needed then. But in reality, Harry is not an ordinary reader, having 10 years of reading experience and writing and literature skills behind him. The girl is very lucky that he is an expert in this matter, and the guy begins to actively type the answer, putting all his knowledge into it. Harry writes that the biggest problem can be the lack of general knowledge about life, which makes it difficult to maintain the integrity of the work. Such superficiality can repel the reader. The girl, carefully reading all these words, understands that they are all true. A blush spreads across Layla's cheeks as the thought creeps into her head that she has met someone who appreciates her work. Blinded by this thought, she responds exactly as Harry expected, his plan slowly but surely moving towards its goal. Smiling with satisfaction but restraint, the guy thinks that it is from this moment that their cooperation begins. Seeing that her friend is not going to sleep yet, Julia asks her about it. She answers that she needs to finish something and allows her to go to bed first. Harry writes that the main problem is the lack of life experience, but this is not something that can be quickly solved. For now, it's best to avoid such topics and write stories in your comfort zone, as well as use your skills effectively and build your readership. Harry asks what genre Layla writes best in, and she looks puzzled for a few brief moments. She replies that she excels in delicately depicting certain scenes, such as the smallest details of the female body. Harry poured himself a hot drink, and when he read these words, the liquid goes down the wrong way, and he starts coughing. The guy asks if she means intimate scenes, but he himself is surprised, not even suspecting that the girl is into that kind of thing. Engrossed in a text conversation with her biggest fan, Layla doesn't notice her friend looking at her, wondering who she's talking to. Harry asks the girl if she really enjoys writing novels, and if she plans to continue her career, to which she receives a positive answer. But in reality, this is not entirely true. Layla does this because she has no other choice. Harry thinks the girl is quite ambitious. People like her can't be simple workers. Given all the circumstances, she will either need to open her own business or successfully marry a rich man. Harry remembers the girl joking about wanting to be a model, but giving up because she couldn't handle it. However, now everything is different. The guy believes that continuing to write novels for this girl is the best possible solution. Layla writes that she had an idea for a plot, She had always wanted to write a novel about a powerful CEO. The protagonist must be a handsome, proud, and truly powerful CEO, with a dark and cold demeanor. The main character, on the other hand, should be a very attractive, kind-hearted, and cheerful girl. They meet on a train, and after a series of events and coincidences, they begin to develop feelings for each other. The problem is that there have long been unresolved conflicts between the girl's father's company and the young man's company. The protagonist's cold-bloodedness leads to the heroine's father ending up in prison, and this contributes to the emergence of a chasm between the heroes. The main character's sister makes a pact with a man, sacrificing herself for the sake of the family, and upon learning the truth, the girl is transformed. From a pleasant and cheerful protagonist, she turns into an even more cruel and cold version of her lover. She comes to the protagonist, feigning submission, and begins to implement her plan for revenge. Layla asks what her interlocutor thinks about this story, and waits with bated breath for the answer. Looking at the size of the book he needs, Harry is puzzled, seriously thinking that he really needs the skill of speed reading. His gaze takes on a surprised expression when, turning it, the guy sees someone he did not expect to see here at all. The headman reaches for a shelf that she can barely reach, and the boy wishes her good morning. Coming closer, he asks what book she needs and, doing her a favor, takes it out under the woman's puzzled gaze. Seeing the title, the guy asks if she is seriously thinking about writing a novel, and the girl reminds him of his own words. Harry says it could start to bring in a good income, and he would try it himself if he had the inclination, and Layla thanks him coldly. She refers to unfinished business, and the guy with a sweet look wishes the girl good luck and a good rest. Returning to her room, Layla immediately writes a review of the book that was recommended to her, and her interlocutor asks her about cooperation. The guy explains that he would like to write, but he lacks a sense of style and experience. But he couldn't help but offer an idea. But there is also the option of hiring. Payment can be made in two ways, either a fee for 1,000 edits or profit sharing, where the girl gets a third. Although the price seems small, Layla considers it quite worth the effort for a part-time job. She thinks about it. She wants to try it because she decided to do it, and besides, the chapters can live up to the expectations, so why not take a chance? Layla doesn't understand why her classmate overshadows her so much, because they all study in the same place. She doesn't want to be in his shadow. Despite the fact that Harry considers the head girl to be quite stubborn, he does not turn a blind eye to her intelligence. There is another plus. She might have become more interested after the guy hinted that he was going to provide her with sketches for a future popular novel. The female-focused novels are just the beginning, and Harry is now determined to take every opportunity to progress. The guy writes to Layla 3 days later, informing her that he has prepared the chapters, and the girl is happy. She was afraid that he changed his mind. Julia heads for the exit, saying that she needs to go away, but promising to grab her friend some treats on the way back. She agrees. The girl does not take her eyes off her friend's back until she disappears from sight, and the door slams behind her. After that, she abruptly returns her gaze to where it belongs, and begins to do what she has been dreaming about for the past few minutes. Opening a document on the computer, the girl begins to read what was sent to her, but does not get very far. The first thing that confuses her is the main character's last name, because it turns out to be exactly the same as hers. Layla's eyes begin to shine and her cheeks become unhealthy red, but the girl decides to write it all off as a coincidence. She continues reading, and with each line she becomes more and more immersed in the plot, thinking that it has exceeded her expectations. Although the story of the main character is a cliché, each of the characters is written into the plot very competently, especially the main one. There is some violence in places and the heroine's reactions are not entirely appropriate, but this is not such a significant problem. Layla gives her interlocutor a comment. She writes that she finds the content of this work truly amazing. The girl says that she agrees to work, but not for free, and Harry doesn't mind, only adding that his demands will be more serious. He invites her to put her shyness aside and try it as soon as possible. A trial version will, of course, be provided. Harry suggests starting by writing the scene the writer feels comfortable writing, while she feels embarrassed. Doubts creep into Layla's head. She thinks that the interlocutor is asking for this only to simply read, but she reassures herself that what is written will benefit their joint work, and she agrees, only she has one condition. The girl asks if they can change the main character's last name, arguing that it is too common. Harry already had a prepared answer for this. He suggests a surname that is even more similar to the one that Layla has, but the girl does not give up. Offering to change it to a more artistic name, Harry perceives this as a challenge. The guy says he can't change it. This detail is very important to him, but he's not very good at coming up with names, so the rest can choose Layla. The interlocutor gives in, suggesting to get to work and discuss the rest after she finishes the rough draft. Leaning back, Layla thinks about how important this last name might be to the person she's talking to, and for what reason. Wiping away a tear with his finger, Harry tells the girl after finishing reading that her writing skills are simply amazing. The guy continues, "This is beyond what he imagined. A third of the income will rightfully belong to the writer." Layla asks if they are partners from today, and Harry confirms this, and then asks about signing a contract. The girl is puzzled, because when signing the contract, their personal information will be disclosed, including their appearance. The choice is not easy. Layla answers vaguely and asks her directly if she is concerned about revealing personal information. The girl softly confirms. Harry has thought everything through and suggests the safest way for both of them. The girl is satisfied with this arrangement. She calms down completely. After this, the guy plans to prepare several drafts and then upload them. What a costly process this is. Harry hasn't even left his room this whole time, so he's going to go and throw out the trash right now. But suddenly, his face takes on a puzzled expression. The guy hears footsteps outside the door, which become louder with each passing moment. Soon the door opens and Dean and Duncan enter the room, smiling and carrying multiple bags, announcing their return. The first one looks around the room, surprised that his neighbor is not there, and the second one, looking around the corner, whistles. Dean also soon notices a weak source of light near which Harry is located, and his gaze becomes questioning. The guy turns around abruptly, looking at the uninvited guests gloomily and sullenly, mumbling something inarticulate in the form of a question. His neighbors jump on each other, hugging, screaming in horror that their end has come. They have already gotten out of the habit of such oddities. Harry himself looks at Dean and Duncan with bewilderment, and in his gaze there even flickers a rudimentary sympathy. After all, he left them with psychological trauma. Looking at his roommates more closely, the guy politely asks them if they have already returned. Dean, continuing to look at his neighbor with a frightened look, asks why he doesn't turn on the normal lighting. Duncan takes on the hero's role, flicking the switch and filling the room with a more familiar light. In a calm tone, Harry asks his arriving neighbors why they are standing on the threshold and not going inside. Dean involuntarily groans. He is more interested in why the neighbor does not turn on the light, as well as what is in his bags. Understanding what his friend was getting at, Harry looks at him skeptically, saying that Huffy is too big. He wouldn't fit in this bag. Duncan breathes a sigh of relief, and Dean says that Harry shouldn't have cleaned up alone. He should have asked his neighbors to do it. The guy with glasses sits down on his bed and, opening his backpack, shares that he brought a lot of food with him. It's straight from his family's factory, but it's safe and harmless. Duncan and his sister have been eating it since they were kids, and it's also very tasty. The guy throws a bag of food at Harry, who is above his own bed, promising that he will definitely like it. While trying the snack, the taster recalls that as a child he always envied the kids whose families ran such factories. He likes it, and Duncan chuckles, saying if he likes it, he can ask the family to send extra. He says it's all from his hometown, but he didn't know what his neighbor would like more, so he took a little bit of everything. Dean also presents his gifts to his neighbor, saying that if he himself cannot or does not want to eat, he can give them to someone else. Harry is puzzled, saying that they don't have to give him that much, just let him sample it. The boys say they ate too many of them when they were little, and now they don't even want to touch the snacks, so it's all for him. Flattered, Harry thanks his neighbors, saying that they are too kind to him, but they no longer listen to him. They discuss what happened to each of them when they returned, and Harry thinks that it seems like they were actually scared of him. The situation is not easy, because if people like them are not scared, they can cause a lot of problems in the future, because they were spoiled from childhood. For someone like Huffy, rowdy behavior is the norm because the crowd follows him, which can lead to minor trouble. Noticing his neighbor's gaze, Dean asks why he looked at him, whether something happened or whether there was something on his face. Harry brushes off the questions and asks his own, asking if Huffy is going to go back to where he disappeared to. The boys are silent for a while, but the tension in the air is much more eloquent, and yet they feel it necessary to answer. Dean replies that he is most likely still on his way, and Duncan thinks that it is better to warn his friend that he should not return here. Harry thinks that there is no point in scaring them any further, because as far as he remembers, they have not done anything bad. He crawls under the covers, saying that it is already late and suggesting to his neighbors that they go to bed. He is embarrassed by their generosity, so he also wants to treat the children. They agree, asking how they can refuse him, but in fact they feel extremely awkward. Duncan continues to write something on his phone. Dean says Harry is very generous. The barbecue is very good, and he says that otherwise he wouldn't have brought them here. Harry offers another delicious dish, and he himself thinks that he needs to treat Phoebe and the others, because he has taken advantage of their kindness for too long. While the guy is looking at his phone, a voice comes from the front, announcing that their meeting at this hour is quite unexpected. Two girls approach the table, one of whom heads straight towards Duncan. The other smiles mysteriously and remains silent. The girl with the short hair asks when he got back, and the guy responds by asking the question in return and asking if they had time to eat. While Duncan coos with the girl, Dean asks Harry what he thinks of the university's most beautiful girl, and he appreciates her beauty. The guy announces that he is having lunch with his roommates and invites the girls to join him and get to know each other. The girl with the bob haircut turns to her friend, asking if she is against it, but from her appearance it is clear that she herself is simply burning with this desire. Her friend thinks for a while, but eventually agrees. The five of them sit at the table, and Dean says that fate has brought them from far away to gather in this very place. He takes it upon himself to introduce everyone, introducing the girl with the bob first. She is the head of the financial class, and her name is Diana. The second girl, her friend and the main beauty of the entire university, is called Gerda, and she waves her hand with a slightly embarrassed smile. Harry, sipping his drink, thinks about how Dean really lives up to his reputation, and he begins to feel a little awkward. Meanwhile, it's his turn, and the guy starts to introduce his roommate, who has a drink coming out of his nose. He decides to take the initiative into his own hands, so that his comrade doesn't foolishly cause any trouble, naming his own name first and foremost. Smiling affably, Harry says that he is in the finance class and expresses his joy at meeting her. It is important not to spoil the first impression. Diana looks at the guy with embarrassment, thinking that his name and specialty sound suspiciously familiar. Her friend looks at her with surprise. The girl, meanwhile, slams her fist into her palm, remembering what had caused vague suspicions. Now she is confident in her memories. Diana knows Harry as the guy who is often visited by two beautiful women who compete to see who can feed him the best food, and asks if this is true. The guy is tense about what he heard. The rumors spread very quickly, and he doesn't like this prospect at all. The same cannot be said about the others, since Dean and Duncan immediately and in one voice give their neighbor a description, considering him amazing. The guy with glasses moves closer to Harry, asking why he didn't tell them such details, and the interlocutor waves him off. Gerda clears her throat, turning the attention to herself, and thereby redirecting the conversation in another direction. She offers to order more food. Dean, looking extremely pleased, informs those present that Harry is paying today and offers to order whatever they want. Diana considers this behavior to be wrong. Because the girls met this guy for the first time, she offers to split the payment. Harry himself joins the conversation, asking the girl not to worry, even though they really met for the first time. This will not stop him from treating them. He allows his new acquaintances to order what they want, suggesting that these get-togethers be considered a surprise meeting of classmates. The girls exchange silent glances. Judging by their appearance, it is clear that they both look flattered. Diana agrees, expressing gratitude to her new and so generous acquaintance, and at the same moment takes the menu into her hands, thinking about what to choose. Harry offers a pleasantry in return, but looks indifferent, wondering why everyone likes to talk to him so respectfully. The girl says that it's easier this way. They won't address him familiarly on the day of their first meeting. Duncan approaches his friend and begins to advise her on what to pay attention to, giving the most sensible advice on the excellent taste of the dishes. Harry looks at Gerda and thinks that he had only seen her from afar before, without even thinking that this girl might be familiar with Dean. Measuring her with a disinterested look, the guy assumes that his new acquaintance must be rich, like a princess. And yet, despite all this, she is now sitting at a table with a stranger. They say that confidence is shown in unfamiliar situations. Her personality is completely different from what the rumors describe. It is not for nothing that they say, it is better to see once than hear 100 times. Harry continues to drink his drink when he is called. Turning his gaze to the speaker, he meets Gerda's eyes. She says she doesn't handle alcohol very well, but she agrees to join in and have a few drinks, and thanks the guy for paying for them. Harry suggests that his interlocutor simply relax and drink as much as they want, or, at the very least, order fruit juice. It is not necessary to drink a lot. The girl, smiling sweetly, agrees with these words and assures Harry that for now, everything is fine with her. Suddenly, the guy pays attention to the eyes of the woman sitting opposite him and lights up that they look very unusual. Gerda makes an indefinite sound. Smiling, the girl says that her mother belongs to an ethnic minority and that she inherited her eyes from her. Gerda asks if they really look that unusual, and Harry tells her not to worry about complimenting them. When the waiter brings additional portions, the girl asks Harry where he comes from. He, with an indifferent look, calls his homeland the City of Dreams and asks if the girl has ever heard of such a thing. Gerda confirms this by saying that many minerals are mined there, and asks her interlocutor to tell her about the landscapes of his city. Harry doesn't refuse, saying that there are many mountains around the perimeter, but there is nothing outstanding in the landscapes themselves. The girl asks if the mining of minerals has caused any harm, and the guy confirms these words because this is the price of progress. Duncan, sitting on the left, nudges his neighbor with his elbow, asking him to pay attention to the girl standing nearby. He asks if she is not in the same class with him, and at that moment, Layla turns her attention to her classmate. Harry addresses the girl according to her position, and she, surprised, calls him by name. Diana's eyes light up as she realizes, reinforcing her awareness with the words that the person standing in front of her is the head of the finance department. Her friend looks at Layla calmly and almost not surprised, but her gaze shows recognition, which is confirmed by her thoughts. The head of the finance department also remembers this girl very well, but he holds up worse than she does. The thing is, these two girls are known as geniuses in the university. Layla is not only the class president, but also a member of the student council. Gerda is an ordinary student who does not hold high positions, is indifferent to the affairs of the university, but wants to study abroad. If we talk about the relationship between these two in theory, then they should not intersect with each other, but here they are. Layla thinks about how unexpected this meeting is, and also about her position in the student council and the mess that results from it. She recalls being told a few days ago that the position of deputy head had been deliberately left vacant. The student council tried to invite a certain person, but was refused, but insisted on leaving the position vacant. Layla feels resentful that she has to work so hard, unlike the man who simply gave it up. The girl also does not understand why her classmate is now sitting in this place with Gerda. Is it possible that he no longer gets enough attention from Phoebe and Julia? She forces herself to smile kindly, asking Harry what he's doing here, since he has a girl waiting for him in the dorm. The boy thinks that the headman came to make fun of him, and he admits that he came here to treat his roommates. He asks why the girl herself came here, and asks her for a favor, intending to treat everyone who remained in the hostel. Layla becomes wary and puzzled when she hears the words that this could save her from having to wait her turn at the table. Anticipating something interesting, Diana's eyes light up with anticipatory delight, and her cheeks become covered with an excited blush. Dean jumps up from his seat when he sees the waiter, and asks for another chair since another person has joined their party. He asks a disgruntled Harry to move over in order to make room next to him for the head of his house. The more perceptive Duncan realizes that they are now doomed, because this girl can cause Harry a lot of problems. And because of this, Dean will also have trouble, which is only confirmed by the unpleasant look of the neighbor and the words that today they will need to talk. Dean turns his surprised gaze to Harry, not understanding what he did to deserve such a reaction, and wondering if he did something wrong. Layla squints at the group for a moment, turning over all the information in her head, and suddenly agrees. Under Harry's surprised gaze, the girl moves her chair closer, asking if her classmate minds. After this, Layla turns her gaze to Gerda, and Harry guesses that something is definitely wrong here. Even though this girl is a bit reckless, she wouldn't join such a company without a good reason, Harry says, turning to her and thereby drawing her attention to himself. That as she sees, they have already eaten almost everything, only insignificant crumbs remain. So he wants to ask Layla what she would like to try, and promises to be sure to invite her first next time. After all, if they want to get to know each other better, they should meet more often. Harry asks what the girl herself thinks about this. Layla stands up from her seat decisively, saying that she understands him, and that in fact she has some urgent matters to attend to. As she leaves, she allows the boys to continue enjoying their food and, to the puzzled looks of those present, promises not to bother them again. Dean approaches Harry, nudging him with his elbow and telling him that this girl seems furious to him. He replies with displeasure that he sees it himself. The guy thinks that Layla looks very upset and decides to calm her down later. A girl angrily walking down the street suddenly stops, thinking that Harry was the first guy in her entire life who rejected her. As soon as she saw who was sitting at the table, she immediately rushed there, without even thinking about the situation carefully. Tears well up in the girl's eyes, as an evil inner voice whispers to her that Harry didn't even give her a chance to prove herself. She covers herself with her hands, wiping away unexpected tears with her clothes, while simultaneously calling her classmate unpleasant names. Meanwhile, Dean asks Harry if he and this girl study together, and Diana intervenes in the conversation, confirming these words. She is embarrassed by the fact that, living in the same dorm, the guys did not even know such details. Another interlocutor joins the conversation. Duncan, embarrassed, justifies himself by saying that there are many things going on around them, so they forgot, while thinking to himself about the real reason. Gerda notes that Layla may not feel so good about leaving so quickly and easily. Dean sagely says that letting her go was the best decision because she and Harry don't get along well. Diana thoughtfully notes that Layla and she are on the student council. Although they rarely cross paths, the girl considers her to be not bad. Gerda interrupts her friend, saying that sometimes you shouldn't judge people based on just one feeling or appearance. She has heard of Layla too. And although she is dedicated to her work, her personality can be too defiant, dominant, and fickle. Dean joins the girl, saying that he himself sees that this girl's character is not good, and thinks about who can cope with someone like her. In fact, this is greatly exaggerated. What Gerda said may be true. Such a person can really easily offend another. Harry notes that this could be due to the girl's youth and inexperience, as she simply might not have experienced what others have. Just as people grow, individuals also need time to mature. There is no need to be strict about this. The students look at Harry with admiration. Diana speaks for everyone, saying that when he says things like that, it's really impressive. Gerda, sitting next to her, notes that Harry's tone of voice is similar to that of her father, but she agrees with the guy's words that people have many facets, and she considers having only one of them unworthy of a self-respecting person. Harry is offended by the comparison, asks if the girl really thinks he is that old, and suggests they continue eating. He himself gets up, saying that he needs to go to the toilet, and asks the guys to order another portion of fried rice. The guy feels guilty and, going into one of the booths, writes to Layla, deliberately starting with pleasant-to-the-ear words. The answer arrives almost instantly. The girl says that something terrible happened to her and starts from afar, describing Harry as a tyrant, from whom she wanted to write the image of the director. The guy gently pushes Layla to get closer to him, because it will help their book, and asks what he did that was so terrible. The girl writes that she secretly used his image and describes the duplicity that she does not understand. Sometimes he is nice to her, sometimes he is too cold. Harry reads all these lines with a serious look, thinking that he did not intend to show detachment towards this girl. But he wants to console her, first of all, and agree with all the words, because for her he is now an ordinary friend from the internet. Meanwhile, Layla enters the diner and places an order for 1 serving of fried rice. Harry puts the strategy into action. He supports her by saying that she shouldn't fall for it, and the girl agrees, sharing that she doesn't plan to cross paths with her classmate anymore. Returning to the guys, Harry informs them that he has some urgent matters that need to be dealt with immediately. The guy leaves them his wallet beforehand, and if he doesn't return before they get ready to leave, he orders them to pay Dean. He promises to keep the wallet, but reminds him that they did not exchange their contacts with each other. When the guy looks at the place where Harry was just standing, he is no longer there. He asks where he went, and Gerda and Duncan answer, no idea. The cook asks Layla if she wants to add anything to the rice. There is an option with eggs and sausage, but it costs money. She chooses the first. She continues to communicate with her main fan, and he suggests a method that the girl considers cruel, and talks about it. But the interlocutor calms Layla down, and she mentally agrees with him and thanks him for his concern, saying that she considers him much kinder than Harry. When it comes time to pay for the order, the girl realizes that she cannot find her wallet. She is afraid to even imagine that she forgot it in that place. A voice comes from the side, informing the cashier that he will pay for this girl, and he already holds out the bills next to her. She is surprised. She turns to her classmate, stunned and embarrassed, and he reminds her of his words and offers to exchange food, because his rice is tasty and healthy. The guy frowns. He says that he left his wallet with the guys, so he doesn't have much money with him. And besides, the rice in this place is greasy and salty. He asks the girl with disgust if she really wants to get pimples after eating such unhealthy food. Layla rushes past Harry and says that she doesn't know if rice causes acne, but being angry at a classmate definitely causes it. She waves her hand dismissively, saying that since he bought this rice himself, he can eat it himself. Seeing this scene with his own eyes and hearing the evil words, Harry is finally convinced that this girl is very offended by him. He thinks that it seems like something unusual is going on. Since this girl decided to change her behavior so suddenly, it's suspicious. She hadn't given him attention even in front of her classmates, but now it happened quite abruptly, perhaps because of Gerda. Layla immediately writes to her fan, saying that it looks like Harry has problems with his head, but she didn't buy it, ignoring her classmate. Harry continues to have a polite conversation with his interlocutor, and the system gives him 2,000 experience points, he thinks. Based on this, it turns out that there was some benefit from what happened. The guy considers Layla's personality a little hypocritical. He believes that such behavior will inevitably turn against her sooner or later, and Duncan is happy about the return of his neighbor. The guy says they were planning to leave soon, and Harry offers to pay the bill, not wanting the 2 bags to go to waste. The guys ask him where he was taking the bag of fried rice and wonder why he came back with 2 servings, and he gets tense. Duncan instantly shuts his comrade's mouth, asking him to stop asking questions that will not bring him any good. The girls are also getting ready to leave, and Diana suggests meeting again if the opportunity arises, and then says goodbye to the guys. Harry waves goodbye, promising to see him another time, and Dean stands next to him with a beaming smile. Later, when the latter and Duncan are about to leave, they invite their neighbor to go with them, who asks where exactly. The guy with glasses says that they were going to meet some girls from the drama academy to go to karaoke. Harry looks at his neighbors with puzzlement, asking if they are sure that these girls invite guys over for more than just paying the bill. Duncan comments on Harry's straightforwardness, and a shocked Dean asks how he knows this, suggesting that it is because he reads scripture. The guy denies it, saying that it's not like that, it's just the two of them, because they give off a sense of stupidity in everything. Harry breaks down, saying that these guys are actually nothing special, being stupid and rich. He waves his hand dismissively, saying that they can go without him. He won't interfere with the fun, because classes will start soon. Dean asks, matter-of-factly, if Harry is sure about this, since these girls are friends of Pterodol, their classmate. The guy replies that he really doesn't want to go, considering the trip a waste of money, and besides, he doesn't need a girl right now. Dean asks what about their classmates. Maybe the neighbor is interested in them, and offers his help in this matter. Harry is amazed by the wide range of services provided by his comrades. They even help with someone's personal life. He wonders why they haven't fixed theirs yet. Dean replies that he can't handle girls like that. Even if one of them pays attention to him, he will think before reciprocating. Duncan says that self-awareness is key, and Harry praises him, and the other replies that they have a good teacher, hinting at himself. Harry says that this is not the case, saying that they are all equal here, because from the outside it might seem like a gang of hooligans lives in this room. He sends his neighbors away to go and have fun and not interfere with his studies. The guys take these words as a threat, and the next moment their voice is heard from the other side of the door, hurrying to leave. Following the national holiday, a stock trading competition will begin, organized by leading experts. The competition will consist of 3 stages and will last almost until the end of the first month of next year. The winner will receive 1 million. During the last 2 weeks of the competition, all profits he makes from this million will be considered his income. The number of words in Layla's new work has already reached 100,000. It is quite effective. Now everything depends on the conclusion of the first contract. Now he doesn't care about his disagreements with Gerda. This girl has too high a social position. She grew up in wealth from a young age. Harry doesn't have the strength or ability to communicate with her right now, so he'll let things take their course for now. The next day, Phoebe, as soon as she sees Harry in the audience, waves her hand at him and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Sitting down next to him, she says that this holiday was the first one that lasted this long since the school year began. Harry looks at the book and thinks that soon he will finish all the professional courses and begin more advanced training. He doesn't have enough time because, in addition to this, he needs to set aside 2 hours every day to write a novel. Only fellow workaholics can understand him. Phoebe snidely remarks that someone tells her that he has no money left to live on, but at the same time takes a beautiful woman out to dinner. Harry asks why his classmate is so talkative, whether Julia has really influenced her so much, and she says that she just cares about him. She asks the next question, which causes Harry even more surprise. The girl asks if it is true that he recently had a fight with their headman. The guy asks why she is interested, and Phoebe admits that because of her sullen face, she and the other girls asked Lila what happened. The head girl simply said about their meeting, but her voice was incredibly angry and cold. After that, she and Julia looked very gloomy. Phoebe left them more. Harry doesn't understand what's going on with Layla and why she's slandering him, while his interlocutor turns to him again. Phoebe asks her classmate to tell her what really happened, and he does so. Having heard the truth, the girl asks if that's all, and exhaling heavily, Harry confirms these words. Phoebe is disappointed. She thought she would find out some interesting gossip, but her expectations are not met. She asks another question. Harry replies with a frown that he is not one of those simpletons who will fulfill her whims with a wave of his fingers. Phoebe asks if he really doesn't care about the prefect. He answers with a question about why she cares, and at that moment the subject of their conversation appears. Harry asks the girl to stop asking him these questions and let him read the book in peace. She smiles indulgently. When Layla passes by her classmate, she doesn't say a word, although her look is very eloquent. Phoebe invites Harry to have lunch together, and he says that he was going to treat everyone himself because he has been in debt to them for a long time. The girl is happy to express her taste preferences, and the guy suggests that she first ask others' opinions, and she agrees. Harry looks at the head girl, wondering if she realized her mistake, and if she feels any embarrassment at all about yesterday's situation. The guy understands that with such a character, Layla will not apologize first or try to make amends on her own. Julia asks her friend about ordering an extra, and Phoebe chimes in asking if the prefect will have the same, which she confirms. Layla thinks about Harry's behavior, not understanding why he acts as if nothing happened. She scolds her friends for not caring. The girl thinks that she should make the guy understand that the consequences of her offense can be serious, and from the outside someone compliments the girls. 3 nondescript guys invite them to their table, offering to treat them at their expense and exchange contacts on a social network. Layla thanks them, turning away, thinking to herself that another person is trying to start a conversation with her. And this man is persistent. He gets up from his seat and approaches the group, asking them not to be so cold and asking what college they are from. The girl turns sharply to him, frowning and casting an angry glance at the impudent fellow, and asking him in return what difference it makes to him. Phoebe fearfully asks Julia where Harry is, and she asks her to call her classmate quickly. Meanwhile, the same guy approaches Phoebe and asks what she is doing, and then asks her to share her number with them. Layla gets even angrier, pulling the harasser away and asking what he's trying to do in broad daylight. She gets up from her seat. The girl says she's going to call the police if the guy doesn't leave, and he calls her beautiful but has a hot temper. The guy says that this can't even be called harassment, because he only wanted to treat the girls, and asks if Lala really wants to refuse him. He grabs the girl by the hand and tells her not to be shy, and she, breaking free, asks him not to touch her. Another voice is heard from behind, and it belongs to Harry. The guy asks a rhetorical question, asking why, whenever he is about to treat someone, something unpleasant always happens. Phoebe and Julia's faces fill with joy and relief when they see their classmate, and they don't even try to hide it. The potential opponent's face changes, asking if Harry is with them, and he says that he is very lucky with these lovely ladies. He asks which of them is his girlfriend, and suggests that it is the most beautiful one, meaning Layla. But the tormentor has no intention of letting his victim go, and the head man asks about it. But the guy, not listening, tells Harry that he simply has to introduce them to these beautiful ladies. The student quickly appears next to him, grabbing the offender by the hand and asking in an ominous voice where he is putting his hands. The latter gets scared. Now he himself asks to be released and leans back, trying to break free from the tight grip, but Harry is unmoved. On the contrary, he squeezes the other person's hand even tighter, knocking a cry of pain and a curse out of the opponent and forcing him to bend in half. The guy calls Harry crazy, and he agrees only if it relates to the fact that he used force. The student asks the question that comes to mind after these words. Why then does he touch an unfamiliar girl, and even against her consent? He tells his opponent to shut up, saying that he can meet whoever he wants, whenever he wants, and wherever he wants, and no one can tell him what to do. He asks if there is any problem with that, and if so, he is going to teach Harry a lesson by raising his fist to punch. But the guy is not as weak as people think. It is not difficult for him to parry his opponent's attack and put him on his shoulder blades. He reminds that it was he who started it, and Harry was only defending himself from the attack. He addresses everyone present, asking them what they saw, since Harry was not the one who started the fight first. Another man runs inside, asking what is going on here and who just called him. He looks scared. Harry addresses the girls, asking why they are still standing in their places and urging them all to follow him. He suggests going to another restaurant, because everyone who witnessed the unfolding spectacle only dreams of a continuation. Phoebe agrees to leave the place, and Julia says in a disgruntled tone that these people are really annoying her. Phoebe asks her classmate to keep her voice down, as they might come back and cause more trouble, but Julia counters. Harry and Layla walk side by side, and the guy asks his classmate if she is okay. And she, feeling awkward, says that she is okay. The boy says that's good and speeds up, increasing the distance between them, and the headman gets angry. She doesn't understand what this guy is thinking, why it was enough for him to ask just one question and calm down. Harry slows down a little, asking with a sweet smile if Layla thought his punch was pretty cool, and she looks at him, puzzled. He teases his classmate, saying that it's like a story from a novel where the heroine is picked on and the main character saves her. Layla says that she finds his words inappropriate, and mentally she is surprised that Harry managed to read her thoughts, as if he sees right through her. The girl is surprised that he reads novels, and the guy asks if all novels follow this pattern, and in general he wanted to beat up those guys. Unfortunately, novels are far from real life, and people cannot act simply on the impulse of emotions. Moreover, if he starts fighting, he will not be able to guarantee the safety of those who are nearby at that time. And this incident itself presents a significant danger, because it happened that various objects came into hand. Although these guys are not so lucky, because Harry knows the owner of this restaurant. He is a former policeman with a high sense of justice. With the help of surveillance camera recordings, these hooligans will be detained and their families will be informed about everything. Layla giggles, asking if bullies can be scared away by calling their parents, and Harry has his own vision of this. He himself is afraid that he might be forced to call his own parents, A demonstration situation flashes in his head. Layla asks who called the restaurant owner, and Harry replies that he did it before he even entered, reacting ahead of time. The writer writes to her biggest fan at night, asking if he is there and briefly describing what happened today. Harry thinks about it. The girl really seems strange to him. Her opinion about the person changes at the speed of light. The guy asks if Layla has developed feelings for this man. If so, then this is a betrayal of their cause, and the girl is at a loss. As soon as the girl admits the thought that she doesn't like the interlocutor, he corrects himself, saying that it's better to put this conversation aside. They begin to discuss the book, but Julia, who is sitting nearby, interrupts the conversation, asking who she talks to every evening. Layla replies that it's just a friend, but the neighbor doesn't calm down, noting that the girl recently changed her account on a popular social network. The headman is embarrassed, and, almost shrieking, blurts out that this is really just a friend whom she met relatively recently. Layla gets up from her seat and says that she is going to go to the library, suggesting that her friends go to bed without her. Julia is surprised. The latter asks Phoebe after the neighbor leaves if she thinks the headman has been acting very mysterious lately. The teacher says he knows the students are still recovering from the holidays, but he hopes they can focus on their studies. Theory is theory, but the market remains the market. Investment skills cannot be simply learned by studying only information from textbooks. Layla doesn't listen to the teacher, being happy and at the same time very worried about the first publication of their joint novel. This causes her great trepidation, and the girl realizes that she was not so nervous even when she was published for the first time. She recalls a recent conversation with a co-author when he changed the main character's name, asking if it had any meaning to him too. The professor's sharp voice is heard, and Layla involuntarily shudders, thinking that the man noticed her with the phone, but he is wrong. The teacher actually caught the offender, but it wasn't her, but Harry, who was sitting at the laptop. The man asks what the guy is using the laptop for at the moment, and it is clear from his appearance that he is at a loss. The guy himself doesn't understand why his name was called, because the teacher should have continued giving his lecture. The man says he knows his lectures may sound boring, but asks the student to at least sit quietly during class and listen, without being distracted. One of the students agrees with the man, citing the fact that at least the others are playing on their phones, and others pick up on the idea. Harry thinks about how they were asked to bring laptops, so that it would be easier to connect the training material with real trading. He says he wasn't playing, but practicing his skills, because he was really thinking about getting to know the progress of the work before the competition. One of the students laughs, wanting his classmate to admit that he was playing. He sees no point in trying to make excuses. Harry is asked if he was actually involved in trading, and he is puzzled, not wanting to admit to increasing his income. The guy regrets that he didn't start with a higher rate, because then his income at the moment would be even higher. He's being disingenuous. The teacher asks if he thinks it is safe to work in this format, if it really helps him. Harry agrees, saying it's because it gives you the opportunity to study trading patterns and become familiar with the operations in advance. The man says that the student has big ambitions. He likes people like that, and he offers to explain the components of the trading model to his classmates. If he succeeds, the teacher will give him the highest grade and allow him to stop attending lectures this semester. Otherwise, on the contrary, he will deduct it. Students start whispering, some don't even have any points to deduct, and there are those who envy their classmate. But there are also those who consider envy inappropriate, because they are sure that Harry will not be able to answer the question asked by the teacher. And while Phoebe worries about whether her classmate will be able to answer, Julia doesn't even know what a trading model is, asking her neighbor. Layla asks why her friend is so worried about this, and she thinks about herself, because if Harry falls, they will laugh at her as the one who is chasing him. The headman says that although the teacher may seem strict, he will not intentionally fail his students. She says that even if the answer is wrong, Mr. Wolf will take it calmly, while Harry accepts the challenge. A trading model is not a concept with a clear definition, but a generalized structure for a trader's own investment strategy. Because Harry is not qualified to judge whether a trading model is sound and correct, he can only talk about what he understands and what a trading model can be that brings stable profits. 5 specific factors must be properly integrated and flexibly adjusted to suit market conditions. When they are developed individually and used for specific situations, they become a trading model. The teacher starts clapping his hands in flattery, saying that he is pleased with the student, because he explained everything very well. The room fills with an excited buzz of students who are also impressed by their classmate's answer, even though many did not understand a single word. Mr. Wolf says that for the exam, Harry will just have to hand in a blank sheet of paper with his name on it, and the teacher will give him an A. The guy smiles when he says that it is too unfair and easy. He wants to earn these points on the exam with his own efforts. But, just in case, He asks whether the teacher will take his words back if the result of the independent answer turns out to be worse. He confirms these words. He will not do this, just as he cannot take his words back. And besides, he believes in his students. Meanwhile, Harry thinks that even if he tried to explain everything in simpler language, his classmates would not understand anything. But it's still worth a try, because teaching is also a way of learning, and the guy decides to take advantage of this opportunity. This will be useful to him for analyzing and systematizing previous knowledge. Moreover, it is a good opportunity to win over the right people. Harry says he doesn't know if his classmates remember him or not. But when he introduces himself, he mentions the reason he studies finance. He reminds us of it. It is the desire to take one's own place in the sun in this huge and restless market. This is necessary for a student to accumulate his first pot of gold, and thereby realize his own value in this world. The ultimate goal is to want to be a down-to-earth and kind-hearted person who is rich. It is not easy, but he is willing to put in the effort. Harry also recalls that he mentioned that he was looking forward to meeting potential like-minded partners. He is going to prove what efforts he is ready to make to achieve his goal, and once again invites colleagues who are interested in this. Harry begins to explain the topic of trading patterns, running chalk across the board, intending to write it out in great detail. The first thing that comes to mind is the trading time frame, because it is the basis of the trading model, and it is with the definition of this philosophy that everything begins. Harry thinks that although this place is not a first-class university, real experts can be found even here. The second point is trading skills. Both confirmation of purchase and sale points. They must be very strict. Harry thinks he used a pseudonym to communicate with Layla online, but now they're doing well in real life too. Meanwhile, he writes on the board the third point, which is position management. In fact, they are quite simple, but control is important. Harry wants to recruit a few more people to his side, one of whom is Lex Tracy. He keeps a low profile, but is talented. Another student that Harry is planning to involve in his dealings is Hannah Henney, who used to be one of the top students in the competition. Once their own model is fully formed, they will be able to find a predefined process to solve any situation. The most difficult and, accordingly, responsible task is strict execution. Harry asks why successful people can earn money. And he himself answers this question because they have the right model of behavior and unwavering discipline. The guy continues. People lose money because they either don't follow these rules or don't take them seriously enough and don't understand the big picture of the market. Harry finishes his explanation and thanks the teacher for giving him the opportunity to share his knowledge with everyone. The guy asks his classmates not to despair, despite the fact that it may seem difficult, and is going to add something else. Since they chose this specialty, they have gained more knowledge compared to others. They have the opportunity to demonstrate their talent. In fact, it is not as difficult as everyone imagines. All that is required is respect for the market and adherence to the right methods. With their own judgment, understanding, and a certain level of common sense, they are already far superior to others. At this point, Harry announces that he has finished his speech, expressing his hope that they can all support each other in the future. Looking around the audience with satisfaction, the guy realizes that his expectations were not met, and his face takes on a completely opposite expression. Anticipation gives way to confusion and misunderstanding. Because not only is there no positive reaction, there is none at all. The students are silent. But at last, the first claps of hands are heard, and the first encouraging voice is heard, and soon many others join in. Having received what he deserves, Harry waves his hand magnanimously at his first listener, now understanding what it is like to be a genius. Diana approaches Gerda and asks if she remembers a guy named Harry, and she wonders why her friend thinks she should forget him. They ate together just a couple of days ago. The beauty asks what happened, and the girl with short hair says that she learned more about him. Diana asks her friend if she remembers Huffy saying a few days ago that he wanted to move out. According to his friends, he was scared that day. The girl continues, comparing the facts. Such behavior of the guy and the respectful attitude of his neighbors towards Harry may mean that he is involved in everything. Gerda doesn't think that her friend's words are true, because Huffy is not someone who is easy to get along with, and the others would not contradict him. But Diana stands her ground, wanting to continue watching Harry. He is very reserved. He is not even embarrassed by Gerda's indescribable beauty. In fact, the girl also finds this guy interesting, but she is interested in why her friend suddenly decided to talk about this topic. She asks if something unusual has happened, and Diana chuckles mysteriously, saying that she guessed right, and then recalling Wolf's sternness. The girl begins her story by saying that Harry brought a laptop to the class, and even claimed that he was conducting simulated trading. Gerda is surprised at how quickly their group is moving, but her friend interrupts her saying that they are moving at the same pace, and that is not the point at all. Not only did Harry master this area before anyone else, but he was also called upon by Wolf to explain everything to his classmates as punishment. And he did a great job of it and fueled the enthusiasm of others, so that even those who skipped classes seem energetic, as if someone had inspired them. Diana refuses to believe that this guy can be so reserved and excel in his studies at the same time. The girl believes that such a person will achieve a lot, but Gerda says that it does not concern them, and notes that her friend always liked to gossip. Diana is on her own wavelength, continuing to say that she is not surprised by the student's popularity, because he really does have a unique aura. Someone comes up to Harry and says that what he told her yesterday, she repeated again, and wrote down in the form of notes in accordance with her own understanding. Looking up, the guy sees Hannah in front of him, who asks if he can look and tell if she thinks right or not. He agrees. The student says that, in general, everything is correct. But one should not forget that one should never go all in. One should manage one's positions wisely. And while he continues to explain, Scott, sitting in front, laughs at his classmates, thinking that Harry is deceiving them, and they actually believe him. Hannah is indignant and suggests that next time Wolf asks a question, she go and answer it herself. She says she finds Harry's ideas valuable, and that her seeking his advice shouldn't worry Scott, who is cleverly evasive. Hannah counters by saying that no success story can be replicated perfectly. Without their own opinion, people become victims. Furthermore, even the teacher said that Harry's thinking and ideas are very valuable for teaching. Scott asks what she means. The girl replies that her classmate is talking about a system that can be reproduced and tested, and that it is being improved in this way. Layla listens in on the conversation, thinking that she too doesn't quite understand what Harry is talking about, although the teacher was delighted with his answer. The girl believes that her classmate spoke confidently and was eloquent, not to mention that he gave clear and logical explanations. She realized that when a person has a model that they have agreed upon for themselves, they can actually use it to achieve success. This is not blind arrogance or unexplained pride, nor is it the result of external factors such as wealth or parental influence. The reason people find Harry attractive is not only because of his true beauty, it is also because of the strength of his aura. This is also the main charm of the personality of the powerful director she wrote, because this feeling of confidence controls the situation. In her work, the main character must have the same qualities. His individuality and ferocity are harmoniously present in his character. The main character admires strong people, and it is for this reason that she allowed herself to fall in love with the main character so easily. On the other hand, her sister was filled with feelings for the tyrant. Despite the cruelty of the man, her feelings are completely opposite. Layla thinks that, although she doesn't want to admit it to herself, she really does feel admiration for her classmate. Ever since she got to know him better, he's practically leading her on, even though she herself can be even more cold and distant. But the girl knows perfectly well that she does not have the same confidence. Despite the fact that at times Harry drives her crazy, his knowledge is not a show. Layla exhales heavily, remembering her words about wanting to surpass her classmate. She realizes that she is now wasting time on trifles. He is already ahead of her by a wide margin, and the girl is seriously thinking about taking advantage of the current circumstances and making peace. Layla looks at the boy, and a completely new expression appears on her face, one of bewilderment. Harry is surrounded by too many girls, and the prefect is a little confused as to why there are so many of them. Many of them discuss his performance with a classmate, and some even decide to ask a question and ask for advice. Harry tries to answer each of the questions and help each girl, starting with words about making a financial investment. Among those who seek advice are not only girls. One of the guys is interested in whether he can become a great master in this difficult matter. Harry is lost in his own thoughts. As he would expect from those who study finance, everyone present asks relevant questions. He knows that the market environment will change dramatically within 10 years, and at present investors are enthusiastic and simplistic. Unlike the future, where everyone has skills, investors are scattered, and the market situation is unpredictable. These are the new generation of tycoons. If Harry shares his skills with them, there will be many highly qualified investors. Another person speaks up, pulling the guy out of his own thoughts. It always seemed to him that the recent rotation of stock market points was rather unusual. 2 more people join him, and Harry asks them to slow down, since it is more logical to ask a question and receive an answer in turn. And then Layla approaches a group of students, saying that she also has a few questions regarding trading methods. Harry is surprised by this behavior, remembering that the head girl ignored him for a long time. Later, the girl, sitting on the bed in her room and calling her classmate names, retells what happened next to her pen pal. After greeting them, Harry said that first, he needed to answer the questions that had already been asked, since those students had approached him first. Layla writes to her virtual interlocutor that she put aside her pride and started a conversation, and this person did not show any emotion. She continues to pester the guy about his classmates, amazed that they are running after Harry like they are attached, although they were previously worried about their reputation. He himself considers the headman's imagination to be truly impressive. He is now not at all surprised that she writes novels. Harry said then that he could not guarantee the quality of the information, but was going to share his thoughts with everyone. Julia says she thinks her classmate is amazing, and asks him to tell her something equally as exciting during the next break. Phoebe chimes in, agreeing that Harry is being generous and asking if her classmate really needs the extra tutoring. He takes it for granted that Julia and Phoebe started all this, but wonders what any of this has to do with him. The guy wonders if the reason the headman is carefree online is because he wants to maintain an image of detachment in reality. At first glance, it may seem that this girl is very easy to deceive, but in fact, this is not so at all, because she decides for herself what to do. She makes every decision carefully, after much thought, and if it weren't for the hope she saw in their project, she wouldn't have invested in it. Harry writes to the head girl, clarifying that she has made peace with her classmate, and asks about the extent of his popularity. Layla confirms these words, not forgetting to mention that at first there were only 2 of them, but then the number increased significantly, which irritates her. The guy asks why exactly the girl is upset. Is it because this person is better, or is it because of jealousy? Harry writes to the girl that it would be easier for her to become even better than her classmate, and then, when the time comes, show him the results. The girl imagines this picture in all details and agrees with her interlocutor, deciding to implement his idea as it should be. Harry smiles on the other side, believing that the girl understands these things better than others, and notes her self-discipline and workaholism. He wonders how things might turn out if their roles were reversed in this life, smiling maliciously and looking forward to it. The guy even gives a stupid name to their duet, and Lila laughs, commenting on this, but in fact finding it funny. Later, the girl notes the abundance of contracts, informing her interlocutor that he was right, and their team of vegetarians cannot be stopped. Harry reminds her that she thought the title was stupid, and she replies that she was joking, happy that their novel was a hit. Layla believes that she will take another big step towards success as soon as the first wave of promotion begins. She is going to rub her classmate's nose in it. And he tells the girl that he has bad news. She tenses up, asking not to scare him and asking what happened. Harry thinks that they should get an initial wave of recommendations that will be updated during the promotional period. The existing delay may help them to last 1 or 2 months. But then due to the competition, they will not be able to work as hard. He writes about how he can't write certain scenes because they turn out badly, counting on the support of a colleague, and she breathes a sigh of relief. The amount seems too high to Layla, and she suggests leaving the previous one, while simultaneously clarifying whether he really leaves everything to her discretion. The guy agrees, but insists on high payment. The girl thanks him for his generosity and promises to do everything in the best possible way. Harry is triumphant. His problem was solved very quickly, and what they agreed on will help him kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The next moment, his eyes widen when the guy sees the words about the girl doubting her abilities, since the scene is special. Because the scene takes place in captivity, and neither of the 2 are knowledgeable about such things, Harry wonders if they can find what they need on the internet. And then he remembers that the system somehow provided a reward that would help them understand the topic that interests them. The guy chuckles, thinking that this might work, and offers to send the girl an item that might help her. Harry catches up with the head girl running around the stadium and asks her if she really went out for a run. She answers almost aggressively. The guy thinks about the fact that in her past life, this girl only started playing sports after the first semester, and this puzzles him. The girl looks at him warily, also immersed in her own thoughts, wondering why this guy even asked about this. And just as she wants to respond aggressively, she stops herself, telling her to calm down and not wanting to look completely immature. She answers with completely different words, changing the subject. Since they were lucky enough to meet now, the girl suggests going to the cafeteria together. But Layla corrects herself, asking if her classmate would be against it, and he says he is for it, because it's not often you hear an invitation from the head of the group herself. She suggests finishing the run, and Harry asks, together. The girl replies, as you wish. The phone in the girl's pocket makes a notification sound, and reading it, Layla sees that she has received a package. Harry asks if it is big. He offers to carry her, given her petite frame, and the girl flushes, asking if he is looking down on her. Harry sighs heavily, saying that he didn't mean that. It's just that girls are weaker than men in principle. That's just how nature works. He says that he is simply caring about his classmate, and she smirks sarcastically and thanks him for his concern. Layla stops Harry, telling him not to come closer, but to wait. She is able to find the package herself. Having found the necessary box, the girl looks at it with flattery, because the sender used the names of their characters instead of his own. Noticing a smile that rarely appears on the headman's face, the guy comes closer to her and asks what made her smile like that. Hiding the package, Layla replies that it is none of his business, and Harry chuckles to himself. He recalls that he put a lot of effort into giving this gift to his classmate. She suddenly turns around and leaves, and when asked where exactly, she replies that it doesn't concern Harry, but she doesn't finish the conversation, reminding him of what he recently told the audience, and then asking a question, the answer to which she doubts. Layla asks if her classmate really thinks it's possible to make money on the stock market, and he answers vaguely. The girl believes that the local market is very dangerous, and large companies are hunting small investors, which looks like suicide. Harry is amazed, asking if the one who is supposed to become an expert in this field really has such thoughts. He asks the next question. If the girl really thinks so, why does she continue to study finance? And she reminds him of her question. The headman repeats it, turning to his interlocutor, asking if what she said was not true. Harry answers in the negative, wondering if his classmate really doesn't read the news, and brings up the first argument. Unlike a casino, where there is no logic, in the stock market there is an internal logic behind each sector. The purpose of studying finance is to understand this logic, and then follow the trends of wealth accumulation. The ability to extract profit is important here. The second point is the idea of bankers, and Lilino is actually outdated. The legislation of the country in which they live has an article concerning such activities. The era of unbridled bankers is long gone. She will pay attention to the news in this industry, will notice that every year hundreds of people are judged for such activities. The girl must remember that these so-called tricks may seem tempting, but they can be fraught with legal consequences. There is never any need to cut corners or look for strange methods. Such concepts are often simple tricks to deceive. The girl considers these words reasonable, but she is haunted by the question of how her classmate knows so much about all this. He chuckles vaguely, and then suggests that it's most likely because he himself has dreams. Harry thinks that with his initial experience and knowledge, even if he started all over again, he would not improve his life much. But now that he has a system, the guy is going to give it his all and live his life in the best possible way. The girl looks at her classmate thoughtfully, mechanically repeating his words about dreams. Harry confirms them, suggesting that Layla also has a dream that can be realized with the help of this. The head girl's eyes light up with delight. She agrees with her classmate, but admits that she doesn't understand these things very well. Harry offers to teach her if she wants, but the girl is in no hurry to make a decision, openly saying that she feels there is some kind of catch in his words. The guy laughs, saying that it is enough to consider him as your mentor and pay him a little. Layla has her own vision. She's going to pay for his breakfast, nothing more. A familiar voice is heard nearby, addressing both of them. Layla asks Julia, who has come up, where Phoebe is, and she replies that she hasn't woken up yet, and then asks what those two are doing here together. The class president replies that they accidentally ran into each other while walking, so they return to campus together. Harry puts in his 2 cents, with a sweet smile on his face, saying that Layla kindly invited him to breakfast. The latter asks her classmate to shut up, and he asks the class leader not to be so irritable, at least in the mornings, because he is telling the truth. Layla gets angry, asking if the guy can't see that she's in a great mood, that she's not irritated at all, and he gives in, agreeing. Julia looks at the two silently, not understanding what has been going on between them lately, and tries to guess. Perhaps the class monitor changed her mind about her classmate after the recent incident at the restaurant, although she promised to treat him coldly. In any case, Julia is not going to miss her opportunity, hugging Harry and asking what they will eat. He replies that it might be rice or something hot and spicy, since Layla is the host today and she chooses the dishes. While Layla asks Harry why he eats such heavy food every morning, Julia wonders why she treats the guy. The boy finds the headman's concern for him cute and agrees to take something else, but she replies that this is not concern, but criticism. The girl, watching all this from the side, becomes completely confused, once again wondering what is going on between them. When they are already sitting in the cafeteria, Julia asks her classmate if he really prefers light dishes. She generously shares with him a meatball from her own dish, since his portion does not contain much meat. Julia thinks to herself that the competition with Lila could be dangerous. Unlike the one with Phoebe, they could both lose. Harry replies that sometimes it's nice to have a light snack, mentally understanding perfectly the situation his interlocutor is in. She might find the right person if she lowered her standards a little, but the girl is determined to find the perfect candidate. Another heroine appears on the stage, addressing Harry, and upon seeing her, Julia begins to actively wave her hand in greeting. The headman's gaze, on the contrary, becomes serious and disapproving when she hears a painfully familiar voice behind her. Turning halfway around, she sees a brightly smiling Diana, holding her friend's arm in a reserved manner. The girls sit down at the next table, and Julia turns to her classmate with a puzzled look. She asks why she feels like the atmosphere around her has suddenly become a little strange, as if there is tension in the air. Diana asks about Phoebe with a sympathetic look. She is interested in why she is not with Harry now, and whether she will come today at all. The guy replies that she couldn't get up that early, so she's still sleeping, and notes that the girls from the other group are also early birds. Gerda disagrees with these words. She says that if they lived on campus, they would come by this time every day. Harry asks the girl about her routine and receives a positive answer, and then begins to analyze this data. Layla is angered by the fact that there is some kind of inexplicable atmosphere between the two. She remembers that they recently had lunch together. She reminds Harry of his own rule of listening to the person who treats him, and tells his classmate to eat in silence and chat later. Gerda, watching this, is slightly puzzled, assuming that such a reaction was caused by the fact that Layla has feelings for the guy. But there is another assumption, which seems no less realistic. It looks very much like this girl wants to settle personal scores. Harry smiles, saying that if the head boy speaks, he will listen to her, and Julia's look becomes stunned. She calls the guy an indecisive person, referring to the fact that she invited him first, but her classmate retorts. He says his position is very firm. Harry thinks it's normal to support whoever pays the bill. Julia chuckles, and the other girl gives the student a thumbs up, encouraging him and saying he did an amazing job. Diana says that she has never seen such shamelessness and self-satisfaction from anyone before. Harry finds a loophole in these words for himself. He notes that people who have no shame can be truly invincible, and offers to demonstrate this on her. Diana throws her hands up in a surrendering gesture, refusing such a generous offer and saying that she can barely feed herself. She suggests her friend's candidacy because she was going to treat the guy to lunch, and she is embarrassed by the fact that she is being dragged into this. Harry shakes his finger, expressing his disagreement and saying that this won't do. Eating occasionally is normal, but he eats 3 times a day. It would be a great loss to allow Gerda to entertain him if they ever met in town and dined at a more advantageous place. Smiling, the girl confirms these words and in a flirtatious tone clarifies one thing, asking not to take out the ring to surprise her. Diana's look becomes puzzled when she hears the words about the ring, and Harry hurries to explain the turn of phrase to the uninformed. The place they are talking about is gorgeous, has incredible views of the waterfront, and is often proposed to. Harry asks Gerda not to worry about it. He does not insist on going to this particular place. You can choose any other 5-star restaurant. Julia listens to the rest with half an ear, thinking only about the fact that in the aforementioned pavilion, they are making proposals to their potential betrothed. It was not easy to deal with Layla, and then Gerda herself showed up. These two together look like an ideal couple, even despite the fact that this girl is rich. Julia thinks about this whole polygon using a metaphorical comparison, and is going to take control of the situation. The girl finds nothing better to do than change the subject, which she chooses for Layla's new purchase, which, in fact, is a parcel from Harry. She takes the box in her hands and, testing its weight, notes that it is very light. The headman says that a friend sent it to her. Julia flares up, saying that she has never heard her friend mention him, although they have known each other for quite a long time. She assumes that this person is the one with whom the girl communicates every evening, and she begins to get turned on. Layla takes the box from her classmate's hands, saying that she doesn't know what she's talking about and claiming that she doesn't know all of her friends. Harry adds fuel to the fire by saying that the girl might be embarrassed to reveal it in public, as the item could be a gift from an admirer. Layla flares up, saying that it is known to all. She never accepts gifts from her admirers. Diana intervenes in the conversation, saying that the girl is outstanding. She is also very popular in the student council. She says that as far as she knows, several guys have confessed their love to this girl, but Gerda also receives gifts. Layla gives in and reaches for the package, saying that the contents are not a gift, but just some decoration that she asked her friend to help her buy. The headman moves the box closer to Julia, and allows her to open it if she wants, while she begins to conduct a thorough analysis. Even though my friend didn't say what he was sending, judging by the weight, there is little doubt that there is a piece of jewelry or a chain inside. Layla even offers Julia to wear the accessory for a few days if she likes it, and she is delighted, considering her friend cute. The headman suggests opening the box later, and now eating in peace, since the girl did not take anything with her that would help her open the package. But as soon as the girl turns away, the sound of tape being cut by some sharp object is heard from behind. Turning back to her friend, Layla notices in her hands the eyebrow razor that Julia always carries with her. Inside the parcel box there is another, smaller one, which looks quite decent and resembles a gift box, even tied with a ribbon. Julia giggles, saying she just likes opening packages, and Layla looks at her puzzled, confused by the razor. The headwoman bites her finger out of excitement, wondering what might be inside. She wants it to be earrings or 2 chains. Julia is momentarily distracted and, unable to react in time, knocks the box off the tabletop with her elbow. She apologizes to her friend, turning around and glancing at the floor, and bends down to pick up the package and its contents. Julia addresses the head girl, who is looking askance across the table, by name, and begins her sentence in a puzzled tone about the thing lying in the box. Picking up the collar and rope from the floor and showing them to her friend, Julia asks what it is, and her friend is seriously puzzled. Embarrassed, Julia literally shoves the things into the confused headman's hands, saying that she doesn't do such things, and that he should keep them for himself. Layla gives the things back, reminding that her friend was interested, and now it is hers, since the girl decided to give it to her. Diana, sitting at the next table, notices the commotion and becomes interested in what is happening. Gerda's friend's cheeks, following the trajectory of her gaze, turn red as the gist of the conversation dawns on her. She remembers putting something similar on her dog, and indecent thoughts start to appear in the girl's head. Gerda understands that there is no accounting for taste, but she is alarmed by the fact that Layla has exactly this interest and has set her sights on her friend. Diana asks if this isn't meant for walking the dog when Julia offers to give the collar to Phoebe. The girl calls Layla amazing, thinking about the unusual games she plays with her friends. The headmistress tries to justify herself, saying that she didn't mean anything like that when she offered the collar to Julia. She herself didn't know what would be in it. The girl herself understands perfectly well that now it will be extremely difficult for her to get out of this, because she has already said a lot of unnecessary things. Layla asks Julia to come to her and stop avoiding her, because she herself must understand that there was a misunderstanding. She avoids her friend's gaze, and embarrassed, says that although she respects the headman's preferences, she likes men. Layla looks at Julia with a sad and confused look, asking what these words have to do with the current situation. Gerda gets up from the table and encourages the headman, saying that everything is fine as long as it does not harm anyone, and everyone's preferences must be respected. She says that those who understand her will not care about those who do not understand. There is no need to pay attention to such trifles. She says that she sincerely admires the girl and asks her to remain herself at all costs, without worrying about the opinions of others. On this wonderful note, Diana and Gerda, having said goodbye to everyone, leave, citing unfinished business. Harry starts laughing, and Layla asks him angrily what caused it. He replies that the situation was funny. And, hiding his gaze, the guy adds that he is also surprised by the headman's preferences. The girl flares up again, asking her classmate not to laugh, because she has already repeated many times that the current situation is a misunderstanding. Tears well up in Layla's eyes as she realizes that not only has Gerda laughed at her, but she has also become the object of Harry's ridicule. The girl considers fate cruel because she slapped her classmate and he didn't even flinch, but now her own arm hurts. She doesn't understand why he doesn't say anything, and every damn time it feels like a punch to cotton wool. And then there's this Gerda who could be discussing her right now. Unable to hold back any longer, the girl falls onto the table in front of Harry, burying her face in her hands so that her tears cannot be seen, and he becomes confused. Julia approaches her, asking why she is crying and asking her not to do it, as there are many people looking at them. In her mind, the girl is happy that Gerda left, and her roommate's special hobby was revealed, which really helped her solve the problem. Julia asks Harry to talk to Layla, now completely unconcerned about him liking a girl with such a fetish. And then the girl notices a strange expression on her classmate's face. It seems to express superiority. Harry sighs theatrically, approaching the headman. He strokes her head affectionately, agreeing with Julia's words. There really are a lot of people looking at them, and what happened is a trifle. The guy hands Layla a handkerchief, telling her not to worry about it, and promises to go and get her some ice cream. He says that the girl needs to eat something sweet, and asks her to stop crying, but she doesn't react. Harry tells Julia that he is going to get ice cream for the head girl and asks her to look after him, and she agrees. She wonders to herself why he is behaving this way, because the girl believed that this guy could never stand Layla's willfulness. At the same time, he had just indulged her and was even going to buy her ice cream to appease her. And then it dawned on her. Harry always said that he didn't like the head girl's personality, but he never said directly that he didn't like her herself. Julia analyzes her friend's character and Harry's behavior, and comes to the conclusion that he is doing all this in order to destroy the girl. He takes the initiative to defeat a rival in love, as well as to help the person he likes. Julia thinks this guy is truly amazing, but she still can't come to terms with all of this. The girl believes that Harry deserves praise for stooping so low, because he even buys his victim ice cream. His gift is the sweet toffee of obedience. Even though it all happened by chance, he deserves the gift. If fed to someone, it will increase their level of obedience towards you, perhaps even making them agree to some requests. Harry thinks that he received this gift at the right time. The guy approaches Julia and asks why she doesn't go back to the classroom first. He says that he is going to stay here a little longer with his headmistress, since she is not in a condition to go to classes now. Julia agrees and, leaving, says that she will save seats for them and asks them to try not to stay too long, and to call if they need anything. Harry agrees, saying goodbye to his classmate and mentally highlighting the girl's resilient and adaptive spirit. Layla, without lifting her head from her hands, says that he is not needed here and tells him to leave. The guy asks why the girl said this after her friend left. Is she still playing hard to get? Layla tells Harry to take the ice cream away from her. She doesn't want it, noticing that the guy uses it every time to tease her. He asks if the girl really doesn't want him, and she confirms these words. Harry gives a counter-argument. He already bought him. The guy offers an exchange. Layla should try the ice cream, and he will tell her how to get out of this situation. The girl raises her head, and in her eyes there is a naive hope. She asks if Harry swears that he will help her. He, observing her every action, confirms his words, promising to even offer several options. Layla chuckles vaguely. She expresses hope that her classmate will really help her, and he thinks the class leader is nice. Tears only strengthen this feeling. Harry considers this beautiful girl, who set him up in his past life, to be a goddess he could never even dream of. And now she has let her guard down and is completely at the mercy of her classmate, who thinks there is nothing more wonderful in the world. Harry wonders why this girl is still crying, even though she has already started eating. Layla, having eaten the entire ice cream, impatiently jumps up from her seat and asks what she should do now. Harry says that the girl should just admit it in public. She asks how she can do it, but senses a catch. She asks the guy to slow down and explain to her what he means by confession. He replies that the girl should tell everyone about her hobby. It takes Layla a split second to understand what her classmate's words mean, and the next she's already lunging at him to bite him. With a look of utter bewilderment on his face, he asks why she bit him. Did she really not like his plan? Layla replies that she knew the man was unreliable, so she shouldn't have trusted him. Harry asks why she says that and asks the girl to think about his words. There is no point in turning back. You need to stoically go to the end. She needs to act as if nothing happened, and Layla asks if she needs to act like a majestic queen. Harry notes that with her normal personality, she won't have to pretend at all. As soon as she picks up a whip, everyone will start calling her the mistress. Layla asks not to talk about such things, because no one would want to be such a queen, and guesses that the guy is up to something. He says that if the girl becomes queen, he will not get any advantage. Even if she wants to use a whip, he is not interested. Layla notices that no one mentioned the whip and makes excuses, saying that she needs it for work, and then asks to forget about what was said. The more the girl tries to explain, the worse it becomes. She refuses to participate, convinced that Harry will not understand. He strokes her head, saying that he really doesn't understand anything. But he's sure that the headman has reasons for such behavior. The guy tells Layla to do what she thinks is right. Although other people's opinions are sometimes important, we should not give up on what we want to do. Therefore, a girl does not need to justify herself to anyone. It is enough to simply remain herself. Harry hands his classmate a candy, arguing that some scientists believe that sugar improves mood. Layla snatches the candy from someone else's hands, believing that if she can get something from such a stingy man, she will not miss the opportunity. By putting the candy in her mouth, the girl ends by saying that, despite his everyday rudeness, Harry can be relied upon in critical moments. The guy can't believe that Layla could fall for this so easily and attracts the girl's attention. He's going to see what this candy can do and reminds the girl that she wanted to see how the collar would look on her. Coming very close to Layla, the guy asks her if she wants him to help her with this matter. The girl tenses up. She can't believe that this guy, after everything that happened, wants to go back to this conversation again. But Layla begins to give in, thinking that they are the main characters, so she must write this part of the novel herself. The girl thinks that she will simply consider this as an experience from her sister's point of view. But suddenly she feels like she's struck by electricity. Layla is surprised that she perceived everything as if she really had a sister. But these characters do not exist in reality. The girl abruptly pushes her classmate away from her, and he looks at her in bewilderment, wondering how she could resist his charm. She screams that Harry won't be able to fool her again. That would only be possible in his dreams. Layla turns around and leaves, and the guy asks her to stay to discuss this issue for a little while longer. In fact, he was not surprised at all, because he knew very well that this girl was not so easy to fool. If this girl were so easy to manipulate, she would have a completely different name. Harry ponders the properties of toffee. At first glance, it seems like it is very effective, but in fact it has strict limitations. It is difficult to fulfill a request that goes beyond the scope. It is not impossible, but taking advantage of this now and sowing the seed of doubt in the heart of the elder is not a bad idea. In a past life, she might even have seemed disgusting to him, because she would have forced him to take the blame for his misdeed upon himself. Everyone treats people with different values differently. That's the cold, hard truth of this world. Now that he had become valuable enough to compete with this girl, she revealed her softer side to Harry. The better a person is, the better treatment he gets. And what is truly very important is self-improvement. Harry decides to take a break by going back to studying product models, and he reflects on the year that was the best of its era. Compared to the future, now one glance at the market situation will be enough to delight knowledgeable people. So now it's about buying and selling stocks, and retail investors are becoming more and more aware as they learn more. Harry has been watching the market for a few days now, and it is relatively stable. But its full release could cause a stir. Although he doesn't care much about it, he has a fairly small capital, so it's better to focus on his trading model now. There is a knock at the door and Duncan comes in, asking worriedly why Harry wasn't in class today, if something happened. The guy replies that he doesn't have to do it now, since he got permission from Wolf not to be present. Now he asks what happened. Duncan asks if his neighbor hasn't heard, and hurries to tell him the news about his classmate, who turns out to be a lesbian. Harry chuckles, asking where these rumors came from, because they sound too absurd, and the interlocutor begins the story. The girl came to Duncan's classroom. She was looking for Gerda, and then the head girl publicly announced that she was a lesbian. Harry turns to his interlocutor in horror, asking him to repeat who confessed to whom. Layla and Gerda, the neighbor, confirms these words once again. Gesturing wildly with his hands, Duncan says the scene that unfolded there was incredible. As the couple came to an end, Layla appeared in their group's audience. Even though she had a smile on her face, the girl gave off an aura of seriousness, and then she walked up to Gerda and asked her to go away with her. The first beauty of the entire university did not quite understand why this girl needed this, so she remained sitting where she was. To begin with, she decided to find out what the head of the other group needed from her, and Gerda asked her about it. After that, Layla grabbed the girl by the hand and pulled her towards her, saying, "Can't she just come and look at her?" Duncan and the others barely heard what the two were saying, but Gerda suddenly blushed deeply and pushed the headmen away from her. Layla was not angry, but laughed, saying that there was no need to be shy, because that gift was prepared especially for her. After this, the headmen simply turned around and left, and a crowd began to gather around Gerda in order to find out what had happened between them. Dean joins the conversation, asking Harry what he thinks the present his class leader was talking about was. He says he doesn't know, but he himself is puzzled, feeling guilty for what he did, because it was he who suggested confessing publicly, even though he didn't specifically want it. As expected, Layla decided to act decisively to make the most of the situation. Even when faced with problems, this girl quite successfully drags her enemies along with her in order to humiliate them even more. Harry believes that Gerda could not even imagine that everything could turn out this way. Duncan leans his forearm on his neighbor in a friendly manner and asks him to help them find out more about this whole situation. Harry doesn't understand this man, asking if he, as an adult, can really believe some kind of gossip. But Duncan is very interested. In order to switch his attention, Harry invites him and the second neighbor to go have a bite to eat with him. They answer that they have already eaten and are now planning to sleep, suggesting that their neighbor go alone. There is almost no one in the cafeteria now. Harry agrees, notifying his neighbors that he will go to the classroom after noon, and allows the guys to rest peacefully. He will not disturb them. Duncan and Dean thank the guy for his concern and wave goodbye to him in a friendly manner. When Harry arrives for class, Phoebe flies up to him and shares with him the news that something big happened today while he was away. The guy asks if the girl is referring to the situation with Gerda and Layla, and notes that she looks happy, and that she doesn't even try to hide her happiness. The admiration in Phoebe's eyes is clearly visible, and her next words about how she thinks the head girl is cool only confirm this. The girl continues, explaining her behavior and asking her classmate to imagine what would happen if these girls began to develop their relationship. And Harry imagines it very well in his head. The scene would really be legendary, because both of these girls are beauties. The guy involuntarily wonders why Phoebe became so close to the headman, and one of the girls, who is currently occupying his thoughts, in the meantime grabs her classmate by the hand and pulls him towards herself. Phoebe guides Harry's hand so that it touches her face and says that this is how girls' relationships look to others. The guy wonders why she suddenly decided to show him this so suddenly, and she looks embarrassed. But then he realizes that something is wrong. Phoebe has never acted so shyly or looked so embarrassed before. The girl confirms his guess, saying that if he also liked Layla's thing, then he can also participate if he does not come between them. And then Harry finally understands the girl's behavior. The head girl used an obedience collar on her roommate. Some students appear nearby and, noticing the couple, ask them, confused and embarrassed, what they are doing. Phoebe pushes her classmate away from her, saying that those who came up to her misunderstood everything, and now the guy is surprised. The girl says that Harry is just her best friend, but he doesn't understand when this happened. According to his assumptions, this happened at the moment when Layla fell in love. The student did not expect such a turn of events at all. Phoebe asks Harry if he wants to have lunch together, informing him that afterwards she will go look for the head boy. The guy wonders how Layla could turn into a fool in love, since she was a goddess just recently. Her unexpected confession surprised not only the guys, but also the girls. Fortunately, at least Phoebe's admiration for him did not pass on to Lila. But even without Phoebe, there is still Julia. Harry suggests that the latter and the head girl may have had a falling out, and the former and Lila were never close. Julia is a strong girl. She shouldn't give in so easily. Considering this, she will cling to the guy even more. He thinks how to deal with this. Harry's confused expression notices Phoebe and asks him if he is okay. He confirms that he is, but internally considers the situation to be chaos. But then he remembers that he has a second account, thanks to which he can contact the headman. When Harry goes into seclusion and goes to his profile, he sees many messages from a girl who blames the interlocutor for the disgrace that happened today. She blames herself, but then turns to Julia, wondering who would carry an eyebrow raiser around with them. Layla continues to accuse Harry, who is convinced that girls can be truly scary when they are angry. The head girl blames Julia next, saying that she didn't have good intentions from the start and calls Harry her dream guy. Layla thinks Julia is the one who is going to steal Harry, her dream guy, from her, and he doesn't understand when he became him. The guy assumes that the toffee is to blame for everything. Even though she herself was able to avoid serious influence, her mind must still be under it. But he is surprised that Layla was able to figure out Julia's intentions on her own, because she is a first-class intriguer. From the messages, it is clear that the interlocutor did not wait for Harry to read them and respond, and went to confess to Gerda. If you think about it, the headmistress wanted the university's most beautiful girl to end up in the same situation as she was. Harry sends his interlocutor just a few messages, a stunned smiley face and a question about how so many events happened in such a short time. Layla doesn't answer. The guy assumes that she might be having lunch, considering that the news is the most popular right now. Everyone can discuss the girl. According to the class president, Gerda had only been hanging out with girls since high school, and there were rumors that she loved leashes. If Layla continues with her plan, we can try using the collar on the first beauty. As Harry imagines this, he thinks that the potential situation could end up being truly grandiose. Entering the auditorium, the guy sees Julia jump up from her seat and begin actively gesturing to him, offering him a seat next to her. When he passes by Layla, she invites him to sit next to her, saying that she has something serious to talk about with him. The guy's expression becomes puzzled because he is now between two fires. Since the headman is closer, he approaches her and asks what happened. She looks at the potential interlocutor decisively. The next moment, Layla chuckles vaguely, silently praising Harry for not going to Julia, but choosing her. When he sits down next to her, the girl says that Luke came to see her. Harry asks if this is connected with the incident this morning. Layla confirms these words, adding that the teacher wants to deprive her of the position of head girl, since this could cause great discontent. But Harry just smirks, saying that it's impossible, and that the man is just shaking the air with vain threats. The guy doesn't think he'll take it seriously, but it's still worth exercising some caution if he does take it on. Layla exhales heavily, saying that the news is really big, and that she needs to figure out how to deal with it all right now. The boy teaches the headman, sharing his own knowledge about Luke, who is a person who is interested in getting benefit from the situation for himself. He recommends that the girl buy 2 packs of mint cigarettes, wrap them in a dark bag, and place them under the teacher's desk. Layla becomes tense and even scared, asking if she really needs to buy cigarettes for the upcoming conversation. Harry asks the girl to do as he says if she really trusts him, but he doesn't mind if she has better ideas. The girl thinks about something, agrees with her classmate, and promises to follow his recommendations, but only tomorrow morning. Harry thinks that the toffee hasn't worn off yet, and tells Lila that he likes her the way she used to behave better. Layla, feigning bloodthirstiness, says that she is not the same as before, and can take away all of her classmates' food in the blink of an eye. Harry is surprised at how quickly the girl changes her expression, playfully taking offense at the fact that the head girl used him and now wants to throw him away. The guy asks why Layla is doing this to him, since he is trying to help, and she replies that he is not the only one doing everything. They are on equal terms. Harry picks up the book and lets the prefect do whatever she wants, but then not come to him for advice if something goes wrong. Layla believes that nothing could be worse than the situation that recently happened, informing her classmate that she has already thrown all caution to the wind. The next question that comes from her mouth is whether Harry has understood that the headman and Gerda have a bad relationship, and then words about competition. The guy replies that, although he doesn't fully understand what's going on between the two of them, he wishes the girl good luck and to turn to someone else for help. In life, it is natural to follow your heart in situations that do not harm others. You don't even have to worry about it. At the same moment, the system congratulates Harry and notifies him of the receipt of a new skill, incitement. The guy is indignant, wondering where this skill came from, considering that he did not incite anyone to do anything. He considers the acquired skill to be insane and closes the system window, believing that it is not even worth spending points on improving something like this. The next moment Harry thinks about his and the headman's romance, because they should have already started making a profit from it. The guy thinks about what would be the best way to use the first money, once he has it in his hands. A few days later, the system sends a notification that the incitement has increased to level 2, which puzzles Harry to no end. At the same moment, a message comes from Layla, who is happy that their novel has made it onto the list of best works. The girl says that from today on she will be his fan, and Harry asks if she is not a fan of the guy of her dreams. Layla replies that these are two different things that should not be confused. She is a fan of her interlocutor in the novel, but in real life she is a fan of Harry. He notices that the writer has been a little distracted from the novel lately and asks about the situation. She replies that Harry helped her with the decision. The guy suggests that the girl try to get the guy of her dreams, since she mentions him so often even in their correspondence. And while he rejoices in his genius, the system notifies him of a slight increase in the incitement skill. The realization hits Layla like an avalanche, and as she thinks about pursuing her classmate, she realizes that she has never tried to get closer to him. She shares with her interlocutor that the object of her affection diligently studies trading models. He has little time, and besides, thinks that she is a lesbian. Reading her pen pal's responses, Layla mentally agrees with him, believing that she doesn't care about the opinions of others, and Harry will take it seriously. A guy stops to catch his breath after a run, and a familiar voice says good morning behind him. Harry turns his head towards his classmate and asks her, noticing the girl's new outfit, if she was on a date with Gerda. Layla refutes these words with an embarrassed look, informing the guy that the beauty of the entire university has already gone home. She becomes even more embarrassed, asking if he is free and offering to go together to the newly opened haunted house. The guy replies that he is free, but, becoming wary, asks why the headman decided to invite him and not someone else. Looking away, Lila says she didn't want to invite Phoebe to such a place, given her intelligence and courage, and hurries, asking if Harry is coming. Smiling, he agrees, but sets a condition. Since the girl invited him, it means that she must pay for everything. Although Layla is not too happy with this turn of events, she agrees to pay for both the tickets and the lunch. Harry asks her to wait a little. He needs to change. The girl agrees, but asks her classmate to be faster. She has already left a reservation. For some time they walk in complete silence. Layla even lowered her head due to the embarrassment that overcame her, and the guy looked at her with interest. Finally, he decides to speak first and asks what the real reason for inviting the headman is. The blush deepens on her cheeks as Layla begins to frantically think about what she should do. She remembers her pen pal, Harold, because he didn't tell her how to behave in such a situation, the girl wonders. And just when Layla starts thinking about confessing, even though she doesn't like the guy, he suggests that the headman has problems with Gerda. Smiling sweetly, Harry suggests that she calmly turn to him for advice, expressing her willingness to help, because he is her friend. Layla flares up, denying his words and saying that she only invited her classmate because he is the only one she knows well. The girl is about to hit him, but Harry shields himself from her with his hands, fearfully asking why she always resorts to violence. Doesn't her arm hurt from this? And then suddenly changes the subject, pointing her finger at what is behind Layla and asking if this is the place she was talking about. An actor stands near the corresponding building, kindly inviting passers-by not to miss the opening of a new place. Pointing to the sign, Harry invites his classmate to come in, and the employee politely greets potential guests. Layla recalls her pen pal's words about the suspension bridge effect, suggesting that she pretend to be scared and cuddle up to the guy. And then, in the pitch darkness, something touches the girl's back, and a voice is heard from behind, and the headman shudders from surprise and tension, becoming frightened. And suddenly he gets really scared, squealing and shining a flashlight at his interlocutor, and tears even appear in his eyes. Harry apologizes, saying that he didn't mean to scare her. But when he asks why the girl decided to invite him along, she gets angry at the question, because the situation is not conducive. The guy smiles, admitting that he wanted to lighten the atmosphere because his classmates seemed too tense to him. He asks what would be scarier for Layla if a ghost appeared asking about the stock market trend. She replies both. She admits that she doesn't understand some topics and doesn't understand why the teacher has recently decided to speed up. Harry replies that learning this kind of thing requires a certain talent. Such people are more teachable, they have more free time. And so the teacher suddenly accelerated the study of the program, because a competition related to promotions would soon be held. The class monitor is puzzled, and asks her classmate about this competition, since she herself has never heard anything about it. Suddenly the lantern starts to flicker and then goes out completely. Layla looks at it questioningly. Is the battery really dead? Feeling someone else's presence nearby, the girl slowly turns around, and at that very moment the light source in her hands is activated. Layla carefully turns it to the one behind her, her face distorted in horror. Right in front of her stands a man with a sinister grin on his crazy face, holding a chainsaw in his hands that makes eerie sounds. Later, Layla drinks her drink with tears in her eyes, after telling the person sitting across from her how scared she was. The guy asks why she had to go to such a place if she was afraid, and the girl boldly replies that she didn't know it would be like this. But she changes the subject, recalling that a classmate had spoken about a competition that was to take place in November, again saying that this was the first time she had heard about it. Harry says the teacher mentioned this competition before, and he remembers their classmates talking about it too. The guy asks how, being the head girl, Layla could not have heard about such a grand event. The girl cannot understand whether her imagination is playing a cruel joke on her, or whether her classmate's attitude has really become cold towards her. Harry reminds her of her own words about wanting to surpass him, so he thought that the headman would pay more attention to this topic. He says he heard news about the girl's fans who made a lot of noise about the situation between her and Gerda. Harry suggests that Layla's invitation today is seen as a distraction. He gets up from the table and, smiling, says that no matter what the headman does, he still does not intend to interfere in it. The guy ends his words with a request that the girl not distract him anymore. He intends to concentrate on his studies. Having called the waitress to pay, Harry says goodbye to the headman, wishing her a bon appetit. Layla jumps up from the table, asking her classmate to wait and saying that she didn't mean what he thought. She thinks that even though she had gotten into trouble before, she didn't intend to use Harry as a cover. The girl does not consider her classmate guilty, because anyone else could have been in his place and would have thought exactly the same thing. In the current situation, any person who is seen near her or Gerda could become an object of persecution. However, Layla is angry because her classmate didn't even give her a chance to explain anything properly. But she draws a conclusion about him for herself. If Harry doesn't want to be seen with her, she's ready to go to extreme measures, and the girl intends to contact Gerda. The latter immediately receives a message, and while she is trying to figure out who it is from, Layla asks her interlocutor what she is doing. Gerda thinks that the headman brought this upon herself, but she cannot leave her alone even when she decided to go home. The girl bullies her even when she is all alone. Well, it's her own fault. Harry receives a friend request from Gerda on his phone. He is surprised by this, but assumes that it is the work of the headman. But the interlocutor refutes the assumption, notifying the guy that she received a number from Diana, and asks if he is free today. Gerda invites Harry to go to a Japanese restaurant, since he himself agreed to have lunch together when the opportunity arises. The guy writes that he can come in 30 minutes, and the girl considers it completely obvious that Layla likes him. Gerda believes that if she takes Harry for herself, she will no longer have any problems with the headman. But the next moment, her plan falls apart. The guy sends a message saying that he won't be able to come to the meeting because of business. Gerda's eyes widen in amazement. She finds it hard to believe that this guy could refuse her. Usually others didn't do that. The girl accepts this, but does not give up completely, offering to meet another time, while she herself thinks about Harry's other words. He shared with her that he had gone to the panic room with one of his classmates, and Layla had invited her to lunch. Comparing all these facts, the girl concludes that these two could have gone to the fear room together. She thinking that Layla wants to drag her classmate into their affairs, it seems like she wants to switch the attention of her fans. The girl refuses the headman's invitation, and the headman asks her to agree, because she managed to find one very interesting fear room. When reading these words, Gerda's gaze changes to a sly one. She is very interested in what might come out of this whole performance. A shiver runs down Harry's spine and he winces involuntarily, wondering where this chill came from. The first thought is that the headman is thinking about him again. After all, he just used her as an excuse to refuse Gerda. Although he enjoys seeing the girls together every day, Layla has begun to neglect her studies and their romance, and this is not right. Back at the dorm, Harry talks to the editor, who who reminds him about sending the contract back and asks about the number of chapters already completed. Travis offers to add the interlocutor to their team group, arguing that many of them have earned a fortune. As soon as Harry sees the words about the minimum threshold of several million, his indifferent face is replaced by interest. He estimates how many words will be in their novel, and notes the high cost of a subscription on this platform. Selling the rights does not seem profitable. The expression on his face changes to a not very positive one again, when Harry remembers that historical dramas are popular on the market now. When he calls up the system window to check his stock trading level, he sees the 3rd level, but that's enough for now. Harry thinks it's right to convert some of his money into experience points. He currently has 170,000 of them. Layla's writing skills are currently at around level 3, but it's possible she'll reach level 4 soon. The reason their novel became popular is because it has a revenge theme that uses many of the trends of the era. Harry finds it necessary to increase his own writing level by 1, thus reaching level 4 before his prefect. Gerda is sitting in a restaurant and orders 1 portion of fried caviar, and also 1 portion of shrimp with 2 types of sauce, as well as 4 steamed crabs. Skillfully, as if she were a regular at this place. The girl instructs the waiter that each of the crabs must weigh at least half a kilo. Gerda turns to her interlocutor, asking him whether he drinks alcohol or not, because the yellow wine of this establishment goes amazingly well with crabs. She asks if Harry would like to add anything else, but he says he thinks this is enough, otherwise he can order more. You shouldn't order too much at once, but the girl has a different opinion. Since the interlocutor has some free time, he should use it to the maximum. Gerda reminds him that she tried to invite him for quite a long time, and Harry counters that he couldn't do it earlier because he was very busy. He hadn't really intended to interfere, but this girl had proven herself to be extremely persistent, and continuing to refuse could ruin everything. Gerda asks why the boy studies so hard. Is it really because of the stock trading competition? And Harry replies that it is not quite so. The competition is a good opportunity to learn something new. The girl doesn't like this topic and decides to ask about the restaurant. Harry says that since it was recommended by Gerda herself, it definitely shouldn't disappoint, and even more so. Smiling sweetly and folding his hands in a prayer gesture, the guy says that with the presence of a girl in this place, it simply shines. Gerda replies that he flatters her, because she herself thought that her interlocutor would find fault with the design. Harry laughs, saying that his ethics are highly valued, especially when he is treated, and the girl does it even with such delicious dishes, which is an indicator of her kindness. Gerda notes the interesting manner of her interlocutor's speech, believing that this is one of the reasons for his attractiveness. The guy is a little lost, because this girl and the others who surround him are on completely different levels. Gerda is a mystery. The intonation, dialogue, and facial expressions, even his 3rd-level psychology skill is not enough to decipher it, but he reassures himself. Meanwhile, the waiter brings the order, announcing its readiness and saying that he is ready to provide the service if anything else is needed. Harry notes the incredible smell of the dish served out loud, admitting that he did not expect anything else from the establishment chosen by Gerda. He reflects on the fact that the girl is indeed incredibly rich, as well as on the differences between female and male crabs, which are collected at different times. It's no wonder that people report that it's difficult to make friends across social circles, with differences evident in even the smallest details. But Harry does not consider it necessary for himself to enter another social circle, and Gerda, meanwhile, abruptly stops her companion. She notifies the guy that she must take a photo of the dish for social media before they start eating. She thinks the food looks delicious, and Harry notes that even rich people have a habit of taking such photos. But then he freezes internally. The realization gradually reaches his brain. The guy was watching this girl's social networks, and there were no photos of food there. Seeing Gerda smiling sweetly as she takes pictures, Harry becomes more and more tense, convinced that she is definitely up to something. The girl suggests starting to eat and then asks the guy not to forget to like her new post. He agrees. He adds that he doesn't usually check social media very often, and mentally hopes that there will only be photos of food there. Expectations and hopes are not given to come true. In the photo of Gerda there is not only food. Harry notices himself in it, indicated as the girl's friend. But that's not all. She not only took a photo of him, but also showed him a menu for 2 people. The guy thinks he's screwed up. Gerda, meanwhile, shows her interlocutor the sticks between which a meatball is clamped and asks him to try this dish, because it is the best. However, this is not the end. A voice unfamiliar to Harry is heard from the side, asking if the girl has decided to have a bite to eat with her friend. Gerda herself, meanwhile, jumps up from the table, and only one word escapes from her lips in a questioning tone: "Dad." Harry also jumps up in his seat as if scalded, and in the meantime 3 men approach their table. Gerda's father, smiling, shares that her uncle wanted to try crabs, so they decided to meet here and have a few drinks. He asks not to tell his mother about this, and his daughter easily agrees to keep everything a secret, because the woman, having learned that her husband drank, will scold her again. The man laughs contentedly, believing that his daughter will never let her father down, and those standing behind him smile. His gaze moves to Harry, and the man notices that Gerda has not yet introduced him to her classmate. The guy is puzzled, but he quickly finds himself, extending his hand to shake, saying that he is glad to meet them, and introduces himself, adding that they study at the same university. The man comes closer and embraces the young man's hands, saying that he is also pleased to meet his interlocutor. He admits that Gerda has never gone out to eat with boys before, so Harry is the first one his father has seen in this regard. The man says he is glad that his daughter has started making new friends, and adds that he believes that the most important thing is compatibility of characters. Shaking the guy's hand, he finds his body strong and asks if he trains regularly. Gerda, standing nearby, is puzzled. Afterwards, the man asks about the food from the cafeteria because Harry seems skinny. The guy gets tense, considering his girlfriend's father strange. One of the man's companions laughs, asking not to scare the guy. He likes him. Unlike those on the street, he likes the sharpness and sparkle in the eyes. He thinks that the most important thing for the guys is training, and the second companion says that he feels someone's eyes on him. A small argument ensues between them, which is interrupted by Gerda's father, who asks why they are doing this in front of the children. The embarrassed girl turns to her father, suggesting that he and the company go where they were going. She wanted to have lunch with Harry alone. The man agrees, wishing the kids a pleasant appetite and allowing them to order whatever they want, since he will be the one paying their bill today. Giving a thumbs up and smiling broadly, Gerda's father asks her not to pay the bill secretly, but to simply enjoy the food. Feeling awkward, the guy smiles back and waves his hand one last time, expressing agreement with his words. As they leave, the men discuss Harry. They all like him, and the father tells them not to worry about it, because this guy is just his daughter's friend. The girl, who had been watching the company with an indignant look until this moment, shudders at Harry's unexpected question. He asks if they will continue, and Gerda answers the question with questions about what else they can do. They can't just run away from this place. The girl casts an interested and embarrassed glance in the direction where she last saw the men, wondering why her father was so enthusiastic. Harry notices that the girl's father is interesting, and one of the men accompanying him seemed familiar to the guy. Gerda asks why he calls someone else's father daddy, and the other man says that he simply expressed himself incorrectly. She challenges Harry that if he dares to go there and call her father dad to his face, she will tell him everything he wants to know. A sly smile appears on the young man's face, and he says that he considers it necessary to carry out the girl's words. Gerda flares up, asking where his professional ethics are and what is wrong with this guy. The guy is puzzled, noting that it doesn't look like the girl is still willing to treat him. So why talk about professional ethics? Gerda agrees and then says why the man seems familiar to Harry. He is the director of the humanities department at their university. As for her father, he is one of the directors of the board of their educational institution, but he has never been involved in its affairs. Now Harry is not surprised why this girl decided to study humanities, and he talks about it to her openly, but he is interested in why Gerda did not enter one of the prestigious foreign universities immediately after finishing school. Even though her uncle is the director of the department, it will still be difficult to complete the program through exams. Harry had heard that most students from the International Exchange Department ended up going to mediocre universities. Gerda says that it doesn't matter where she studies. The girl doesn't think that she is even capable of graduating from a prestigious university. There is another reason. It's her mother's fault. She doesn't want her daughter to be far away from her. Harry understands these views. Parents hardly think about passing on their business to their children. The position of successor is not something that can be obtained by graduating from a prestigious university. If the children are talented, it is worth involving them in the business from the very beginning. To develop gradually, if they do not have the talent for parenting, it is better to just let them live a comfortable life. Of course, as long as their activities do not cause inconvenience to others, these stereotypes are still alive. This is why such parents expect children like Gerda to get married and start their own family as soon as possible. But Harry thinks that for a person like his current companion, simply getting married would be pretty stupid. The guy asks his interlocutor a question, asking if he understood her correctly, and she is not going to go abroad. She gets tense. Gerda's face changed, and she said that she wasn't sure. One could say that her future was already determined. She didn't think she had a choice. Suddenly, a familiar voice is heard from the side, asking the girl why she invited Harry. Does she really not love his owner anymore? The guy looks at the picture that appeared before him just a moment later, dumbfounded, and Gerda feels wildly embarrassed. While Layla hugs her, The girl refuses to believe what is happening, thinking that the headman was deliberately looking for her after seeing her post, and also pretended that it was their chance meeting. Looking at the unambiguous picture, Harry now understands why the girl's father was so excited when he saw them together. He couldn't help but know what was going on at the university, especially when it came to his own daughter, who was always surrounded by girls. Harry understands the feelings of a man who probably believes that his dearest daughter is turning into a lesbian. Meanwhile, while the guy is shielding himself from what is happening with his hand, someone comes up to him and invites him to Gerda's father, who wants to discuss something. This even stops Layla. She asks again who Mr. Price is, and Gerda asks in surprise why her father needed Harry. At the same time, the latter is considered intelligent, but they ask whether it is necessary to show such enthusiasm towards him. The interlocutor answers Chelsea that he is still surprised by the fact that he took that director's post, because he heard that a girl confessed to Gerda. Harry hears that the girl's father is very concerned about this situation, although he usually does not interfere with his child's hobbies. Mr. Price says he heard the girl was quite outstanding. He's afraid his daughter is interested in her. What will happen to his business then? The man acknowledges his daughter's intelligence, but still thinks that he cannot completely trust her with his business. It could be a burden for her. The father wants his daughter to find a capable man and enjoy life, and Harry now understands what his plan is. This man is going to hand over his entire business to his potential son-in-law. The guy believes that such opportunities come along rarely, and while he is thinking that it would be stupid not to take advantage of this, he is politely invited to go inside the room. Gerda's father, seeing the invitee, also asks him to pass through, and quietly asks his companions to help him check this guy. Smiling respectfully, Harry politely apologizes to Mr. Price for disturbing him, who laughs amusingly. Noticing alcohol in the young man's hands, the man asks about it, and the guy remarks that he considered it inconvenient to come empty-handed. He thanks Gerda's father for his hospitality and expresses a desire to raise a toast to those present. One of the men laughs, noting the young man's politeness. He continues by saying that there is no need to be so polite to them, and Harry counters by saying that his family taught him the importance of etiquette. The guy justifies his behavior by saying that he is the youngest among those present, and that he needed to do this. Harry thanks everyone again for their hospitality, and raises a toast to everyone present, the sound of clinking glasses echoing throughout the room. Gerda's father, smiling, thanks the guy, and he, returning the smile, answers in accordance with the norms of decency, the man thinks. This guy pours the drink very carefully, thinking that all this meticulous etiquette and details are thought out to the smallest detail. Mr. Price thinks that this guy's family must be impressive, because it takes a lot of effort to raise such a son. He notices that Harry has an accent and suggests that he is not a local, then asks where the guy lives. The latter names his hometown, and says that he recently moved to the capital, so he is not yet familiar with it. Harry says he doesn't find studying particularly difficult, because teachers don't push students too hard. Mr. Price thinks about the boy's hometown, expressing his thoughts out loud. It seems like a nice place to him. The man admits that he invited the guy here not only to chat, and gets down to business. His daughter doesn't often communicate with boys. This proves that Harry is a good guy. The father wants the guy to accompany his daughter more often, and takes all the expenses on himself. The guy says that he uses most of his free time for self-development and study, so he doesn't have much of it left. He adds fuel to the fire by noticing that Gerda prefers to spend time with girls, and says that a friend has even come to see her right now. The man breaks out in a sweat. It becomes clear to him why his daughter let the guy go so easily, and he asks who that girl was. The circumstances suit Harry, and he happily announces that the friend who has come is the head of his group, Layla. The man lets the guy go, repeating his words about how they can order whatever they want, since he will pay for it. Harry agrees and, leaving, thanks Gerda's father, who also says goodbye to him, calling him a wonderful child. As soon as the door closes behind the guy, Mr. Price clutches his head in resignation, believing that everything has come to an end, and they ask him what is going on. A man can't stand by while his daughter does who knows what, and he's about to see it with his own eyes, but he's stopped. His brothers try to dissuade him, appealing to the voice of reason, and suggesting that he wait a while, because if he goes down now, he might scare the children. And despite the fact that Mr. Price is at his limit, he does not answer his interlocutors with a single word. Returning, Harry sees Layla, who continues to hug the university's #1 beauty, and Gerda, who asks a question regarding his return. After this, she asks why her father called him, and he replies that the man allowed them to order whatever they wanted, and gave him instructions to take care of his daughter. Layla, looking at her classmate with hostility, says that she can take care of her herself, and she doesn't need Harry. The class monitor asks what his classmate is doing here anyway, and he replies that it should be obvious he is being fed for free. The guy takes the initiative into his own hands, saying that it's clear with him. But what is Layla doing here? The girl replies that she came to eat crabs, because this is the only place where they serve delicious ones. And, confirming her words, Layla asks the waiter to bring 2 more crabs to this table, only Harry knows that this is not the case. While eating, the guy thinks that Gerda really has no luck. She just wanted to eat with him, and then her father appeared, and now this crazy woman. The girl tells Layla that she should stop, because no one invited her here. Therefore, she should pay for herself. The headman agrees, and Harry thinks that Gerda has driven herself into a dead end with all this disorder. Layla calls her classmate a despicable person, accusing him of deciding to eat in 2 places at once and thinking that he is trying to seduce all the beautiful students. She asks how he likes Gerda's food, and she intervenes in the conversation, saying that Harry is a good man, and she herself invited him to this place. The girl continues by saying that they get along very well and she enjoys treating him, while the guy thinks that Gerda's words are full of provocation. He asks them not to involve him in their affairs if they are planning something again and takes a glass, wishing them many years of happiness. The girls are embarrassed. Harry continues, saying that he now feels like the 3rd wheel in a brand new carriage. But then his eyes widen when he sees from under the visor of his hand what is behind his classmate. Or rather, that one. Meanwhile, Layla thanks the guy for his wishes and expresses joy that he knows his place. Gerda's father stands behind her. He begins to shake with anger when he hears the words of this girl that it is time for them to finish, since it is time for her and Gerda to go on a date. Harry gestures vigorously with his hands, hoping that Gerda will not agree, since her father is watching them right now. The man watching this scene leans heavily on the railing, and the guy becomes afraid for his health. He suggests that the girls eat in peace, and that Gerda be more careful, and try to choose her words correctly. Otherwise, problems may arise. Gerda gives the boy a displeased look, asking what he means by thinking that he has decided to team up with the headman, and Harry continues to honk at her. She asks how he dares to boss her around, saying that if they weren't in the restaurant now, she would definitely take revenge on him. She asks if the guy doesn't want a harmonious relationship, what he's trying to do, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Mr. Price's eyes fill with tears as he concludes that his daughter prefers men, Harry in particular. But when the words about 2 hairs reach his consciousness, the man's gaze changes. It is difficult for him to believe what he has heard. Layla asks the girl to stop joking, thinking to herself that, unlike her attitude towards Gerda, she has feelings for her classmate. She looks at Harry with an angry expression, thinking that he shouldn't even dare to imagine that he would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Layla grabs Gerda's chin, asking why she needs men if she has her and her skills with toys. She is quite experienced. Gerda's father begins to tremble even more. He does not fully understand the words of this girl, but on a subconscious level he understands that this is not something he will like. He is depressed by the fact that Gerda not only turned out to be a lesbian, but also loves to submit, and yet she used to be so innocent. He almost falls, but his brother comes to the rescue, asking him to pull himself together. Price cannot believe that his daughter has become the way she is now. The man begins to cry, considering what is happening a tragedy, and his heart responds with incredible pain. But then he remembers that he has Harry, who can try to guide his daughter on the right path. The man wants to talk to this guy immediately, sincerely believing that they will be able to agree on anything they want. Gerda asks what she needs to ask Phoebe about, since she was just having a little fun with the head girl. If Harry just proposes or agrees, this girl will be ready to marry him even tomorrow. He involuntarily tenses up when the conversation turns to him. Layla's gaze also changes, becoming puzzled and scared. She asks if something like this could really happen. Gerda suggests that the boys start dating Phoebe, announcing to everyone about the head girl's jealousy, and she goes on the defensive. The father misunderstands, believing that his daughter was using Harry as a cover to later leave with her friend. The man is not going to let this continue, believing that if he doesn't get his daughter back on the right path, everything will really be over. Gerda asks them to stop discussing this, because they came here to eat, and then Mr. Price comes closer to his daughter and intervenes in the conversation. Smiling sweetly, the man asks Gerda how she likes the food, and she and the headman tense up. Tense up, the daughter asks why her father came down. Price replies that he did it because he heard that Gerda's friend had arrived. Everyone was looking at the man, and he was looking at Layla. He politely inquires about the name of the headman, and she greets Gerda's father just as formally. Price wastes no time in asking where Layla's parents are from and how their health is. Harry is puzzled, noticing that such a greeting, as well as questions, seems suspiciously familiar to him. The guy thinks that the girls probably don't even know why Mr. Price behaves this way. The man, meanwhile, addresses him, saying that Gerda is a bit withdrawn. She doesn't have many friends with whom she gets along. He continues by saying that he really liked Harry and Layla. So he invites them to his place. The guy has no choice but to agree. Gerda, watching this scene, does not understand why her father is behaving this way with this guy, because he was always strict with boys. Is there really something special about him that caught his father's eye? But what? They only met twice. Lila looks at Gerda, saying that her dad was very friendly towards them. And she looks at the man sitting opposite her warily. Doubts do not leave the girl, although she understands that in order to please her father, it is not necessary to be unusual and harbor evil intent. And yet, Gerda makes a promise to herself to find out what is so unusual about this guy. Returning to his room and noticing his neighbors, Harry asks why they are so gloomy. Did they really not go anywhere? Dean and Duncan exchange glances, trying to agree on which of them will take it upon themselves to boldly confess to their neighbor. Harry looks at the boys with confusion, asking what happened, and Dean decides to speak up, taking the brunt of it. He feels awkward, so the guy starts from afar, asking if the neighbor knows their classmate, Troy Detroit. They wanted to tell about him. This guy asked about Harry today, the one mentioned, in turn, asks what he wanted from him. Dean evasively replies that he is not sure of the answer, since his classmate did not tell them the exact reason. Harry thinks about it, savoring the name of the person who was interested in him. For some reason it seems vaguely familiar to him. And then he remembers, and his eyes widen with horror and the realization of a bad premonition. This guy was among the best in the International Student Exchange list, and he is also Gerda's biggest fan. Harry wonders why this guy was asking about him, assuming that it was because of Gerda. The guy thanks his neighbors for the information, and they, one after the other, turn to him, wanting to say something important. Duncan expresses his thoughts by saying that, although Troy didn't say it directly, he believes it has something to do with their classmate. Harry agrees, confirming that he has no other reason to ask about him, and besides, he can only do it behind his back. He says it's not a problem. And Dean, worried, warns him that their classmate knows a lot of influential people. The guy thinks that he is more worried about Troy than Harry, because if he angers his neighbor, he will simply get rid of him. Dean is horrified by the number of bags it will take to pack his classmate and his friends. Seeing his neighbor shaking with fear, Harry couldn't help but wonder what he could be thinking about with that look on his face. Duncan approaches his friend, placing an encouraging hand on his back and telling him that they have done their part of the job. Politely saying goodbye to his neighbor, Dean informs him that they need to go out. Harry agrees with his words, also saying goodbye. The guy tells his neighbors that they should stay in the room more often, adding that his hammer is completely safe for his friends. The guys don't quite interpret these words correctly, which becomes immediately noticeable by the changed expressions on their faces. Dean laughs nervously, expressing his understanding, and once again asks his neighbor to be careful and not to act too impulsively. When Duncan hurries his comrade and Harry waves goodbye, he thinks that they are very scared. Left alone in the room with his own thoughts, the guy thinks that it's better not to quarrel with Troy. It could escalate into a conflict. He turns to Layla, asking if she has received her payment, and she confirms this, raving about the amount, which exceeded expectations. Harry is surprised to receive points for a share of the girl's payment and wonders if this will be an endless stream of experience in the future. He smiles contentedly, thinking about how amazing it would be if every penny turned into experience points. Layla asks her interlocutor about the expected amount for the next month, and he is glad that his words were not in vain. Harry starts doing the calculations, analyzing the average monthly salary in the country. It is not surprising that the girl finds the amount received impressive. Layla writes that she may not have enough even for this amount, and the interlocutor asks why. The headman talks about the current situation in the restaurant. Harry laughs as he watches the girl envy Gerda's wealth and asks if she's afraid that she'll win her boyfriend over. The girl answers surprisingly frankly, believing that if she can earn a lot, she will have the opportunity to be on equal terms with her rival. Her face twists into a grimace when her interlocutor asks how long she thinks it will take to catch up with Gerda. Layla is puzzled, thinking that she has been working for a year, and her profit is still less than her rival's monthly expenses, and asks Harold for advice. Harry grins maliciously, typing words to his interlocutor about how the writer might try to compete with Gerda in beauty. Layla's expression changes as she seriously considers her interlocutor's words, and a telltale blush appears on her cheeks. When the head girl passes by the students, they look at her with admiration, unable to tear their loving gaze away. A confident smile plays on her lips as she enters the classroom and sees that her classmates' reactions are no less than the rest. Her biggest fan can't help but let out a squeal of admiration and compliment, thinking that their class leader looks absolutely stunning. Layla takes a seat next to Harry, asking why the boy decided to attend Wolf's lecture. He replies that sometimes it's interesting to listen to what he has to say. The guy turns to the girl, asking if she doesn't think so, and she replies that all the teacher's lectures are quite interesting. She turns to her classmate and gives him her sweetest smile, wishing him good morning. Harry snorts, which makes the headmistress embarrassed, and under her displeased look, he asks if she is really in a good mood today. He asks, already under her surprised look, how he spent time with his girlfriend yesterday. They had a pretty good time. Harry compliments the girl, saying that this cool and elegant style suits her character very well. Layla flares up, saying that she doesn't care about her classmate's opinion, and she didn't dress like that for him at all. The girl thinks that she spent too much time on makeup, but this guy's reaction is quite peculiar. Harry says that her strange behavior caught his attention, so to satisfy his curiosity, he decided to ask about it. Meanwhile, the teacher enters the classroom and, wishing everyone good morning, begins to make an important announcement. Adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, Wolf talks about a stock trading contest, and registration for it opens today. The teacher says that this competition is divided into 3 rounds and asks to write them down, demonstrating them on the board for clarity. Participants will first start with a bot account, and then will work with real capital, which will increase more than 3-fold in the final. The students are amazed at the enormous value of the final sum, and only Harry listens to the teacher with an unperturbed look. He thinks that this is not the only thing to be happy about. The most important thing is that throughout the final, the profit will be real income. Wolf continues by announcing that if the students make it into the top 10, they will not only receive significant income, but will also be awarded prizes. The teacher suggests thinking about it, because they can get an impressive amount without any third-party conditions. Even if they don't make it to the finals, even participating in this competition will give everyone invaluable experience. The man asks if he is right, and the room fills with the students' cheers of agreement. Wolf asks those interested in registering to come to him, and they will also analyze the trading activity of each participant for the rest of the semester. Students who show good results will be officially exempted from the final exam. Harry asks the head girl if she is going to participate, and she confirms this by saying that it is a good opportunity. The girl considers participation in this competition a great opportunity to earn money, intending to reach the very final. Noticing her classmate's gaze, she asks why he is looking at her like that. Does he really doubt her skills? Harry denies these words out loud, but remembers to himself that the headmen refuse to take part in even minor trading matters. Julia approaches her classmate, says hello, and suggests that they go and register for participation together. Harry, meanwhile, looks at the disgruntled headmistress, remembering that in her past life, her participation was regarded as a trading tragedy. She suffered only losses, and by the end received a result of about 77% of the starting capital, taking the last place in the group. While others who had suffered losses knew they needed to take a break, the headman continued trading, ignoring the setbacks. After a series of operations, she proved with her abilities that she was the thickest and strongest leak in their group. It's break time, and Scott brags to his classmates that this time he's going to show off his skills, and they'll see how good he is. Someone joins him with Napoleonic plans, and meanwhile girls pass by, namely Julia and Phoebe. Of course, they go to Harry's, and Julia enthusiastically asks her classmate to teach her trading modeling. Scott gets angry. The girl hugs his hand, saying that this is his chance to prove his skills. Phoebe is not far behind her rival. Scott gets even angrier, wondering why girls are always hanging around his classmate. The competition hasn't even started yet, and he's already showing off. Harry notices him standing apart from everyone else and feeling an unpleasant aura. In addition to it, he feels a persistent and bad feeling. He recalls that the relationship between this guy and Phoebe began to develop rapidly just after this competition. Although this guy has a rather difficult character, he definitely has some skills. These 3 were among the top 3 of their group, and this is despite the fact that they were just starting out. Harry also recalls that their profit margin was 20%. The guy assumes that this was the very reason why his classmates started attracting girls. But in this life everything is different, and Harry has a chance to prove himself, which consists of participating in this competition. Suddenly the class monitor stands up from his seat, announcing to everyone that his classmate is bragging, and they will all see his result. Harry realizes that these words apply to him, and notes to himself that Layla is still as reckless as before. The head girl herself is angry because of the popularity of her dream guy, because he is constantly surrounded by girls, and she is also angry at Phoebe the traitor. Suddenly the guy's lips stretch into a sinister grin. He offers the girl to make a bet, since she really thinks so. Layla's expression becomes puzzled, and she asks her classmate if he is planning to frame his classmate again. Harry asks what he means again. Has he set up a girl before? He suggests betting on who will have the higher income. The girl replies that she is not so stupid as to compete with her classmate in terms of income. Even the teacher praised the student's skills. One of their classmates suggests that Harry give the class leader a 10% head start, and the second increases it by the same amount. Scott joins the conversation, noting that given his classmate's skill level, any advantage seems dubious. Layla slams her hand on the table, calling for everyone to be quiet. She agrees to the bet if her classmate gives her a 20% handicap. She thinks about whether her authority as a head girl will be preserved in case of loss, although the girl does not believe that with such a handicap she can lose. Harry smiles sweetly, agreeing to give the headman such a handicap, noting to himself that he can beat her with an even greater handicap if the strategy remains unchanged. Julia lights up, happy that her classmate has lived up to her expectations, and offers to name the stakes, since it's a bet. Layla agrees with her neighbor, asking her opponent what bets he wants, because he gives a handicap, which means it's up to him to decide. Harry replies that if he wins, the headman will be able to ask him for anything, promising to do everything that is within his capabilities. If the winner is a boy, the headman will have to unconditionally forgive him just once, no matter what he does in the future. The girl is embarrassed, asking what she should ask him for, what he has already planned, and her classmate answers evasively. He asks what she thinks is the worst thing he could do, other than get caught on another date with some beauty. Hearing these words, the guys in the group tense up. Suspicion creeps into their heads. They ask questions like, what's going on with them? Layla looks confused, asking why she would even bother catching him on a date. Who he dates is his own business. The boy then condescendingly asks if the headman has a better idea, generously ready to accept it. Layla blurts it all out in one breath, wishing that her classmate wouldn't dare date anyone while he was studying here. The condition confuses Harry, but he accepts it anyway, mentally wondering what benefit this girl will get from this. But Julia doesn't like this state of affairs even more than Harry himself. She asks the headman if she's not going too far. Pierce finds the bet quite interesting out loud, secretly glad that in this case he himself will have a chance, since it is unlikely that the girls will wait that long. Layla is nervous, waiting for the final line to be drawn and considering her decision a good one, because this way she will have a lot of time. Harry speaks up, asking the head girl, win or lose, not to go back on her word. The next moment the guy does something that no one could have expected from him. He extends his little finger to his classmate. At the sight of the man's finger, her cheeks become even more flushed. She asks why she should make such a promise. Are they children? And yet the students seal the promise they made to each other by touching their little fingers, and their classmates begin to rejoice. The audience is divided into two halves, where one part supports the head girl, believing in her victory, and the other is more for Harry. The latter is about to leave when his attention is drawn to a voice whose owner asks his classmate for help with an incomprehensible topic. Hannah joins Lex, saying that she also wants to know the answer to the student's question. Harry considers himself simply obliged to help them, seeing the benefit for himself. He begins to explain to his future assistants everything he knows on this topic, while Scott, sitting nearby, warms his ears. Harry says the area can be quite challenging without practical experience, so he encourages his colleagues to remedy that. He invites them to try out the area themselves, and during the market review, he will tell them in detail where they made mistakes. Lex agrees immediately, with a sweet smile, thanking his classmate in advance, and Hannah echoes him. She wants to reserve a place for Harry's lecture in advance and asks if this is possible. The guy agrees, suggesting that his colleagues create a group specifically for such discussions, where they can write if they have questions. Lex takes the initiative by offering to take charge of creating the group and adding Harry to it, and Hannah is embarrassed that they are still not friends. Julia urges the boys on, asking Harry if he's finished and informing those present that she's simply starving to death. Hannah thanks her classmate for his concern and apologizes for distracting him from his work, but he asks the girl not to worry, reminding her not to be afraid to ask questions. Julia runs after the guy, offering him something hot to eat, and he, calmly walking ahead, agrees. The girl asks if her classmate wants to go for a walk after lunch. He refuses, which causes a bashful blush to appear on her cheeks. Julia suggests that Harry is afraid that others will misunderstand their relationship, but there is nothing to worry about. Everything is fine. The girl believes that Harry is very capable, and no little things can hold him back. But she shouldn't put pressure on herself. She will always wait for him. She casually touches her classmate's hand, and he smirks to himself. If he didn't know her true nature, he would probably have fallen for it. However, he knows, and this girl's kindness is most likely based on the assumption that his family is rich. But if she finds out the truth, everything will change dramatically. She will despise Harry more than anyone else, and may even decide to do something crazy. The guy turns to his classmate and, looking at her with a condescending gaze, says that he doesn't believe in promises, only in time. Julia is puzzled, and, watching the back of her classmate as he walks away, thinks that it looks like the class monitor is right. His heart is broken. She rushes after him, promising not to let him down, but now understanding to herself why nothing had worked out between her and Phoebe before. The girl pounces on the guy with the same passion, believing that she can melt his heart, even if it takes years. Harry doesn't understand what's wrong with this girl. He treats her coldly, but it seems as if this only attracts her even more. At the same time, the system notifies about the increase in the level of one of his skills, and the guy is surprised by this. Layla reads a message written by her co-author to readers and gets fired up, immediately leaving a message with questions for the interlocutor. Harry replies that all this was invented to attract the attention of readers and warm up their interest. The girl will just have to change her name in the future and enjoy. Layla now understands why her co-author acted this way and asks him for forgiveness, arguing that she misunderstood him. While gathering after the lecture, the teacher informs the students that his next class will be on Friday, asking them to pass this on to the others. Looking at the older man, Harry feels like Mr. Sham is already tired of all these lectures. His tone sounds very tired. The top 10 participants in the second round go straight to the final. The competition started today. The guy calms himself down. He needs to stay calm. Checking the situation in the group chat, Harry realizes that the headman has already started to act. At this rate, he won't even have to do anything to win. Reading the correspondence further, the guy becomes even more puzzled. Layla's words are so confident that he himself could hardly believe them. He mentally turns to his classmate, asking her if she is a genius in analysis, because how else could one understand the quality of a deal from the candlesticks? And their genius classmates do nothing but add fuel to the fire with their flattery. While Phoebe is happy that everything will be great with her neighbor. Meanwhile, the headman asks Harry what he is going to buy. The guy is surprised that this girl has decided to ask his opinion again. Since the headman mentioned him, he can't help but answer her, and is forced to answer that he acquired it. His classmates are creating problems for him. Harry understands perfectly well what his classmates want to achieve, because it is clear to the naked eye that they are trying to make him an object of criticism. For a moment he freezes, seeing the question from the headman. The guy does not understand where and why she has such a strong interest in this. Harry begins to describe in detail why he acted this way and not another, and concludes by asking whether his classmate now understands his actions. Pleased with himself, he sits like that for a while, expecting a certain reaction, but none follows. The guy is seriously puzzled, running through the worst possible scenarios in his head, and wondering if maybe his internet connection just went down. But there is still a reaction, and not just one. One of his classmates asks the student to share the details with him tomorrow, but Harry is not going to take that risk. He writes off with an excuse, and Layla notes that the guy is just good at talking. Phoebe giggles, confirming that he is great at it. The headman stares at his phone tensely, forcing himself to believe that he doesn't believe that his stocks will be able to beat her own. The next day, sitting down next to Layla, Harry says that the stocks he picked performed even better than he expected, and asks how she is doing. The girl answers evasively, saying that victory and defeat are the same thing in the art of war. One should not be too self-confident. She suddenly flares up like a match and, pointing her finger at him, shouts out words about how she will get around her opponent. You just have to wait. Harry agrees, but reminds the girl that they must learn to let go and move on, because they work in the same industry. The boy's mind tenses up, because the headman's words might make ignorant people think that first place is exactly the same as last place. Harry asks the girl if she wants to join him, saying she's going to have lunch, and she flares up, saying no one wants to have lunch with him. But Layla calms down a little, hiding her eyes and answering that at the moment she needs to focus on monitoring the data. The puzzled classmate agrees with her and leaves, waving goodbye and wishing her good luck. At the place Harry chooses for the meal, he hears a familiar voice, and then he sees Gerda calling him to her. He is puzzled by such unusual enthusiasm on the part of this girl. It seems to him that there is certainly a catch hidden in such behavior. Gerda even gets up from her seat, asking her friend to go faster, and he asks why she called him so suddenly. Diana intervenes in the conversation, also standing up, asking him to sit down and asking what Harry would like to have for a snack. He replies that he is not picky about food, thinking that it seemed to him that after their last meeting Gerda was angry and offended at him. Harry only notices the guy sitting in a group of girls when he snorts and asks, "So this is what the famous Harry looks like." Harry realizes that his premonition was not wrong, and this is the pitfall, and asks the stranger who he is. Turning to Gerda, the stranger says that he expected more from the meeting, and the girl is embarrassed, reproaching her acquaintance for being rude, but he doesn't care. Sitting down next to the girl, Harry reminds himself that she has always had a lot of fans, but in the past, she easily dealt with them herself. As for this guy, Harry has an idea of who he might be. A hunch that this is the same Troy who wanted to talk to him. Troy, meanwhile, tells Gerda that friendship with a man like this will lower the status of the first beauty of the university. He is, at the very least, ignorant. The girl thinks for a moment, saying that everything is fine and sharing that she tried to ask him out to dinner a while ago. She continues by saying that it took a few days to come to an agreement. But even though he is not as rich as she is, he studies hard. In her mind, the girl rejoices, believing that she has managed to take revenge. But she also remembers that for some reason, her father constantly reminds her of this man. Harry, meanwhile, shamelessly and frivolously reaches out to the girl's hair in order to apologize to her and gently ruffles it. Gerda turns sharply to him and looks at him with an embarrassed and questioning look. A predatory smile appears on the lips of the guy sitting next to him as he continues his apologies, explaining the reason, and then he asks if he told her not to wait for him, and asks her to listen to him next time. Mentally, he has his own opinion on this matter. If the girl is going to involve him in this, then the initiative must also come from him, and Gerda trembles, either embarrassed or more frightened. Troy and Diana also stand nearby, hesitant, their faces frozen in an expression similar to Gerda's. The girl blushes, mentally thinking that even her father does not allow himself to touch her head even accidentally. So why did he dare? The only problem is that she herself just called this guy to put on a show in front of Troy, and now she can't do anything about it. Gerda thinks that this man decided to climb onto the stage that she had erected with her own hands. The point is that now everything is in his hands. Troy may take advantage of this situation in the future, so the girl has no choice but to use her trump card. This trump card is her secret technique, which Gerda called the silent accusation with a gaze, forcing an apology. The girl mentally calls Harry a scoundrel and tells him to apologize to her quickly, but he only looks at her questioningly. Realizing that there is no effect, Gerda becomes puzzled and wonders why her secret technique did not work on this guy. The girl gets upset, thinking that she started using this technique since childhood. No one managed to maintain contact for more than 10 seconds. Anyone she looks at with that look immediately thinks about their actions, and then comes to reassure her. Troy clenches his fist in anger and shouts how dare Harry touch Gerda with his dirty hands, while mentally reasoning. He knows perfectly well that the girl does not like being touched with hands, and he believes that she will not appreciate such superficial care. The girl gathers her strength to answer, and asks Harry not to touch her head so carelessly in the future. Smiling, she brings up the argument that he ruined her hair, silently forcing herself to endure it, since she doesn't want to show her flaws. Troy's face drops. He thinks that his classmate should scold Harry and make sure that something like this never happens again. Meanwhile, the opponent turns to him and asks for his name, which causes even more confusion. But the guy quickly pulls himself together. Troy politely introduces himself, saying that Harry's roommates are good friends of his, while mentally telling himself to stay calm. The guy looks at his interlocutor puzzled when he continues, suggesting that they hang out together when the opportunity arises in the future. Troy finds Harry's aura strange, thinking that he thought he was just a regular poor guy, while Harry accepts the offer. Smiling, the opponent repeats, slightly replacing the words with others, offering to go have a drink together when the opportunity arises. Troy is struck by an electric shock, and is thrown off his already precarious balance by the gaze of his opponent, who is presumably the same one. He had heard rumors about the empty stare many times, and now knew firsthand why Huffy was so afraid of this man. The look is piercing, and Troy wonders warily if Harry is crazy enough to attack him with a hammer right now. Diana returns with a tray of food and asks what happened to them. They look a bit strange. Taking his portion from the girl's hands, Harry gives her a sweet smile, politely thanking her and saying that they just met. Angry, Troy wonders what's wrong with this guy, as he manages to control his gaze perfectly despite what's going on. Harry is internally jubilant. His secret is that he can fix any text in front of him in the system window and look at one point. Diana starts to laugh nervously, a moment later explaining that she forgot her cutlery again. Gerda reminds her that this always happens. The girl is about to follow them, but Harry stops her, taking out a pencil case and saying that he has a solution, especially for such situations. Troy looks at the cutlery in front of him, recognizing it perfectly. It was made in Portugal and was very expensive. What adds to the glamour is that the material they are made from is rose gold, which is used to make them custom. Troy thinks that he himself would not dare to touch such luxury. So why is this guy using cutlery so simply? And yet the most important thing here is something else. Gerda is no longer angry with her guest, and the student has already run out of strength to show anger. The girl herself gives in, thinking that she will continue to play along with her friend. And she sincerely does not understand what is so unusual about these cutlery. Troy becomes increasingly surprised to see that the students are using one set for two, and he curses inwardly in frustration. He is mentally horrified by what could happen as a result of such negligence. And it is not just that they can feed each other. A sudden thought shatters the game of imagination into pieces. Troy wonders what about Lila? How these two managed to become so close. Diana asks Gerda what's going on with Harry, but she doesn't understand what her friend means, because she didn't tell this guy to do that. The girl with the short hair asks if the guy is deliberately making fun of her, but she is focused on her food at the time. It is for this reason that Diana did not notice the awkwardness that arose between them, but she promises not to leave it so easily next time. Gerda asks her neighbor not to worry about it, and smiling, asks if she is even sure that she can beat this guy. Diana is not particularly worried about this, saying that until you try, you won't know, but she simply cannot interfere in their relationship. Usually love triangles are situations in which two girls fight over a guy, but the girl did not see a situation like Gerda's. The latter allows her neighbor to go have fun, notifying her that she herself is going to rest at this time. Diana laughs and says goodbye, waving her hand. As soon as the door closes, Gerda goes to bed, thinking about how strange this whole situation seems to her. The girl was born into a rich family, and her parents always took care of her. She was the envy of many people. But there is a downside to this coin. It is not always very pleasant to be such a visible figure. When a person has the opportunity to easily change the course of some people's lives for the better, they begin to try to take advantage of it. Gerda's dad always said that most rich people keep their distance from those with whom they have a big difference in status. Those who are higher do not need flattery. Those who are lower do not need patronage. Although Diana often likes to tease her friend about Layla. Despite this, when the situation becomes more serious, the girl tries to avoid it and leave as soon as possible. Gerda had long since gotten used to this. After all, since childhood she had not had many people whom she could call close friends. The girl hits the pillow with her fist, blaming Harry for everything. They had a pleasant chat when they first met, and she enjoyed watching Layla's shyness. Gerda wonders how it all came to this. Remembering today's incident, she thinks that she just wanted revenge. The desire to cause trouble for another eventually turned against her, and she almost died from embarrassment. Gerda thinks Harry and Layla are incredibly brave and begins to talk about people's weaknesses, because everyone has them. When you know about them, it's like having no weaknesses at all. The girl doesn't want to put herself in danger like Layla anymore. Diana bursts into the room with urgent news, just as Gerda is thinking about how best to take revenge on these people. The girl jumps up on her bed because of her friend's words, who intrigues her with the words that the neighbor simply has to see the same thing that she herself sees. Diana shows her phone and says that today, the list of competition participants was published after comparison and determination of the best, and Harry was included in it. Finding the guy's name with her eyes, Gerda notes that he was awarded 9th place. She asks her neighbor how good this place is. Diana says that if she's interested in his abilities, she can look up Harry's stock buying stats. The headman begins to explain in the most detailed manner the current situation and what the boy had done. Diana sums up her explanation and voices her own thoughts, because from this it becomes clear that Harry is an expert. Gerda chimes in, saying that even though she didn't understand everything that had just been explained to her, this guy seemed amazing. Diana, seeing the expression on her friend's face, absent-mindedly confirms her words and tries to ask what's on her mind, but she brushes it off. Gerda thought that since Harry really was so impressive, she should help him increase his authority. Voices are heard in the audience. One of the students asks his interlocutor if he has seen the list of the best participants in the competition. Many of their group ended up in this ranking, and it's really impressive. The headman turns around at the familiar voice. The student points out that Scott was number 1 on the list yesterday from the group, which he thinks is amazing, and he dismissively waves it off. Smiling sweetly, the guy says that he was just lucky and suggests taking a closer look at Harry, because he might have a trump card hidden away. Classmates are asked to focus on analyzing data rather than idle chatter. If they are there to brag, there is no point in doing so. Scott finds Hannah's words harsh and suggests they meet face-to-face to share experiences instead of idolizing Harry. Moreover, if you watch this person closely when it comes to practice, he is only average. He didn't even show up in class today. But before the student can finish his taunts, Phoebe interrupts him, recommending that he check the forum. Meanwhile, one of the students enters the room, asking what his classmates are discussing, since they can be heard at the other end of the corridor. Yawning sweetly, Harry reminds them that if the teacher hears all this hubbub, he will scold his students again. The gaze of those present is directed straight at the newcomer, who is puzzled by such an abundance of attention to his own person. Harry asks why they are all looking at him, and at that moment a voice comes over the loudspeaker, addressing all the students. The news concerns him personally, reporting that the guy took a worthy 7th place at the end of the first week of the first round, and congratulating him. Harry had completely forgotten about it. Now the overall ranking can be viewed in real time, and he got into the top 10. But now it's only the 3rd day of the competition. The guy thinks the congratulations of the participants are too hasty, and a figure appears in front of him. Julia runs up to Harry and happily says that she knew he would be the best, and calls her classmate the pride of their group. The guy pushes the girl away from him, thanking her dryly, and one of the students says that he knew Harry was holding back before starting active actions. Lex thinks his classmate is amazing. He exceeded the limit 2 days in a row and achieved a return of almost 15.5%. Scott grins, but the smile looks strained. He says he was so carried away that he didn't notice his opponent, who, it turns out, was waiting for the market to close. Suddenly, Julia notices that in this situation the head girl may end up the loser in their argument. Harry counters that it's hard to say, since he did some research yesterday that suggested some stocks will rebound today. They were up 4% before the close, and then Layla deadpanned that she had already sold them this morning. His classmates, including Harry, look at their group leader with puzzlement, and Phoebe approaches the group. Turning cautiously to her neighbor, she asks how things are going for her now, and she smiles confidently. The girl talks about how much money she spent initially, and at what price, and then reports the profit she made. Harry is puzzled, because he understands that Layla just repeated all the actions after him. Now he understands what all these questions were for. A girl runs past a classmate and greets him politely. The guy, noticing her, doesn't say a single word in response and simply leaves. Layla looks after him with a questioning look. She asks where he's going, and Harry says that when she smiles, it ends badly for him. Exhaling heavily, he finds the strength to ask how long the headman intends to repeat after him. It seems that his interest in shopping was not without reason. The girl was just waiting for this. Layla asks if her classmate doesn't remember Wolf's words. She reminds them of herself. Stock trading is a long, dynamic, and persistent learning process. Cunning is not punishable. The head girl believes that since Harry is currently the best in their group, a little repetition on her part won't hurt him. Smiling sweetly, she notes that the guy has become very popular thanks to his skills, and he will probably have many fans in the future. Layla asks if her classmate is in the confessions group, and remembers that yesterday one of the girls confessed her love to him. The girl sees the guy silently leaving again and asks why he doesn't answer her. Harry is lost in his thoughts, wondering why the university responded to the results so quickly. They made an announcement as soon as the ranking results were known and made a big fuss, but no one has approached the guy yet. Harry suspects that someone may be watching and manipulating him from behind the scenes as soon as the data is updated. Layla asks her classmate again where he went, noting the sharply changed expression on his face. The girl catches up with her classmate, grabs him by the hand and abruptly drags him to the side. Now he asks where she is dragging him. Harry is puzzled when he reads the words of congratulations written on the leaflet addressed to himself, and is surprised by the speed of the response. The girl standing next to him almost jumps up and down with delight, asking whether he should receive a prize after such an announcement. Meanwhile, the guy hears the voices of those standing in front of him. One of the students asks his interlocutor who this person is. The guy says that everything happened exactly as he thought. The university made a big deal out of a tiny achievement. The girl agrees with him, but Layla has a different opinion. Fearlessly rushing forward, she points out that her classmate took 7th place in the overall ranking of the competition. Both students make fun of Harry and the faculty he is in, since they themselves are in the international exchange faculty. Not intending to tolerate such words, Layla walks towards them, and one of the girls remembers why she seems so familiar to her. The student knows the head girl as the one who is dating the most beautiful girl in their university, and calls Layla shameless. Harry is about to say something, but the headman grabs his arm and asks if he can't see that she is defending him now. Smiling puzzledly, the guy asks if the girl could calm down, since her grip is quite strong. Layla is angry at herself, but it sounds like she's yelling at a classmate, saying she didn't mean to grab him that hard. He says that they will think that this is what he wanted, and the girl continues to talk in a raised voice, surprised that Harry is in the mood for flirting. A guy standing nearby laughs, now realizing who Harry is, and asks if Layla is a lesbian and if they are dating. The girl moves silently, and her classmate tries to stop her with words, reminding her that fights are prohibited on university grounds. It is worth keeping yourself in hand, even if you are angry. Harry understands perfectly well that Layla is not the one who will tolerate such treatment. The girl asks the offender what's wrong with him. He recognized her and dares to continue to pick on her. Is he really Gerda's tame dog? When asked who is speaking badly about their mistress, the students in the parallel group look at the class monitor with bewilderment and fear. One of the girls suggests leaving here quickly. The guy tries to object, but follows her advice, and Harry bursts out laughing. Layla asks why he's laughing, and the guy replies that the girl's composure came as a surprise to him. He thought she would act differently. The class monitor leaves, saying that these people are simply jealous of their classmate, and he agrees with her, saying that he is not against jealousy. Harry doesn't think he has anything valuable to lose if these students continue to envy him, and he doesn't care what they say. The guy places his hand on the girl's head, encouraging her and telling her that she doesn't have to worry about it, and Layla becomes embarrassed. But she immediately flares up, asking who gave him permission to touch her head. Harry laughs, complimenting her hair. Teacher Chester tells Gerda that her proposal was successfully implemented, and the posters have been up since this morning. The girl thanks the man, and he asks if her friend is trying to get on the list of the best. Gerda asks about the university awards. Chester says they are performance-based, but he wonders why he was promoted if no benefits were given. The man also thinks that the initiative could only have come from the girl, and Harry himself may not even know about it. And Gerda thinks that she can cope with him. She has the opportunity to do good deeds behind the scenes, but not openly, because it is dangerous. And yet she knows very well that even in this way, certain kinds of problems can arise. The students from the International Exchange Department had always been very proud, but now they found themselves in the shadows, and Gerda was sure that they were very embarrassed. Everything will be fine if Harry continues to show good results, but otherwise everyone could suffer. Dean and Duncan enter the room and discuss their roommate's placement in 7th place among such a large student body. Hearing the fragments of phrases that reached him, Harry turns to them, asking what they are talking about. Duncan asks if the neighbor has finished his morning run and eaten breakfast, and Dean reports that he has shrimp dumplings. The guy thanks them for the offer, but refuses, since he has already eaten and is not hungry. As Duncan pops one of the dumplings into his mouth, he notices that their neighbor has managed to make quite a name for himself, with posters plastered everywhere. The seniors say they have never seen the university so excited, and Dean joins his friend in talking about the potential awards ceremony. Harry asks if they don't have any students who have excelled, and Dean looks at his neighbor, confused, asking what he means. There are not many people in their group who are really interested in studying. They don't even understand regular lectures, let alone those in English. Now they only have a few students who are good at their studies, have been trading stocks since high school, and have inside information. But even with such cards in hand, these people still suffer losses. So many in their group envy Harry, especially the braggarts. Dean remembers Troy asking about his neighbor again, but tells him not to worry because they completely ignored him. Dean points out that the university itself wants Harry to be a role model, so they shouldn't care about all these people's envy. Duncan asks why his friend is so bothered by this, and in general, he thinks that the university has started to shower congratulations too early. The final results are not yet known, but with all the hype, all eyes are now on their neighbor. Harry is impressed by these words, and he understands that, despite the fact that Duncan is a little timid, he is also a very intelligent person. He also understands that of those who could do this, there are only 2 people. One of them is Troy, and the other is Gerda. Harry promises his neighbors to look into the matter. Duncan agrees, saying that they will go outside so as not to disturb the neighbor. The guy thinks that if he loses, he will face trouble, but he is not going to give his victory to others so easily. With a few more points, he is confident that he can maintain his place in the top 10, especially after a little real trading. After this, the profit will decrease significantly, so you will have to stabilize it. You can't be too emotional in trading. A good trader may get angry, upset, but he will always keep his emotions under control and will not allow them to influence his operations. Since Harry has a chance to make a name for himself, he must not only win, but do it in style. Checking his statistics, the guy notes that the overall profit was 25.5%, while the best participant yesterday had less. Now Harry's only job is to stabilize profits. Higher profits are indeed preferable, but stable profits are more reliable. After all, if the guy suffers serious losses tomorrow, he risks falling out of the top 10, taking a lower place. Layla sends a message that the teacher wants to talk to them, and asks a classmate to come to his office. Luke scolds the headman, reminding him that he turned a blind eye to the situation with Gerda. But now the girl decided to enter into a conflict with the students of the international department. The man asks what's wrong with her face. Does she really think he has no right to criticize her, and threatens to deprive her of her position as headman? The girl looks away, thinking that these words really touch and irritate her, because Luke constantly reminds her of her status. If it weren't for the benefits that the position provides, she reflects that she probably wouldn't bother being a head girl. Entering the office, Harry asks if the teacher wanted to see him. He confirms this, and asks the student to quickly come to his desk. However, Luke immediately impatiently asks if Harry has finished his work, and Harry is surprised, not understanding what is happening. And while the guy is walking deeper into the office, the teacher kindly asks if he wants to drink, offering to bring him some water. The man tells Layla that they will finish the conversation later, asking her to wait outside the door, and the girl agrees, having no other option. Now the teacher needs to talk to Harry, and upon hearing these words, the girl, snorting with displeasure, rushes past her classmate like a hurricane. Buried in his paperwork, Luke says that Harry is doing their department a great honor and tells his protege to keep up the good work. The boy says that he heard from the headman that the teacher was looking for him, and he thought that it was connected with what happened this morning. Luke asks why he would call a student over such a trifle, and he thinks that he was too focused on Lyle and almost forgot about him. Harry lets out a mock sigh of relief, letting the teacher know that it was the head girl who came to his rescue. Luke assures the student that he has nothing to worry about, as he will personally take care of the well-being of his group leader. As a class leader, it's only natural for her to stand up for her classmates, so why punish her when she should be rewarded? The teacher smoothly changes the subject, now talking about how, as far as Harry is concerned, he must make every effort to win this competition. Luke suggests that the student fill out an application to join the student council if he is interested and starts talking about the rewards. The man says he heard that the city Harry came from was home to many successful families, and he was eager to meet the student's parents. He needs this in order to find out how the couple managed to raise such a wonderful person. The guy is also interested in why they are digging into his past. A sweet smile appears on the man's face as he says that the university has never before paid so much attention to any of its students. Even Principal Chester called Luke this morning to sort out the whole situation. Harry is surprised. It becomes clear to the guy who is pulling the strings, considering that Troy has no way to approach the university rector himself. Harry thinks that it looks like the situation in the cafeteria did not go without consequences, and at the same time says goodbye to the teacher. It is time for him to go. The guy understands that all this hype was not made with good intentions. They want to create a wave of popularity for him, and then destroy him. Harry wonders what benefit Gerda gets from this, while thinking that the teacher is being too kind to him. The guy is already anticipating what will happen after he successfully closes the session, but then Layla demandingly asks him what they talked about with Luke. Harry replies that the teacher simply continued to chat about academic matters, saying that the student needed to work harder to bring glory to the university. The guy suggests to the girl that they go. It's time for them to return to the classroom. And she, looking at him with a little embarrassment, gasps. As soon as they enter, a solemn voice is heard nearby, inviting their classmates to applaud. At that very moment, loud applause and voices of different styles are heard from all sides, some of which praise Harry, and others the headman. Wolf praises his students, saying they did a great job, taking first and third place across the university. He is very proud of his guys and notices that the guy feels confident in this competition, and asks Layla to push a little. The students are surprised to hear the words that they both are going through to the second stage of the competition, and congratulations, and their faces stretch out in amazement. Harry reflects on the fact that he hasn't lost yet, but the head girl's success is impressive, although it's not surprising, because she repeated after him. Suddenly, the girl turns to her classmate, offering to cancel their argument, her face clearly showing her embarrassment. Phoebe, continuing to clap her hands, tells her classmate that she thinks he's cool, and he thanks her with flattery. Sitting down, Harry asks Layla if she really wants to cancel the bet now that she is in third place, and the girl confirms this. Without looking at her classmate, the girl continues, saying that even though this is true, there is already too big a gap between them. If this continues, she will never be able to even catch up with him. Layla even thinks to herself that she herself does not know how she managed to become third. With skills like hers, achieving results like Harry's is simply not possible. The guy asks her not to say that, because until you try to do something, you won't be able to find out. She might reach the final. Layla says that she may be inexperienced, but she is not stupid, admitting that she used to be overconfident because she had not been defeated. This is a mistake that all newbies make. The girl thinks to herself that she definitely won't be able to beat her classmate. She won't be able to repeat it forever. Harry is surprised to see Layla's results, and can't believe that she sold everything she bought yesterday and asks what's going on. Even in the correspondence, it is noticeable how serious the tone of this girl is, and Harry assumes that she has made a decision to withdraw from the competition completely. He is surprised at how sharp the class leader's intuition is, and regrets that he missed the chance to make fun of his classmate. The guy thinks that this girl is not just refusing to participate in the competition, but also the opportunity to become famous, which others dream of. Scott and Troy, unlike the headman, are ready to do anything to fight for this opportunity. But Layla decided to retreat, having such good chances. She always shows determination when it matters most, and is willing to make difficult decisions. It's impressive. Most of all, it's her self-confidence that I admire. As for their romance, even if the girl copes well with it now, Harry begins to suspect that she might also give up everything. The guy watches the market carefully, reassuring himself with the thought that there is very little time left, after which he can be free. On the stock trading contest forum, the participants are actively discussing him, the interview, and the possibility of a meeting, and Harry is startled by a knock on the door. He is angry at the one who dared to distract him from such an important task, and, glancing towards the exit, inquires in a displeased tone who has come. Teacher Luke comes inside, followed by several other people. The man greets his student, happy that he was not mistaken. The teacher introduces his companions, the first of which is Director Love from the finance department, and the second is Chester. Love offers a low-key compliment on the student's performance, saying he looks smart and energetic, before moving closer and shaking the student's hand. Chester says the glory Harry has brought to the university is truly important to them, and Principal Love expresses his gratitude on behalf of all the leaders. The next to speak with his words of congratulations on first place, and moving on to the next round, is the Student Council President, Sefton. Next in line is the friendly girl who is the head of the Student Council's advertising department, Talia Van Gogh. Chester says the finance department wants to interview the student, and they came here to help him. The man himself wants to talk. The university has always listened to those who have contributed to its development. The director asks if Harry has any suggestions. Luke places his hand on his charge's shoulder, saying that the directors can provide the boy with assistance if he needs it. Love thoughtfully says that he needs to tell the student something. If he makes it to the finals, he will get a place in the International Exchange Department. He will be able to choose any educational institution he wants, and the university will cover all expenses for the exchange period. Harry thinks that this option is the best one for gaining international fame. The student council members look at him puzzled. Sefton thinks about how hard it was for him to be the student council president, and how this man got it all so easily. Harry is puzzled, assuming that they are trying to recruit him with such a huge number of promises, thinking that he can be bribed. But all these benefits are so insignificant for him that the mere thought of it offends him. The guy turns to Director Love. Smiling arrogantly, Harry says that he is not going to change anything, since he is happy with his current position. And besides, the competition is not over yet. The guy ends everything by asking if he has expressed himself clearly, and everyone present freezes, clearly feeling the awkwardness that has appeared in the air. The director doesn't seem to be listening, coming closer to the student. He says that he is quite pragmatic, but he believes in his ward. Harry thanks him for his understanding, politely saying that he will give it his all in the upcoming stage of the competition, and Love says goodbye. Luke asks the student about his interview, and he agrees, saying that he wouldn't mind taking part in it at all. The student council president hands Harry a folder, saying that it contains all the necessary questions for the interview, written down by him personally. Sefton asks to read them. Maybe there will be a desire to correct something, and Harry promises to fulfill this recommendation. And while Harry is thinking that this is a common move for promotion through advertising, Love says goodbye to him once again, asking him to have a good rest. There is no need to attend classes. The main thing for a student now is to focus on the competition, so there is no need to worry about anything. Talia hesitates, stopping next to the student and asking him why they don't exchange contact information, and asks him to add her as a friend. Harry feigns embarrassment as he replies that he rarely uses social media, and the girl groans in disappointment. There is a knock on Chelsea's office door asking if they can come in, and when they do, they ask if they have any information about Harry, and he answers. The university's advertising department prepared a special proposal, which was brought to the director personally so that he could check everything. Love smiles, saying that everything worked out thanks to Gerda. If it weren't for her advice, the university would have missed out on a great talent. Chelsea is surprised by this, asking if the daughter of the Price family really met with the director for this reason, and thinks hard. Love confirms this, and says that the girl even warned him not to tell Harry that she was involved in this matter. While studying the documents, Chelsea inquires about the appearance of this student, whether he is tall with large and shiny eyes. Love confirms again and asks if they know each other. Chelsea replies that she once met the man and notes that Price liked him. The director signs the document, saying that he likes the proposal, so he gives permission to proceed as planned. Smiling, the man hands the documents back, offering only one stipulation: an increase in bonuses. The details will be discussed after the end of the competition. Love takes the papers and puts on an ingratiating smile, saying that they will take care of everything and get started as soon as possible. He leaves the office looking happy, thinking that he finally has an opportunity for promotion. The next moment the man becomes serious, thinking that he can only draw two conclusions from what was said. Firstly, Chelsea doesn't know Harry personally, and secondly, Pierce doesn't know him very well either, or they aren't close enough. This leads to other thoughts. Pierce is not against Gerda communicating with this guy, and Chelsea is happy to do him a favor. As the man thought, from all these thoughts, the conclusion follows that the relationship between Harry and Gerda is currently very difficult. It looks like this guy is dear to the girl, which means that he should be put on a pedestal of honor. This is also an opportunity. After all, if Gerda praises love in front of her father, the man will subsequently bask in the rays of well-deserved glory. Suddenly, the man remembers that he needs to tell Gerda that he has managed to settle the previously open issue. A girl is sitting in the classroom and talking about something with her friend when the phone rings. She answers, surprised by the unexpected call, and on the other end of the line they say that they are calling to thank the person they are talking to. Love thanks Gerda for recommending such an incredible talent to the university, reassuring the girl that the institution will give him many bonuses. And while the man continues to shout into the phone, showering him with gratitude, Diana, sitting next to the silent Gerda, asks what happened. The girl tries to stop the teacher's endless stream of words by being polite, but it has no effect. The man says that he wants to thank her again, because thanks to her they found him, and asks the girl not to worry about anything else. He is ready to take everything on himself. The teacher falls silent, surprised by the silence, and assumes that the student has passed out. Love puts the phone in his pocket, thinking that the girl could have gone to chat with Harry because he even heard her ragged breathing. Diana turns to her friend with concern, and a classmate approaches and asks why she is so pale, and suggests having lunch together. Troy shares that yesterday he found a new restaurant that has a terrace with a beautiful view. The guy thinks that the girl will definitely like it there. He continues talking about the restaurant, gracefully weaving Harry into the topic. But Gerda gets up from her desk, cutting him off with just one word. She tells him to shut up. The guy thinks he heard wrong and asks his classmate what she said, and she comes closer, reducing the distance almost to the limit. Gerda almost screams in his face that Troy talks about Harry so often that it looks like he is secretly in love with him. She says she doesn't need his pity and asks him to stop acting like a tough guy and leaves, and the guy tries to stop her. Troy says that his classmate's expression changes very quickly, and he repeats her words with a question about him secretly being in love with Harry. Gerda believes that no one can be relied on. They are all just troubles. Instead of controlling Harry, she gave him an opportunity. The girl finds it hard to believe that this guy is so talented. She thinks that this simply cannot be. The driver asks Gerda if she's going to return home, and she confirms his words. She just wants to return home, and nothing more. When Gerda arrives home, a woman from the servants tells her that her father was looking for his daughter. She is puzzled. The girl has a bad feeling about this, and in the meantime a male voice is heard from the front asking if her daughter has returned. Her father says Chelsea just called him and asked how his daughter's relationship with Harry is going. Gerda's gaze becomes irritated. She doesn't understand why everyone around her is so obsessed with this promising guy. Harry reasons that today he managed to write 3 chapters, which should be sent to the co-author. He plans to write while he still has free time. The guy is surprised when Yasmin suddenly writes to him, asking about what faculty he is studying at the Humanities University. Harry confirms these words, asking why the girl needed this information, thinking to himself that they began to communicate less often. Although this was initially inevitable, since each of them has different schedules, they are not often free at the same time. She doesn't know what's going on with him, and he doesn't know what she's up to. And that's the biggest killer of long-distance relationships. They continue their conversation, during which it turns out that Yasmin also started participating with her friend, but was kicked out quite quickly. The conversation turns to the genius of the financial competition, and Harry makes a dig at the girl. It's funny that she remembered about him only now. She laughs it off. Yasmin says that her friend's brother lives in the same area as Harry, and asks if they could meet if she came. The guy thinks that not much time has passed since their last meeting, but he is not against meeting again, and leaves recommendations for the girl. As Harry starts eating his noodles, he thinks about how Yasmin decided to meet up rather unexpectedly, and hopes that there won't be any problems. Tomorrow is the weekend and the guy is thinking about going out somewhere to have fun. It's been a long time since the last time he relaxed. Behind Gerda, who is sitting quietly and not bothering anyone, her father's voice is heard, and the girl shudders with her whole body, frightened by the surprise. She says that she is very tired today and suggests that her father postpone the conversation until a more convenient time for both of them. The man says he understands this, but today is not an ordinary day. And from the other side a female voice reaches the girl's ears. The woman, coming ever closer, touches Gerda with her hand, asking how her day went and saying that she missed her very much. The mother tenderly hugs her daughter, asking her again if she had heard right, and if Gerda really was very tired. While giving the child a massage, She suggests not keeping everything to herself, but speaking out, and the woman will definitely share her experience with her daughter. Gerda says that nothing special happened, mentally wondering why her parents decided to join forces. The girl asks her father why he mentioned her friend, and he replies that in his free time he trades stocks. She should know this herself. The man thinks that he has lost a lot of money recently. If it weren't for his wife, he would have been broke long ago. Gerda again turns to her father. The girl asks, he thinks. She doesn't know that there is almost no money left in his account, and in her head the words shares and Harry are almost equivalent. The man asks his daughter not to remind him of this, because her mother scolded him several times because of this, and then he immediately moves on to the topic of the call. Chelsea called him recently, and said that one of his students had succeeded in this matter, and Gerda should be acquainted with him. So the man wants his daughter to invite this guy to visit them. Gerda asks in confusion if her father really wants help. The mother joins the conversation, asking her daughter to save her, because when she looks at her husband's account, she feels bad. The girl is indignant. Mrs. Pierce says that if her classmate is capable, they can trust him to manage the account, and asks her daughter not to worry. Gerda tenses up, realizing that something is wrong here, because her parents have been thinking too much and asking her about relationships lately. And when she comes to the conclusion that her parents think she is dating Harry, she simply explodes, screaming that this is impossible. The woman looks at her daughter with a puzzled expression, asking why, and she softens a little under the calm gaze. Gerda says she meant that the student was still too young to give her father any advice on trading. The woman asks how her daughter can draw such conclusions without even checking him, and convinces her that everything will be fine, even offering to call Layla. They are also on good terms. She asks Gerda to find out if these students are free tomorrow evening, believing that they should at least have dinner together. The girl leaves dejected, giving in to the pressure of both parents at once and agreeing to their requests. Gerda's mother is forced to agree with her husband. It doesn't look like her daughter is willing to communicate with guys. He agrees, putting forward his own assumption. The man believes that Harry is the only guy their daughter gets along with, and thinks that Gerda would not have agreed if her mother had not allowed Layla to be invited. But the woman agrees to this too, because one way or another they manage to invite this promising young man. The parents continue to discuss their daughter, believing that she used to be a reasonable child and behaved appropriately, which is why they did not interfere in her personal life. However, their child has grown up, and now she has her own views on life. The father is afraid that his daughter might be seriously angry with them for interfering. The next day, Harry is awakened by the sound of a message that comes to him very early in the morning. The guy is interested in who is brave. The sender is Gerda, who says that her father, having learned of the student's success, invites him to dinner, and warns that Layla will also be there. Harry is surprised that the girl decided to drag the headman into this, and thinks that the only one who misunderstood her was her father. The guy thinks it's necessary to meet with Layla before the appointed time, and wonders how she even agreed to such a thing. While Harry is brushing his teeth, he receives a message from Yasmin, who invites him to have lunch together. Later, Yasmin's friend asks her if she really knows this man, and she confidently confirms these words. Then she agrees to wait for him and informs her friend that her brother should also arrive soon. Yasmin says approximately the same thing. Soon a familiar voice is heard behind the girl, which she mentally notes, turning to her interlocutor with an anticipatory smile. Yasmin's eyes widen in disbelief when she sees a man approaching her, waving his hand in greeting. The girl says that the guy has changed so much that he is unrecognizable, as if he had changed his head, and he asks if he was really that ugly in her eyes. Yasmin denies these words, saying that she was unable to get a good look at her friend because he was covered in bruises and bruises. The girl standing next to her friend smiles sweetly, and she introduces her as Sasha Sands, the beauty of their campus. Sasha says that she imagined it differently. Yasmin introduces her friend to his surprised and slightly puzzled look, naming his name and saying that he is a genius in the finance department. Harry extends his hand to the girl, introducing himself, and asks Yasmin how many people know that he won first place. The last member runs up to the company, and trying to catch his breath, expresses the hope that his sister hasn't been waiting for him for too long. They, along with Harry, freeze for a few moments, looking at each other in confusion. Harry comes to his senses first, asking his roommate what he is doing there, while Sasha is happy that her brother has arrived. But Duncan has completely different thoughts in his head. He thinks about what Harry is doing here, and why he is holding his sister's hand. Looking at the people standing in front of him, the guy tries to comprehend what is happening here, and perfect silence reigns around. Duncan assumes that his neighbor knows his sister and looks at them suspiciously, and the girl calls out to her younger brother. She asks why he is standing so far away and asks him to come closer to them. Sasha introduces her brother to Harry, and he says what a coincidence, But as soon as it comes time to introduce a family member, the girl stutters. Seeing Duncan's strange reaction, everyone present is puzzled. Sasha asks him what's wrong, and he literally boils with anger. Yasmin intervenes in the situation, suggesting that they eat first and then get to know each other better. She hands Harry her and Sasha's bags in the confusion, which causes surprise and a questioning look. But it's almost impossible to refuse a girl who smiles so dazzlingly, asking to wear them for a while. The girls leave with Harry, and Yasmin laughs and calls her friend funny. Duncan looks at the company with bewilderment, not even knowing what to think, and then his gaze becomes angry. He looks at how this guy carries his sister's bag, and jealousy awakens in the guy. Because he was always the one who carried Sasha's bag. It was like that even when they were in school, and Duncan wonders why Harry has taken his place now. The guy doesn't want his sister to marry his roommate, but the image of it involuntarily pops into his head. Harry turns to Duncan, wanting to ask if he's going to go with them or not. But Duncan interrupts him with a question, asking what he is doing here and calling him his son-in-law. All three look at the fourth as if he were crazy, and he suddenly belatedly realizes that he most likely just said something too much. Yasmin can't help but burst into laughter, and then tells Harry during the break that he's very interesting. Turning to him, his friend asks, almost through tears, when his friend managed to become her friend's brother's son-in-law. Sasha quickly gets to his brother's side and hits him on the head, angrily asking what kind of stupid thing he just said. Duncan initially looks at his sister with confusion, asking why she hit him, and then realizes that if Harry becomes his brother-in-law, it won't be so bad. Sasha again attacks her brother with her fists, saying that Harry is her friend's friend and not someone else, especially for her. Harry says that he understands his neighbor, and suggests that from now on, they call each other whatever he thinks is appropriate. And he lets out a cry of despair. Yasmin wipes away the tears that have appeared in her eyes from laughter, and, having calmed down, nevertheless suggests that the company go somewhere to eat. Duncan is inspired, grabbing his sister's hand and saying that he knows a good place, suggesting that they go there. Apparently he wants to make amends. The guy says that the food in this place is very tasty, and Yasmin, as soon as they get there, is happy that they will finally eat. Turning sharply to face her friend to ask where he wants to sit, the girl stumbles and slips. Harry is there in time, supporting her and asking her to be careful because she is now wearing heels. The girl suddenly jumps out of his arms, saying that, judging by his reaction, he has already helped many girls in this way. Another female voice speaks up behind her, addressing Harry, and Yasmin turns to see its owner. The couple sees a surprised Julia, thinking that their meeting, like the unfamiliar girl, was a big surprise for her. Harry tenses up at the sight of his classmate and wonders what she is doing in this place. Julia smiles, asking who the guy's companion is, if she's a friend, and says that she's never seen her before. Harry looks away, replying that the girl is his classmate and she wanted to meet him today. Julia looks displeased. But a sudden thought comes to her mind, and the girl turns to Yasmin, asking if she is a classmate's ex-girlfriend. Then Julia turns to Harry and says that her classmate simply has to introduce them. Yasmin approaches the guy closer, asking if this girl is his friend, while Julia examines her rival. Yasmin asks her friend if he will introduce them, and he is puzzled. Julia introduces herself, smiling sweetly and saying that she is Harry's close friend and also a classmate. She asks Yasmin what her name is, calling her little sister, and the girl is at a loss for a few moments, struck by such familiarity. She leans forward and takes Julia's hand, telling her name and saying that she went to high school with Harry. Yasmin asks Julia about her friend's popularity, expressing past concerns that he would have a hard time fitting in. The girl replies that Harry is outstanding. He is not only an excellent student but also has a very interesting and good sense of humor. He is liked by a lot of girls not only in their group but throughout the university. The guy is tense because of what was said. It's one thing that he doesn't mind gossip about him, but he doesn't like it when others are dragged into it, because he'll have a hard time when they unite. Yasmin smiles sweetly, remembering that her father used to say the same thing, so it turns out that Harry was always outstanding. The girl almost imperceptibly steps back in order to be able to put her hand behind her friend's back and pinch him painfully. She speaks quietly, so that only Harry can hear her, saying that it seems that after a short separation, she should take another look at his qualities. The guy calls himself to calm down, realizing that the more he talks, the more the situation will get worse. It's better to just stand and remain silent. And Julia at that moment clings to the only phrase that interested her, surprised that Harry is familiar with this girl's father. Yasmin meanwhile approaches her closely, making her flinch back and asking if she likes this guy too, how she made such progress, and also suggests trying to find the right approach to Harry together, despite the fact that he is quite picky. She also offers her help if the girl is interested in learning about the guy's interests and hobbies, but internally she feels irritated. Yasmin thinks that she has known Harry the longest, and a lot has happened between them, and their relationship is superior to the ones he has with others. Judging by the guy's behavior, his relationship with Julia has not yet reached the level of progress that they have. The most important thing is that she didn't like this girl at first sight, as if she were a cunning gossip monger. A familiar voice is heard nearby, asking the boys why they haven't found suitable places yet. Yasmin pulls Sasha closer to her, and theatrically apologizes to Julia, saying that she forgot to tell her that she likes Harry too. The girl introduces her friend, who has little understanding of what is happening, and makes up a story about why they came here. Sasha asks in a whisper if she's not here to visit her brother, and Yasmin conspiratorially asks her to play along. Julia is tense with so many competitors, and wonders why this girl is saying such things in front of Harry. Turning his gaze to the latter, the misunderstanding only intensifies, and another question arises. Why does he have such a condescending look? Meanwhile, another familiar voice is heard behind her, asking the renounced Julia what is happening here. Layla asks her neighbor what she is doing here. Weren't they planning to go out somewhere tonight? So why is she here? A wicked smile appears on the head girl's lips as she says that she remembered Julia's words about her friends coming to visit her. She continues to address her neighbor, but turns her gaze to the unfamiliar girls, asking if she was talking about them. 4 girls stand opposite each other, and without blinking, look at those opposite them. Each of them understands that this fight will not be easy. Layla, with a haughty smile, extends her hand to her new acquaintance for a handshake, introducing herself as the head of the group in which Harry studies. The guy himself at this time looks at what is happening with bewilderment, wondering what is happening and wanting to be as far away from this place as possible. On one side of the ring is Layla, although it seems that he has the upper hand in their relationship. The situation can get out of control at any moment. On the other side of the ring is Yasmin, the most beautiful girl of his youth and his first love. She is someone Harry could never even dream of, but they became friends. The good thing is that none of them are his girlfriend. The bad thing is that he will be in trouble no matter who the guy helps. Smiling sweetly, Yasmin asks again about Layla's status, and says that it seems Harry mentioned her, and then introduces herself. Hearing that they went to high school together, the class president clarifies that the person standing opposite is this guy's ex-girlfriend. Yasmin is puzzled, remembering that Harry said that he never had a girlfriend. Unpleasant thoughts creep into her head, but the girl tries to focus on something else. She doesn't know what her friends said to her classmates, so she can't give a direct answer. It could just be rumors, or they just think so. And Yasmin tells these girls that they think too much. With unshakable confidence in her own rightness, the girl declares that Harry has never had a girlfriend before. She turns around and takes a step towards the guy, rising on her toes, and says that now he is really in love. The faces of her classmates are distorted with anger when they look at this picture. Layla mentally repeats the phrase that her new acquaintance just said. The headman's head is filled with many questions that have no answers yet. Who is this girl? Is it really her? What is going on? Layla clenches her fist tightly, coming to the conclusion that their story is not one of lingering feelings, but years of fruitless attempts. Now she herself states with confidence that, based on what she knows about Harry, he would never secretly fall in love with someone. If he really likes someone, he will start acting immediately, and the girl Yasmin is talking about is too arrogant if she thinks so. She also thinks that although this blow is not exactly aimed at her, this attitude is really annoying. She speaks as if she knows Harry well. Yasmin says that it seems as if the other person understands her friend better than she does, and now she is interested in something. And the girl asks, since the headman knows him so well, who then, in her opinion, this guy turned his attention to. Is it really your classmate or an ordinary classmate that these words hit one and then the other, like a gunshot wound? And while Layla tries to curb her outburst of anger, Julia ingratiatingly says that she never even thought about being with Harry. Yasmin already knows that this guy is popular among girls, which means she should understand that he doesn't need to look after anyone. Julia continues, saying that they each know that once Harry finds the right person for him, he will make the first move. She says she's curious about something, and asks what it could mean for a guy to be inactive at school while having a crush on some girl. Could it be that this girl was too dominant and domineering, so she made Harry hesitate and give up trying? Julia says that she never puts pressure on the guy and only supports him, and he is now the heart of their university. Yasmin ponders these words, agreeing that men do change a lot as they grow older. Harry has become more attractive. She decides to strike back, thanking the students for helping the guy boost his self-confidence, and Julia doesn't want to remain in debt either. She says that Harry is always absorbed in his studies and often forgets his wallet, so they have to put in extra effort to take care of him. The guy flares up, asking why they all like to always put the fact that they feed him on display for everyone to see. Yasmin averts her eyes, praising her friend and saying that she had no idea he had this kind of talent. She grabs him by the ear, asking if he really wants to say that after buying the house he has no money left, if he really wants to deceive her. The girl says that she will never believe it, and the guy gasps in pain and asks her to stop, because he is ready to try to explain everything. He thinks that Yasmin is not so simple. Now she is demonstrating their relationship, which is much closer than with everyone else present, and Julia clings to something that is interesting only to her, the purchase of a house. She is also interested in where exactly Harry bought the house, here or in his hometown. Layla is also interested in the answer to the question concerning the last topic. If a classmate has a house in his hometown, it means he plans to return there. And while Harry asks his friend why she mentioned the house, the headman continues his logical chain, which leads to an interesting conclusion. And the guy suddenly flares up, duplicating and slightly distorting Yasmin's words, whether he had any money left after buying the house. And he explains how it really was. He initially wanted to buy a house here, but he couldn't because of restrictions, and in the end, he had to choose another option. The location of the area was ideal for investment, but the price was beyond his budget, leaving him with little money left. It's only the beginning of the school year, so he can't ask his family for money again, as he might have turned down those who sympathized with him. And while what he's about to say may sound bad, Harry is saying that free food actually tastes great. Sasha whispers in her friend's ear, considering her friend resourceful. Spending money on living expenses to buy a house for investment is impressive. Yasmin is silent, thinking to herself that she doesn't think Harry's words are true. She doesn't think that the money invested was for living expenses. This guy must definitely have some kind of plan or he wouldn't do this. And the girl notices that he likes to eat for free. Harry says Yasmin needs to know that he's doing this for a reason, and thanks everyone who supports him. And then the system congratulates you on receiving the skill, seize the opportunity. Because even in such a situation, the guy continues to joke. Meanwhile, the girls, who have a good imagination, are lost in their own thoughts, one of whom is outraged that Yasmin raised her hand to Harry. Layla thinks that this girl is hinting that the boy was bullied, and thinks that the reason for this is manipulation of him. The girl nods, thinking that Yasmin will only slow down her dream guy on his way to becoming a CEO. Julia is puzzled. Layla addresses her, saying that if she doesn't understand what she's talking about, she should just keep quiet. She shouldn't care whether Harry is treated or not. What most catches Yasmin's attention from the stream of words is the address, because the head girl called her a plump girl, which makes the girl puzzled. And just as she wants to ask Layla to take care of herself, she falls silent in time, glancing at her figure, which, by her standards, is ideal. Yasmin wonders why life is so unfair, while noticing the head girl's long legs and admitting to herself that she envies her. Unable to come up with anything more suitable, the girl turns against Harry, saying that she came here to meet him, but they started to offend her. Julia started it first, and then the leader of the guy's group took over. One of them a gossip lover, and the other with terrible manners. Yasmin asks Harry to answer one of her questions clearly and distinctly, namely whether she is still his friend. If not, she will leave. Meanwhile, those around notice a crowd of beautiful girls in one place and recognize Harry, asking him to confirm their guesses. The guy is at a loss, thinking about what to do and wondering why Layla insulted Yasmin in the first place. He understands perfectly well that he needs to intervene, but he needs to do it competently and in such a way that everything is resolved safely. Believing it's time to take action, Harry reassures Yasmin by telling her that she's still his friend. And why would she ever think otherwise? The girl is slightly embarrassed by the realization that she was acting too emotionally, and calmly expresses agreement with her friend. Meanwhile, Harry continues to thank Yasmin for introducing him to her friend. The blonde is at a loss. The guy says he never believed in love at first sight, but from today everything has changed. Harry approaches Sasha, saying that he likes her very much and asking her to be his girlfriend. Yasmin, Julia, and Layla look at the guy with a mixture of different emotions on their faces, but the same question comes out of everyone at the same time. Sasha blushes deeply, gets confused in her words and stutters, trying in vain to say at least something articulate. Unable to bear such embarrassment, she runs away, saying that she has urgent business, and saying goodbye on the run. The girl's brother looks after her in bewilderment. Yasmin turns her head sharply towards her friend, unable to say anything other than his name, while inwardly she is stunned by the confession to her friend. Harry looks at her with a serious look and asks her to stop fooling around, because he always considered her his friend. The girl, meanwhile, remembers their past together, how kind this guy was to her, and her heart begins to tingle unpleasantly. She realizes that her reaction was indeed too harsh, but she still didn't expect such a response from Harry. Julia finally regains her ability to speak, and her first emotional reaction is to wonder if he really likes Sasha. Layla, unlike her neighbor, does not believe this, and Yasmin turns to them, burning her friend's classmates with an angry look. Harry, meanwhile, decides to take another desperate step and takes a deep breath to scream as loudly as possible. The guy calls Layla's pen name and asks if he gave her permission to use his image, and the girl involuntarily becomes embarrassed. She wonders what's going on and how this guy knew her pen name. The idea creeps into my head that a classmate read their novel and realized that one of its authors was the class monitor. Layla is silent, thinking tensely about what will happen now if Harry really did read her novel and saw all the written scenes. If he tells everyone about this, considering that he exposed the prototype for the main character's image, it will be the end for her, and the girl speaks up. She apologizes, although it takes a lot of effort, admitting that she was wrong, which makes Julia's eyes go completely wide. It's hard for her to believe that the girl next to her has become so docile and timid just because of one phrase. Yasmin reflects that she has never seen her friend so bossy, because this girl became obedient after the pseudonym was revealed. She thinks that Harry is hiding something, and the girl pretends to smile, saying that she is also to blame for what happened. She made everything worse. To the surprised looks, Yasmin says that she wants to apologize to Julia, and also thank her for caring about her friend. The student gasps and is at a loss, not understanding why this girl decided to apologize to her so suddenly. Julia also puts a smile on her face, saying that her interlocutor is too polite. They are all Harry's friends. They don't notice such minor quarrels. She thanks Yasmin for introducing her classmate to her friend, and the girl, laughing nervously, replies that it wasn't difficult. Looking at the headman with a stern look, Harry says that it is time for her and Julia to leave, expressing the hope that today's events will not be repeated. Layla smiles sweetly, agreeing with these words, mentally promising to take revenge, and her neighbor plays the fool, not wanting to leave this place. When the girls leave, Harry breathes a sigh of relief, glad that the unpleasant situation is finally over. For successfully resolving the situation, the system awards the guy 10,010 experience points and additional skill points. Meanwhile, Yasmin can't calm down, asking if Harry really likes his girlfriend because she feels like he was using her as a cover. Smiling sweetly, the guy asks, what if he really liked her? And the interlocutor clarifies the type of girls he likes. Yasmin asks Harry if he doesn't like her personality and finds her too bossy, and he replies that it's not that he doesn't like her. The guy thinks that her imperiousness is much inferior to Layla's. She is more like a princess. If she uses it correctly, she can be charming. Harry says that there are many people who, having fallen in love, found themselves tormented by this love. If you are afraid of this, you need to act accordingly. In such a situation, one must either not love or be strict, and Yasmin asks for the last word. Harry confirms, adding that one should not forget about restraint, or, to put it even more succinctly, one needs to control the relationship. The girl expresses her understanding and suggests that the guy try to do it. The offer seems sudden to him, but Yasmin counters. She admits that she realized that he was her type back when they met on the train. She hoped for a relationship regardless of the outcome. Yasmin wanted to wait a little, but now that she sees more and more girls surrounding him, she is not going to delay any longer. She asks what Harry thinks about this, and the guy, amazed by such pressure, asks the girl to wait. He is embarrassed, refusing to believe that he was just confessed his love, and Yasmin continues, asking about the reaction. The girl says that she sees nothing wrong with making an effort to maintain a relationship in order to eventually start a family. She asks Harry how hard he thinks it will be, and he asks what if they're not right for each other. Yasmin replies that then it will just be a bad experience, and notes that if you don't try, you will never know whether the person is yours or not. Harry thinks that this is exactly the kind of Yasmin that charmed him. This is the kind of Yasmin that everyone would like, and he would like to live with her all his life. However, instead of agreeing, he apologizes to the girl and says that he needs to think about it. Yasmin is taken aback by this answer, while Harry thinks that deep down he knows that he is not a good person at all. In more than 30 years of his past life, he has seen too many failures, but he admits that he has always liked the girl. But he is not ready for this, mentally adding that the only person you cannot deceive is yourself. Harry considers himself greedy, because the only thing he wants is to climb to the top using everything in his power, and he apologizes again. Yasmin stares at the guy, struggling to process the fact that she was just rejected by him. Layla texts her classmate, asking how he found out about everything and admitting her guilt, while wondering if he went on a date with Sasha. Harry's response does come. The reason he found out her nickname is because he accidentally saw the delivery receipt. Layla flushes, lamenting that she should have torn up that worthless piece of paper, but she never thought the guy would even look at it. Harry invites the head girl to go with him to get some fruit, And of course she agrees. They meet a little later. Layla is embarrassed. She asks if her classmate really only wants to buy fruit. He confirms these words and asks what else he should do. Harry dismissively says that they are just students and he thinks a little fruit as a gift would be enough. The embarrassed girl agrees with these words, offering, in this case, to buy. She expresses her opinion that she thinks this will be enough. The guy looks at the headman questioningly. Harry asks why Layla is looking at him, and the girl replies that she is waiting for him to pay for the fruit. The guy says that she was the person who chose these particular fruits, so he is not going to pay for them. Layla flares up, noticing that he called her, which means he should pay. Harry says that he did not take enough money with him. The girl is indignant. She says that she can treat him to dinner, but the guy has to pay for the fruit himself. The girl has already suffered enough because of him. Harry exhales heavily, going to see if he has enough money, and the cashier says that it is always interesting to watch couples in love. Noticing how much money the guy has in his wallet, Layla is indignant that, having so much, he still asks for treats. The guy gets out of it. The girl says that he is still richer than her, thinking that she needs to find a way to help restrain this guy so that he does not run after others. Harry says that she must definitely be richer than him, given the number of views on her novel. Layla is at a loss. He says that she must have earned a good amount, and the system notifies about receiving a gift, which affects the rapprochement of people. It is a sweet fruit-flavored chewing gum, and Harry, reading the description, finds receiving such a gift unexpected. He thinks that the gum effect is meant for two people, while Layla says that she is not even the author of this novel. She just helps a little by admitting that the book is not only about tense relationships, but combines the styles of many cultures. The girl thinks to herself that Harry knows how to push the buttons, and she doesn't want to imagine what will happen if he finds out that she wrote the bed scenes. But, knowing the character of this man, Layla believes that he will not be interested in reading something like this. And the guy meanwhile groans, turning his gaze to her. As if reading her mind, Harry says he finds the novel impressive because he simply read the most exciting parts. When he says that the passionate scenes he read were very impressive, Layla loses hope. When they are riding in a taxi, the girl is silent, as if she has taken water in her mouth, because she feels enormous shame. Harry looks thoughtfully out the window. Layla looks at her classmate, wondering why he is silent. The silent awkwardness is pressing, and it seems to her as if she is going to die now. Suddenly, she asks her neighbor what kind of girls he likes. He is surprised, because in the morning he confessed to Duncan's sister. Layla says she doesn't believe him, and the guy condescendingly replies that she wouldn't believe him even if he told the truth. Then the girl asks another question, asking what her classmate thinks about Gerda, who at first looks at his interlocutor with puzzlement. Then he replies that he finds her quite cute. Layla gets angry, asking him not to pretend and asking if he likes her as a girl. Harry pretends to think about this question, believing that every guy likes classic rich beauties. He asks why the headman is asking this, and she sums it up by asking, so he likes Gerda because she is rich and beautiful. Harry plays dumb by asking if Layla is afraid he will take her girl away from her, and she says she was just joking last time. The girl admits that she is not a lesbian, she is heterosexual, and the guy at that moment looks at her puzzled. She thinks that her pen pal was right, and her classmate will think that she is a lesbian if she doesn't tell him directly. Harry asks what she did with Phoebe then. Did she really use her to write passionate scenes? And the girl is at a loss. Getting very close to the girl's face, the guy says that he will allow Layla to practice this by booking a hotel room tomorrow. The girl is very embarrassed, shouting in her classmate's face the question of who would want to stay in the same room with him, and moves away. She says that if they do practice, she will be the queen, and he will be the servant. Harry smiles sweetly, refusing, and saying that he wants to be the general. Layla turns to give her classmate a disdainful look, and he asks why she's looking at him like that. The girl says that the ability to fight is not the answer. For this, psychological skills are needed, as well as the ability to apply them in real life. Harry chuckles, saying that his headman is well aware of this, and then the driver attracts the attention of the sweet couple. He apologizes for distracting them from such an important conversation, and informs them that they have arrived at their destination. Harry says he paid for the fruit, so the girl should pay for the taxi. The man sitting in front looks puzzled. As she gets out of the car, Layla makes a disgruntled face and says that talking to the guy is very tiring. But then her gaze takes on a surprised expression when she notices the one who is in front. Running up to Gerda, the girl says that she was just about to write to her, and looking around the mansion, asks if she really lives here. Layla says that she has only seen houses like this in movies, and the heiress laughs, saying that the student is exaggerating. Looking at the guy, Gerda admits that she doesn't often invite friends over, so if she needs something, she asks them to talk. She adds that it would be a shame if they needed something and she couldn't help, and Harry agrees not to be shy. Gerda asks the children to come through, informing them that she has prepared slippers for them. As she puts them on, Layla guesses that this house is probably worth more than 100 million. Passing by the piano, Harry asks if Gerda can play it. She confirms this, and the boy expresses hope to hear her play someday. The girl snorts, saying that she doesn't think he deserves such an honor, and a voice is heard from the side, telling him not to talk like that to his friends. Looking at the woman approaching them, Gerda admits that she frightened her. From her address, it turns out that the interlocutor is her mother. The woman asks her daughter why she didn't tell her that her friends had already arrived. Approaching the students, she extends her hand to them, introducing herself as Gerda's mother and allowing them to call her Aunt Tracy. She already knows the kids. Layla peers over another girl's shoulder as she greets her mother and introduces herself, looking shy and embarrassed. Smiling sweetly, Tracy says that Gerda often talks about her, and she now understands why she cannot live without her for a minute. Harry introduces himself next, bowing politely and saying that he and a classmate brought them some fruit as a gift. Showing off the full package, the guy goes on to say that they aren't sure if the price lists like them, but hope for the best. He asks where the kitchen is so he can take the treats, and the woman is a little confused, as if he was a surprise to her. Tracy says that she will accept him this time, but in general, they do not allow their guests to bring gifts, otherwise they will have to reciprocate. The woman thinks that this guy is exactly like her husband told her. Very smart, and she turns to her daughter. Tracy asks Gerda to take Layla to her room while she shows Harry the kitchen, and also to call her father, finding it strange that he is not with them yet. The girl agrees, but her appearance expresses displeasure when she does not understand why her mother wants her to be the one who called him. Tracy asks the maid to bring her a tray of fruit. Intending to wash it for the children, the maid accepts the order. The woman turns to Harry, asking him to put the fruit on the table, and he immediately follows her instructions exactly. Casually, while washing dishes, Tracy asks the student if he really lives in the city of his dreams and how many people are in his family. The guy replies that he only has his parents left at home. His grandparents died early, and he only has an uncle and aunt from other relatives. Tracy expresses understanding of why Harry is so reasonable and says that she has also been to his homeland and is interested in what it is like there now. The guy answers evasively, showing with his story that in his city, not everything is as clear-cut as it could be. But now the economy is developing rapidly. People find new ways to make money, but overall the situation is not bad, and his family is in a relatively average position. Tracy suggests that there are plenty of low-class people there who have risen quickly, and asks if he is being bullied there. Harry replies that there are indeed many such people, but their general manners of behavior often do not keep pace with their growing wealth. But there is no reason to mock people like him, because it does not interest them. Tracy admires the seriousness of the student's reasoning. She wonders if wealth is so important, because her daughter can live without worrying about anything with the income they have now. Things like social status aren't important now. The main thing is that the one who will be next to Gerda is a guy, and this one fits the bill perfectly. And while she's thinking about this, Harry asks permission to help take the fruit to the girls. Gerda's father joins those present, full of enthusiasm. He joyfully greets the boy, calling him a little teacher. The man invites Harry to have tea with him, and the puzzled guy greets the head of this house with no less puzzled eyes. Layla is perplexed why Gerda's father calls his classmate that, and even the latter's wife feels ashamed. She turns the attention to herself by asking what her daughter would like to drink, and offering red wine. The girl replies that she just wants a cola, and her mother is surprised by such a choice. Pouring tea into a guest's mug, Mr. Price asks if he drinks it often, to which he receives an ambiguous answer. The man laughs, saying that drinking tea is good for you. It helps develop patience and makes people more focused. Much better than cola. He says he had to work hard to get these tea leaves, and the father himself wonders what kind of guys his daughter likes. Harry puts on a sweet smile, agreeing to enjoy the tea, knowing that the man is hinting at Gerda's preferences. Gerda's father is puzzled as he pours tea. He can't believe that this guy doesn't want to talk to him about his daughter, as if he doesn't have any thoughts about her. Harry thinks that he doesn't find it surprising that Gerda has no interest in guys. Because she grew up in such a family, she is cunning and unpredictable. He intends to get to know the girl better in order to start collaborating, and he loudly praises the drink, calling it refreshing and amazing. The man gets excited when he starts talking about the type of tea, and, infected with his own enthusiasm, invites the guy to come visit him on weekends. The cook announces that the dishes are ready, and Mrs. Price echoes her words, suggesting that the children go to dinner. The table is replete with an abundance of delicious food, and the man already sitting at the table invites Harry to take his place, and he politely agrees. He thinks that this is the first time a guy has ever had the chance to visit a girl, and although the girls looking at him do not utter a single word, Harry clearly feels the nervous tension in the air. But then Gerda turns to Layla, asking what happened to her and why she is so timid today. And she answers how else she should behave. Layla asks why she feels like the girl's parents are constantly looking at her. And then the head of the family clears his throat. He allows the children to feel free to try the food, thinking that otherwise it will get cold, and he starts the dishes first. The man approaches Layla, saying that he and Harry are friends with their daughter, so they should try everything they like. He gives the crab to his daughter, asking her to try it, since it is her favorite dish. Gerda, in turn, transfers the crab from her plate to her friend's plate, asking her to try this incredibly delicious dish. The head of the family, observing this picture, mentally orders himself to keep his feelings in check. Pouring himself some alcohol, Mr. Price asks if Harry drinks it, and if he would like to join him. The guy smiles sweetly, saying that he would do it with great pleasure. Meanwhile, Tracy turns to her daughter. She asks her to drink the cola to the end, since she wants it, but says that she still has time to change her mind and join her. Layla approaches a student, asking if she likes Coke, and she says that it was originally intended for them. The headman says that now that Harry is drinking with her father, she is not interested in cola either, and suggests that she join Tracy. The guy is puzzled by the fact that the headman expressed a desire to drink, and wonders how long this girl will last. He wonders if Layla will get drunk from red wine, since he really doesn't want to carry the headman on his back. Sometime later, the girl looks at her neighbor, asking if she is drunk or not yet, and believing that she is immune to wine. She drinks it often, to which Gerda, also drunk, replies that the headwoman is very inexperienced, since she only got drunk from one glass. Harry looks at the students, not understanding what he was expecting at all, because he knew perfectly well that both of them quickly get drunk. Tracy is also drunk, and she finds the relationship between her daughter and her friend cute, remembering that she had a similar situation as a child. Unfortunately, after some scumbag cheated on the woman's friend, they hardly communicated. Layla is amazed by this. She slams her fist on the table, agreeing with the woman and expressing her confidence that there are no good men in the world because they are always flirting with girls. And looking smug, Gerda joins the headman, agreeing with the words and adding that men simply use women and leave. Layla starts shouting, saying that when he spends other people's money, becomes self-confident, and saves his own. Gerda talks about her pain. The headman talks about how Harry confessed to a random girl in public, and the second one admits that her anger increases during this conversation. Layla says that it is better for him not to show himself in front of her. Otherwise, he will use a whip and candles. And Gerda reminds him about the leash and asks to invite her. Tracy instantly sobers up, looking at the girls with fear and trying to understand what they are talking about, as well as what they have been doing all this time. Mr. Price draws his own conclusions, suggesting that the girls have suffered from unrequited love, and begins to understand them better. But then it dawns on him that he doesn't know when Gerda managed to suffer from this very love, and why he himself doesn't know about it. He turns sharply to Harry, asking him not to give up, because he sincerely believes that people's thoughts can always change. The man suggests continuing to drink, because he still has a few questions for him that he simply can't wait to ask. Harry is puzzled by being addressed as a teacher, and asks not to call him that, since he is not good enough to have such a title. The man breathes a sigh of relief, admitting that he hasn't felt such relief in many years, considering his interlocutor to be the best guy he's ever seen. Harry laughs sheepishly, gently remarking that Gerda's father needs to drink less, silently noting his unexpected compliance under the influence of alcohol. The man's eyes immediately fill with tears as he addresses the boy, and says that it would be great to see him as a son-in-law. Harry understands that this man is desperate, because he has made the decision to say everything head-on without going around in a roundabout way. Mr. Price asks why the interlocutor is silent. Isn't his daughter good enough for him? The guy starts to hesitate. The man shouts, saying that as long as they are right for each other, nothing else matters, promising to fully support his potential son-in-law. He recalls his own words about how there is no one who would not like his daughter, and Harry gently interrupts him. Harry decides to end this whole performance, and, with an impartial look, says that he likes Layla. Later, he leads a drunk girl down the street and tells her that she will get nothing, to her laughter and Gerda's request to pour her another glass. Harry is surprised that someone could get drunk on red wine, although he doesn't think the head girl has ever drunk alcohol before. Suddenly the girl pushes the guy away, telling him not to come near her, and he looks at her with a questioning, puzzled look. Concerned about her condition, he asks Layla to be careful, but she is not at all worried, unlike him, confidently stating that she is fine. The girl says that she feels great, allowing herself to be checked if there are any doubts. She doesn't manage to finish the sentence, because the drunken class monitor crashes into the nearest pole, under the puzzled gaze of her classmate. To keep her from falling to the ground, Harry has to rush to catch the girl, and he notices that she has simply fallen asleep. He thinks that it is too late to return to the hostel, so he decides to rent a room in a hotel. While the mother carefully covers her daughter with a blanket, the head of the family watches this spectacle, standing in the doorway. The man asks the woman heading towards him if Gerda has fallen asleep, and she confirms these words, believing that the girl is probably tired. Looking her husband seriously in the eye, Tracy says that they have something important to discuss. The man asks what happened, concerned by the serious expression on his wife's face. She, taking a seat in the chair, asks her husband to answer honestly whether he knew that Harry was in love with his head man. Laughing nervously, the man asks if his wife will believe him if he says he only found out about it today. The woman slams her hand on the table, asking why he didn't find out about everything right away, because something irreparable could have happened. Would he agree if Harry had several wives? Does he want his daughter to be one of them? Or maybe he himself has several? The man asks his wife, puzzled, what she is talking about, since he is faithful to her with all his heart. Tracy agrees with this, but is still angry, saying that they will continue to stick to the original plan. She asks if the head of the family gave his account details to this guy or forgot about it. The man says with a smart look that he took care of everything, even wrote him a check, because nowadays it is impossible to court a girl without money. Tracy says that it was not necessary to do this. When he starts earning, he will have a percentage of the profits, but otherwise the relationship will not last long. The man tries to explain everything, saying that he gave the guy money as a salary. He asks his wife if she really thinks that the children will quarrel over money. Besides, it's better to use money as leverage than to do nothing at all. Tracy accuses the man of being serious, because he didn't approve of this before. Mr. Price admits that he still doesn't approve. The guy he didn't accept is, in his opinion, strange and incapable of taking care of Gerda. Harry seems reliable. The man suggests waiting and seeing what happens, and the woman thinks that everything will not go smoothly. Tracy exhales heavily, noting that Harry needs to learn how to flirt, not just be handsome. He hasn't even said a word to the girls. Meanwhile, at the hotel, the guy begins to delve into the affairs of the Price family, finding out from the statement how much money was in the account initially, and how much now. Harry is well aware that Mr. Price will be responsible for any losses he incurs, otherwise he himself will receive 30%. If he can get back to his original capital, he can get half of all the profits. How good it is to be rich and have fun. Meanwhile, Layla wakes up, trying to figure out where she is, and the first thought that comes to her mind about this place is the hotel. Her eyes widen, her cheeks become flushed, and the girl suddenly sits up, not understanding whether she is sleeping or already awake. Her gaze meets Harry, who is sitting nearby, and this makes her blush even more. What is happening seems impossible to her. Not understanding why she is dreaming about her classmate, the girl gets out of bed and goes towards him. Harry informs Lila that they are late to the dorm and there was only one room in the hotel, since it was the closest one to the dorm they are here. Suddenly, the girl leans forward and hugs the guy, and he looks at her stunned, not knowing what to do for the first few moments. He steps back as if scalded, asking the class leader to calm down and asking what came over her. She looks at her classmate with embarrassment and surprise. The girl's gaze becomes irritated, and then she sits on the boy's lap, saying that she cannot stand his attitude towards her even in her dreams. She accuses him, calls him a disgusting and false gentleman who is always flirting with every girl and making fun of her. Layla says she hates the guy more than anyone else, but she reaches for his face because she has a very strange desire, even though she knows how terrible he is. Approaching his face, the girl says that she wants something. They both freeze in this position for a few seconds. And then Layla's expression changes, and she feels the contents of her stomach rise up into her throat, but she can't help it. The wine is on Harry the next moment, and the boy looks at the large red stain on his clothes, dumbfounded. The guy, shaking all over, vows to himself never to let this girl drink in the future while she begins to undress. Layla's eyes snap open as she emerges from the embrace of a pleasant sleep. But something about what's happening is making her nervous. Sitting up on the bed just as abruptly and covering herself with a blanket, the girl looks around, trying to understand what is happening and why she is in a hotel. Trying to reconstruct the chain of yesterday's events in her head, she remembers that she drank a lot with Gerda last night. Then she felt dizzy, and Harry took her to the hotel, and what happened next, she is ashamed even to remember. However, the girl very confidently heads towards the bed and with one sharp movement pulls the blanket off it. Luckily for her, the bed turns out to be empty, and Layla breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that what was happening was just a dream. The girl wonders where her classmate is and notices a note lying on the table, then goes up to him and reads it, wondering why she didn't write a message instead. Suddenly, the girl's gaze is drawn to an unknown red liquid on the sofa. The girl's expression becomes frightened and confused, wondering what it could be. The cook announces that the noodles are ready, and Harry thanks him for it, and then asks to lend him his portable charger. His phone is dead, the man agrees, but asks the guy not to forget to return the device after using it. Hearing the notification sound, he checks the messenger, surprised at who decided to write to him early in the morning, since he didn't even have time to have breakfast. Layla writes to him from her second account, saying that she has serious problems and asking for a phone number. The guy is touched. And then he gets puzzled, because the girl didn't even want to send voice messages to her pen pal before. Does she suspect something? Harry thinks that Layla gets smarter when she's sober, and writes to her that he can send her his number. It's good that he kept his old SIM card. He sends her a number, and the girl, comparing it with her classmate's number, realizes that they are completely different. But she knows very well that people can have several SIM cards, so she wants to hear the voice to make sure once and for all. He starts the conversation by saying that the signal is bad, and asking if his interlocutor can hear him. The girl breathes a sigh of relief when she hears that the voice has nothing in common with her classmate, and says that everything is fine. Harry grins, asking if the woman is referring to his voice, if she is enchanted by it, and he praises the voice-changing program. Layla flares up, and the guy says he's joking, adding that he remembers that the writer has a dream guy. There's no need to shout so loudly. He asks what happened, whether the girl managed to get him into bed, and she remains silent for a while. After that, she says that she doesn't know what happened. Last night they went to visit a friend, and Layla drank a little. When she woke up, she found herself in a hotel, and then saw a suspicious red stain on the sofa. She asks if she can come to the interlocutor right now. Harry has food coming out of his nose, and the person on the other end of the line asks him if he's okay. He coughs, wiping himself with a handkerchief, and says that it seems she has achieved quite a bit of success, but to himself he is surprised that the girl did not read the note. Layla asks not to laugh at her. She doesn't know what to do. She's alone in the hotel, and Harry doesn't answer her calls or messages. The guy gives his interlocutor a version about a dead battery, and asks how much charge she has left. It will be bad if the phone runs out of power. She has 10% left, and the girl wonders if there is a charger in this room, and she starts looking. Finding nothing, Layla expresses frustration, and Harold suggests asking for a charger at the front desk, and again throws out an idea. The girl is struck by inspiration and agrees with her interlocutor that his words make sense, and then says that she will now pass out. She says that if his phone died, he should have left a note, and Harold asks to contact him when Layla returns so he knows she is safe. The girl ends the call and approaches the table with a note, and it turns out how everything was. From the unpleasant thing, she learns that she must pay for the room herself. But Layla is more worried about the red stain, which in fact turns out to be just wine. She doesn't even know whether to be happy or upset. Returning to the hostel, the girl is met by Julia, who asks where her neighbor stayed overnight yesterday. Realizing that she could set Gerda up, the girl does not use her as an excuse, saying that she was left to spend the night alone on the street. Julia groans, finding these words suspicious, because the head woman emphasized that she was left alone. But she had to spend the night somewhere. But then she remembers that yesterday, Layla went to Gerda with Harry, so maybe everything is completely different from what she says. At the same time, the guy comes to the bank to cash a check. The employee asks him to wait a few minutes. He gets a message from Julia, who asks why he confessed to a cute girl, and then took Layla to a hotel. But Harry is not that naive. The girl also asks why he didn't answer her, and the guy says that his phone died yesterday, noting more than 100 messages from Layla. The girl asks what he is doing, and he replies that he went to the store. She asks why, and he is responsible for things for her novel. The girl flares up, calling her classmate a pervert, mentally threatening to block him. The guy asks why all of a sudden, since he buys all these things for her but the message is not delivered. Layla really did block him. Harry looks at the notification with irritation, unable to believe that he could have been blocked. But the guy is not upset at all. He blocks the headman in response, wanting to see what she will do next in this situation. Some may wonder why Harry only holds a grudge against Layla when Julia and Phoebe are also to blame. But as for Julia, although she deceived him, put on such a show that no one guessed about it, in general she acted skillfully. And Phoebe, although she didn't help the guy in a difficult moment, it wasn't so critical, and the head girl placed all the blame for her own actions on him. And after everything she had done, she acted as if nothing critical had happened. In her eyes, he was trash, who had happily taken on her guilt. The fact that Julia hung around him meant that he had some value to her, but the headman's contempt did not allow him to exist. Harry partially understands her actions. But this girl does not have the self-confidence of Gerda, and she is not as independent as Yasmin. Therefore, Layla can only climb up by walking over others' heads, while keeping a serious expression on her face to avoid trouble. If we put aside understanding, it is quite natural that a person who has been stepped on will want to fight back. the administrator greets the guy. Harry greets her back, asking about the training course he is interested in, and the woman smiles good-naturedly. He realizes that he has been training for half a month in vain, and that what he really needs is more intense training. His basic attributes are inferior to his secondary ones, but this is not a big problem, because the guy can improve them with training. While filling out all the necessary paperwork to enroll in the gym, Harry thinks about the fact that he needs tough training now. Now that he has the opportunity, he must make every effort to win Gerda over to his side. The teacher informs Harry that all the operations of the second round of the competition have been completed, and he must not forget to check everything. The guy agrees, and the man reports that he received a bonus from the competition organizers, as well as from their own university. The teacher hopes that he will continue to work hard, and asks him to let him know if he needs anything. Dean asks his neighbor if he will buy them dinner, and he agrees, but warns that he needs to finish something first. Julia and Phoebe write to him, expressing their congratulations on receiving generous bonuses. Harry wonders why there is no message from the headman, but then remembers that he blocked her just recently. He decides to unblock the girl, and she immediately asks about the dinner to which the neighbors are invited. The guy says that she and his neighbors are among them. The headman replies that she does not want to accept this offer, and Harry blackmails her with an interesting novel that he recently found. Layla gives in, saying that she will come even if the sky falls to the ground. But she must not tell anyone anything about her joint work. A happy Julia appears nearby, asking her neighbor if she is going to the dinner that a classmate invited them to, and she says yes. Duncan asks his neighbor if he wants to invite his sister and his girlfriend to dinner, and recalls the conversation that took place between them. The guy wonders if his sister will date the neighbor, thinking that she realized that his words were a joke, and at that very moment, Harry asks Duncan to share his sister's contacts with him before he forgets about the request again. The girls approach Harry in full dress, and Julia, greeting her classmate first, asks him if he has been waiting long. He answers negatively, complimenting Layla on the black stockings she is wearing today. The girl flares up, not knowing why, but does not answer. Meanwhile, Harry compliments Phoebe and Julia, and introduces them to the guys, and vice versa. All members of the company greet each other. Looking after his friends and comrades as they leave, Duncan wonders what if there is still something between his sister and Harry. Or, if he has some kind of relationship with Yasmin, the caring brother feels the need to share his thoughts with his sister. The group sits down at the table to place their orders, and Julia brazenly says that she is going to order more this time. It's all because they didn't get to eat properly last time, and Harry laughs, letting his friends order whatever they want. Layla notices that everyone already knows that their classmate is treating them to dinner, and he asks, "So what?" The headman says that the others consider his behavior unfair, because they heard that he received a bonus. The answer is the same. The girl dismisses all hints, saying that now his classmates will discuss Harry's behavior behind his back, and he is ready for this. Smiling, the boy asks the headman if he hadn't told her that he was a selfish person. It's impossible to please everyone at once, so there's no point in even trying. The reason he invited this team here is because they are all quite close to each other. Although there is another reason. Layla asks what, mentally shuddering from unpleasant speculations, and they turn out to be true. Harry wants to leave the university. The girl looks at her classmate in bewilderment, not understanding what could have prompted such a successful student to do this. What is happening seems very strange to her, and the girl remembers how this guy constantly bullied her. She thinks that she should be happy, but for some reason she doesn't feel it. She's sad. Layla asks if he's going to go abroad. The guy replies that he is going to take the exam and try to get into one of the most prestigious universities. The girl is clearly upset, and she gasps, asking if the guy is doing this because of Yasmin or her friend. She finds each of them very cute, so she wouldn't be surprised if Harry had feelings for at least one of them. The guy answers in his usual manner. Can't he have feelings for both of them? And Layla snaps back, asking him to be serious for once. He says that the girl doesn't have to believe him if she doesn't want to, but in reality, he doesn't have feelings for any of these girls. She is surprised, because she thought that this was the reason for her desire to enroll. So these words come as a surprise to Layla. But then it dawns on the headman that this university is not on the list for transfer, since this guy was planning to enroll there at all. The girl clenches her fist, seething with anger, and under the puzzled looks of those present, she is outraged that she is being mocked again. Harry laughs at her and her gullibility, and the girl hits him with her fists, promising to definitely deal with him today. Julia asks why it is Layla who is making fun of Harry, because girls are supposed to be kind and gentle. Phoebe sees it differently because it was always the other way around. It was Harry who bullied the head boy. She asks him to bully Julia. The students exchange hostile glances, and tension runs through the room. Having maintained eye contact for what seemed like a sufficient amount of time by their standards, The girls, snorting with displeasure, turn away in different directions. Harry teases a classmate, pointing out Julia's words about girls being kind and gentle, and she retorts. Meanwhile, a happy-looking Dean asks if the girls want him to go get tea if the food has already been ordered. The room falls into perfect silence and everyone's gaze turns to him, making him feel uneasy. But then Julia and Phoebe explode with a wave of gratitude towards this man, since he called them daughters-in-law. He returns a cheerful smile to his face and asks what kind of tea the girls prefer. Julia orders strawberry, while Phoebe prefers traditional tea. Turning to Layla, Dean's expression changes to a more serious one. He clarifies what kind of tea she wants. The headman flares up, saying that she is not the daughter-in-law, and the guy says that in that case he will take strawberry tea for her. Smiling sweetly, Dean is about to leave for drinks, and Duncan turns to him, asking if he is really going to leave him alone. Layla gives her classmate an angry and wary look, asking if he has another nasty plan. She doesn't like this state of affairs, and the headman announces that he is going to call Gerda. Now he won't get off so easily. Harry admits he was wrong, smiling sweetly, and asks his classmate not to call Gerda, suggesting they just have dinner. The headman snorts, saying that she's glad that he understood everything, and warning him not to make fun of her anymore. The guy, meanwhile, announces that those present are his good friends, and he has long wanted to gather them all together. There was no opportunity before, but today he received a bonus, albeit a small one, and he talks about what Layla told him, what the others think of him. Harry says he doesn't think it matters because what matters most to him is the quality of his friends, not the quantity. He really doesn't care what others think, but what his friends think of him matters. The guy offers to drink to this, and those around him support him, taking up the toast and adding their own words. Layla also says a few words, not understanding why the guy suddenly became so nice. Harry, meanwhile, suggests to the headman to put aside their differences for today. He takes her hand, saying that today they should enjoy only good food and the company of true friends. The girl looks at him suspiciously, not understanding why this guy took her hand, and the phone rings. Layla realizes that it is Gerda and hurries to accept the call with her free hand, apologizing and saying that the call was accidental. Gerda walks down the street, asking what the girl is doing, and she replies that she is reading a book in the dormitory. The girl asks if this is true, and sees Dean walking somewhere with bags. Noticing his classmate, the guy tenses up, and not in vain, because by that time, she has already finished her conversation with her interlocutor. A sly smile appears on Gerda's lips when she sees the guy's puzzled face, and the beauty asks where he is from and where he is going.